Chapter 51 Hyuga Hinata absorbs the second and third soul rings and becomes stronger again. As Su Chen continued to lead Hinata forward in the forest, Hinata gradually let down her guard and slowly began to lean towards Su Chen. Because at this time she had already confirmed that the bald young man in front of her was the boy with the Sharingan before, who just used the transformation technique. Transformation is just an ordinary ninjutsu in the ninja world, so Hinata can understand it naturally. After that, it was relatively simple. Su Chen, who had transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, continued to help Hinata find a suitable soul beast, which was naturally quite fast and violent. As long as he saw the right one, he would rush over directly, and then use the softest punch to beat the selected 1000-year soul beast or the 10,000-year soul beast to death on the spot. Of course, this was only possible when Su Chen controlled his strength better, so that he did not directly beat those huge 10,000-year soul beasts to disappear on the spot. More often, even if he thought it was a soft punch, he still directly beat the selected soul beast through, so naturally Hinata could not absorb the soul ring. What is the situation of beating through? Su Chen punched directly, and the huge soul beast that was as high as 2 stories disappeared on the spot. It might have been directly blown up, or it might have flown into the sky. In short, it could not be seen. Fortunately, as long as he didn't clench his fist, after several consecutive tests, Su Chen was finally able to control his power. Therefore, after that, Su Chen used 2 punches to beat a winged dragon 1000-year-old soul beast and a nearly 4000-year-old pink lady to death, and they were completely unable to move on the ground. Under Su Chen's guidance, Hinata did not hesitate this time, because the 2 soul beasts were both large and looked pitiful. She quickly raised the kunao in her hand and stabbed the winged dragon 1000-year-old soul beast to death and absorbed its soul ring. Yes, Hinata can directly absorb the 1000-year soul ring with the second soul skill, because before absorbing the first soul ring, her soul power has reached level 26, which is the soul power directly converted from chakra. Now that she absorbs the second soul ring, her soul power has reached level 30, so she can naturally absorb the 1000-year soul ring directly. After absorbing the second 1000-year soul ring, Hinata's soul power has reached level 32, only 1 level lower than Su Chen. Of course, Hinata has an advantage in this regard, because she gained powerful soul power by absorbing soul rings. Su Chen's first 3 soul rings were all divine soul rings, and they did not give any additional soul power bonus. Moreover, he upgraded his soul power from level 0 to level 31 within 1 day, and he also had an automatic cultivation system. Even if his soul power temporarily lags behind the white-eyed girl Hinata, he will definitely catch up later. Moreover, Su Chen now has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and will soon be able to obtain the abnormal ability to break the limiter. Why does he need to rely on soul power to make a living? So under Su Chen's guidance, Hinata quickly absorbed the third 1000-year soul ring of the Pink Lady. This 1000-year soul ring is not just 1000 years, but 4000 years. The third soul ring of an ordinary soul master can only barely reach 1000 years. Therefore, after Hinata absorbed the third soul ring, even compared with Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was enough to crush the male and female protagonists in terms of soul rings. I'm fine, brother Su Chen brother. After absorbing the third 4,000-year soul ring, Hinata stood up again with obvious traces of sweat and fatigue on her pretty face, but she felt the improvement of her soul power and the unprecedented sense of fullness, and she felt that it was all worth it. At this time, she looked at Su Chen with a hint of gratitude and warmth. Chapter 52 Hyuga Hinata's second soul skill, Dragon Fire Wings. And she took the initiative to call Su Chen brother, which had never happened before. Well, you have absorbed all 3 soul rings, so we should leave here. Oh, by the way, I want to test your soul power. Su Chen took out a crystal for testing soul power from the soul guide on his waist and put it in Hinata's hand. Hinata naturally knew what to do. She carefully injected chakra into it. In an instant, the crystal emitted a brilliant golden light. This crystal is used to test soul masters below level 40. Judging from the fact that only 3 small soul power grids are left, Hinata's soul power has obviously reached level 36. And now she is indeed the same size as Tang San and Xiao Wu. This has always surprised Su Chen. He put a hand on Hinata's fragrant shoulder with satisfaction, touched it gently and said, "Great, Hinata, you are much stronger now than before, and you will become stronger in the future. When your soul power reaches level 40, I will take you to absorb more powerful soul rings." Judging from Hinata's performance just now, Su Chen felt that when Hinata's soul power reached level 40, she could let her next soul ring directly absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Because Hinata's Byakugan seemed to have a certain purifying effect on the resentment of the dead soul beasts. Yes. Hinata nodded affirmatively. I can feel that after absorbing these 3 soul rings, my chakra and Byakugan are much stronger than before. At the same time, Hinata said in her heart, when I go back in the future, I will definitely make everyone look at me with new eyes. This is of course the case. After all, Hinata's combat power has surpassed Naruto and Sasuke of the same period. Naruto and Sasuke should still be playing soy sauce now? They would not have thought that Hinata has now evolved her Byakugan to a level comparable to the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this is just the beginning for her. Later, through Hinata's own demonstration, Su Chen finally figured out her newly acquired second and third soul skills. Hinata's second soul skill is Dragon Fire Wings. This is a very powerful soul skill, because it comes from the 1,000-year-old dragon soul beast. After using this soul skill, a pair of flaming wings will appear behind her, and the speed will be greatly increased. She can fly freely in a short time, and can also release purple flames to attack opponents. When the Byakugan girl Hinata showed this soul skill, Su Chen really saw a pair of dazzling purple wings condensed on her back, flying from low to high at an accelerated speed, and the aura and feeling were suddenly different. It was as if she had changed from a Byakugan girl to a noble queen. Especially when Hinata released the purple flame again, it was unexpected that the purple flame was released from her eyes. Hinata with purple wings behind her flew in the air. After circling for several times, purple flames instantly gushed out of her snow-white eyes, igniting a large area of trees, and then gradually extinguished. Seeing Hinata flying back, Su Chen said 4 words with excitement. "Too domineering, Hinata, when we meet the rabbit Xiaowu again in the future, you will definitely beat her to tears. Rabbits are most afraid of fire." Now Hinata's soul power has not only been upgraded to level 36, but also completely crushed Xiaowu in soul skills. Naturally, there will be no problem in defeating Xiaowu. Chapter 53 Hyuga Hinata's third soul skill, Tianf Scattering Flowers, White Eyes Evolution. Hinata nodded shyly, and then began to show her more powerful third soul skill. My third soul skill is Tianf Scattering Flowers. As Hinata spoke, she quickly stepped back a few steps, and the third purple soul ring on her body lit up instantly. The next moment, countless pink petals suddenly released from her bright white eyes, sweeping all around. Every petal exploded when it touched the trees, flowers, and plants, making a bang 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 sound. When I looked again, there were already pits on the ground. Su Chen could see that this move was a group attack. Although the power of single target damage was not very strong, it would still be terrible if all the petals gathered together and attacked a target. Then Hinata took a deep breath, and then slowly retracted her white eyes, and her round face became childish and cute again. "Great, Hinata!" Watching the petals disperse, Su Chen happily came to Hinata's side. Although he was now in the appearance of One Punch Man Saitama, his mood at the moment was difficult to conceal. "I didn't expect that, Hinata. Not only has your soul power surpassed mine, but you also have such a powerful soul skill. If you keep going like this, I believe the day we return will be getting closer and closer." As Su Chen said this, he subconsciously wanted to touch Hinata's face, but Hinata was startled. Hinata quickly took a step back and looked at Su Chen said. Then, Brother Su Chen, when will you change back? When will you change back? Su Chen scratched his head and said. Well, about 2 days later. Well. Okay, let's go back now. Hinata no longer rejected Su Chen, who had transformed into One-Punch Man Saitama, and took the initiative to follow Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded and took Hinata to the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest, but he suddenly felt that it was too slow to walk like this, and felt a little aggrieved, probably because the power hidden in Saitama's body was really terrifying. So Su Chen didn't care about Hinata's fear this time, and directly grabbed his arm, stepped on it, and instantly disappeared into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest like a gust of wind. When Su Chen stopped and Hinata came to his senses, the two had already left the Star-Do Great Forest and returned to the outskirts of the Star-Do town. After Su Chen let go of Hinata's arm, Hinata still didn't react a little, and blinked her eyes in confusion and asked. Ah! Are we out now? Too fast, weren't we still in the forest just now? Yes, I brought you out. Su Chen, who had transformed into Saitama, said confidently. I told you, I'm very powerful in this state, no one can bully you, Hinata. Hinata turned her face, her beautiful eyes curiously staring at Su Chen, who had become bald, and asked again. Then how powerful are you now, Brother Su Chen? How powerful are you now? Su Chen's heart moved. He didn't know himself. After all, Saitama's upper limit of power was indeed too terrifying, at least it was definitely not something a planet could bear, and he didn't dare to try it at all, otherwise he would blow up Douluo star and he would suffocate to death. So Su Chen had to laugh and say it. In short, he is very powerful, probably equivalent to the Hokage in the previous life. No, he is more powerful than the Hokage, but only in these few days. More powerful than the Hokage. Hinata looked at Su Chen with some doubt, and then she didn't bother about this question anymore, just took a breath with some fatigue and said. Okay, I want to rest and take a shower, let's find a place to stay here, and go back early tomorrow morning. Chapter 54 Su Chen and Hyuga Hinata encountered Evil Soul Master robbery, it was too weird. Okay. Su Chen nodded. It was indeed the middle of the night, and it was not convenient to move. Although he could rush back to Soto City at a very fast speed, he was afraid that Hinata could not bear it. So Su Chen took Hinata to Xingdu town and prepared to find an inn to rest. At this time, it was too late, and the mountain road leading to the town was all dark, and there were no people. Su Chen, who transformed into Saitama, was naturally not afraid of anything at this moment. He just wanted to send Hinata to rest, but he didn't expect that after just a few steps, several figures suddenly jumped out from the corner next to him. Hehe, I didn't expect that there would be fish delivered to the door so late. In fact, Su Chen had just discovered it, but he was too lazy to take care of it, thinking that they would be more sensible. However, things did not go as he expected. 2 men and 1 woman appeared in front of him, all wearing strange red clothes, and seemed to be from a small organization. Although I don't know where these 3 people came from, but looking at their appearance, there is no need to think about it, they are evil soul masters. The 2 men are about 40 years old, and the woman is at least 30 years old. Although she is still a little pretty, her figure is a little fat, and she is wearing a short skirt, which looks very discordant. Just as Su Chen was looking at the 3 people, the eldest of the 3 who had just spoken showed a strange smile on his face again. Hehe, a bald man and a young girl, this is really great, so easy to bully, I just like to bully soft persimmons like you. Yes, these 3 evil soul masters often rob people near the Star-Do Great Forest, because generally the soul masters who come to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt soul beasts will be very well prepared, whether it is gold soul coins or soul guides, precious metals, treasures, etc., they bring more. Here, as long as they can rob once, it is enough for them to work as guards outside for several years. So there are not only these 3 people who do this kind of robbery business near the Stardo Great Forest, but also other evil soul masters. Of course, they are not just for robbing money, but more for the fun of killing and bullying people. If they can rob 1 or 2 beauties by the way, it would be even better. If they are luckier and can rob 1 or 2 soul bones, it would be a great profit. Of course, this possibility is very small, because the probability of soul bones dropping is very small, and the soul masters who can absorb soul bones may not be defeated by these lazy and greedy evil soul masters. After suffering several losses, the 3 evil soul masters headed by Boss Wu are more cautious when choosing their targets. Generally, they dare not attack people who are not easy to mess with at first glance, or the sons of large families with many guards. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is the biggest characteristic of these low-level evil soul masters. The reason why they choose to squat here is that the soul masters who come out of the Stardo Great Forest generally consume a lot of soul power because of fighting with soul beasts, which makes it easier for them to pick up leaks. This made Su Chen couldn't help but say in his here-tone sentence. I didn't expect to meet 3 mice, and a woman, oh, no, an old lady. The more powerful evil soul masters would not hide in such a remote town like mice. They would either enjoy themselves in the killing city openly, or cause bloodshed in the capitals of the great empire and the 4 kingdoms, and they would not be as useless as these people. Without thinking, Su Chen could see that the soul power of these 3 evil soul masters would basically not exceed level 40. The less capable people are, the more they like to shout. Sure enough, the leader immediately stepped forward to stop Su Chen, pulled out the kitchen knife from his waist, and said, Hey, kid, if you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow to me now. Use your bald head to kowtow to me 3 times, and then take out all the valuables on you. If I am satisfied, I will spare your life. Otherwise, my kitchen knife martial spirit is not vegetarian. Chapter 55, One Punch to beat the evil soul master through. One Punch Man. Su Chen immediately beats up Tang San. That's right, our boss Wu is a very powerful person. The lackey man next to him also agreed, and then both of them raised soul rings under their feet. It turned out that Boss Wu was a soul master, and his martial spirit was the kitchen knife in his hand. Kitchen knife martial spirits are still very common in Douluo continent. It's a pity that his soul rings are so pitiful that they are dregs. 2 white and 1 yellow, without even 1,000-year soul ring, it's really weak. The man who followed suit had a soul power of less than 30 levels, and only 2 soul rings, both of which were white soul rings. This made Su Chen unable to help but speak. Tisk tisk. No wonder you guys want to intercept, you are really pitiful, you don't even have 1,000-year soul ring, and you only have 100-year soul ring, it's really sad, with people like you. You can only bully ordinary people without soul power and the lowest soul masters. Fuck you. Hearing Su Chen's ridicule, the leader Wu roared angrily. You think 1,000-year soul beast is so easy to kill? The 3 of us worked together and fought for our lives to kill 100-year soul beast. You are such a talkative kid, I won't waste time with you, I will chop you with a knife, take away all the valuables on you, and then rob the girl behind you, hee. When his eyes fell on Hinata's slightly plump figure behind him, Wu's eyes suddenly became hot and his saliva was about to flow out. Brother Su Chen, I can deal with these 3 people now. When these 3 people just appeared, Hinata was a little panicked, but as she realized that she was no longer the weak girl she used to be, and the spirit ring configuration of the 3 people in front of her was far inferior to hers, she was no longer afraid and took the initiative to step forward to Su Chen. No, beating these 3 mice will dirty your hands, you just need to release your spirit ring and show them. At this time, Su Chen still looked like Saitama, the One-Punch Man, but what he said made the three evil spirit masters in front of him widen their eyes. Okay. Hinata bit her lips hard and immediately opened her white eyes. In the next second, 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, slowly rose from under her feet. At this time, she also stared at the 3 evil spirit masters in front of her with cold eyes, completely without the weakness before. It is obvious that Hinata, who is a teenager, has grown to this point. It is already very powerful. Therefore, Su Chen said that when she returns to the ninja world in the future, she will be able to easily beat many people. After seeing the soul rings on the white-eyed girl, the pupils of the 3 evil soul masters, 2 men and 1 woman, suddenly shrank. What? 100-year soul ring and 2000-year soul rings, are actually on a girl. Boss Wu, who was so arrogant just now, was so scared that his old face turned pale, and he almost couldn't hold the kitchen knife in his hand. But the lackey next to him suddenly gritted his teeth and said sideways. Boss, don't worry about it, this must be a trick. Not to mention that she is a teenage girl, even if she is a soul master from a big family, it is impossible for the second soul ring to reach 1,000 years. Let me go up and tie her up first. As the lackey said, he took out a rope from his waist and rushed towards Hinata with a ferocious look. At this time, Su Chen, who had transformed into a group of Superman Saitama, certainly couldn't let Hinata do it. He raised his palm and patted it lightly, directly patting the shoulder of the lackey. Bang! There was a loud noise in the air, and then the lackey disappeared directly. He should have been slapped thousands of meters away. What? Xiaoliu? Xiaoliu, where is Xiaoliu? Seeing this scene, the leader Wu was shocked and kept looking around, but still couldn't find where his companions went. Get out of the way, otherwise, you will be beaten through like your companions. Su Chen kindly advised Wu Laode, and then took Hinata to bypass the two and prepare to continue entering the town. However, when Su Chen and Hinata passed by the two and walked less than 10 steps, Wu Laode suddenly attacked, raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and said with a sharp voice. Fuck you, stinky boy, I'll chop you to death. Chapter 56, One Punch to beat the evil soul master through, One Punch to surpass. Su Chen immediately went to beat Tang San violently, Part 2. Boss Wu wielded the kitchen knife spirit, showing no mercy, and slashed Su Chen's back with a sharp knife. At this time, Su Chen naturally would not show mercy. He instantly dodged the knife and punched Boss Wu on the forehead. This time there was no sound, and no signs. Boss Wu and the kitchen knife in his hand disappeared instantly. That's right, this is One Punch Man, who beat Boss Wu with a single punch, leaving no residue. Su Chen thought that this effect was good, at least it didn't look bloody, just like whoever he hit would travel through time, and whoever he hit would disappear. But after returning, I must beat Tang San, the cowardly Yu Xiao Gang, and the old bachelor, Flanders Zhao Wuji. So Su Chen planned to study hard tonight, and control the power and fist of One Punch Man Saitama, so that he could do it like his own body, and achieve whatever effect he wanted. If he wanted to beat someone through, he could beat him through, or if he wanted to beat someone a few meters away, he could beat him a few meters away. As long as he could do this, it would be great. Ah, no. After Su Chen solved Boss Wu with one punch, the only remaining old lady female soul master screamed on the spot. Su Chen was not interested in fighting an old lady evil soul master, and he took the white-eyed girl Hinata away with him. That night, Su Chen and Hinata did spend time in Xingdu town. But after Hinata fell asleep, Su Chen quietly came outside alone and began to learn to control the power of One Punch Man Saitama. He practiced for several hours and almost smashed the entire town into ruins several times. Fortunately, he stopped his strength later. As for the serious punch, Su Chen would never dare to try it. Unless it was the sea god of the sea god temple, or the old Shura god came to him personally, then he could try the power of the serious punch. After a night of trying, Su Chen was finally able to control the power and speed of One Punch Man Saitama's punch attack. In this way, in the morning of the next day, Su Chen returned to Soto City with Hinata. Now Hinata has learned how to practice soul power in this world. This day, Su Chen let Hinata stay in the hotel alone to practice, and he set off for the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Now Su Chen is still in the transformation state of One Punch Man Saitama. This transformation card can last for 3 full days, so it takes 1 day to change back. Although the system did not set a task for Su Chen's role this time, Su Chen felt that according to the task issued by the system elf last time, he felt that no matter who he played, he should still play the role of a villain. This villain is not a real villain, but just a villain who opposes the Shrek 7 Devils. In other words, no matter who he plays, Su Chen will beat Tang San to death. Beat Tang San so hard that even his mother doesn't recognize him. In addition to Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Heng-jun, Oscar, the cowardly Yu Xiao Gang, the old bachelor, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and others are naturally Su Chen's future enemies. As for the 3 girls, except for the kitten girl Zhu Zuqing, Su Chen is not very interested in treating Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. If they still choose the position of the Shrek 7 Devils in the end, they will have to let Hinata or Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong bully them severely. At that time, they can also collect Xiao Wu's spirit ring. So what is Su Chen going to do in the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena now? Of course, it is to beat Tang San violently. Chapter 57 Tang San's father and grandfather are here, and One Punch Man will not hesitate to beat him. Now he has become One Punch Man Saitama. At this time, let alone Tang San, even if Tang San's father comes, he will not hesitate to beat him. Even if Tang San's father's grandfather comes, Su Chen can still solve it with one punch. Who is Tang San's father's grandfather? Of course, it is his great-grandfather Tang Chen. Tang Chen is very powerful, but in front of One Punch Man Saitama, it is just 1 or 2 punches. A serious punch is unlikely to be used. Only a serious punch is needed to deal with a real god. Because the God King of Shura God and Sea God can indeed easily destroy a planet, which is probably equivalent to the strength of the universe overlord Boros. However, Su Chen feels that if he goes to the Soto City Great Soul Arena now, he will most likely not meet Tang San's father Tang Hao, so this can be regarded as giving Haoshan Douluo some face. Using the character of One Punch Man Saitama to fight against the titled Douluo of Douluo continent is really a bit too bullying. It would be nice to use Uchiha Madara and Haoshan Douluo to fight in the future. After learning to control the speed of One Punch Man Saitama, Su Chen quickly came to the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and found the 18th Soul Arena where the Shrek 7 Devils were based on his previous memory. After asking the staff, it turned out to be the same as Su Chen thought. The Shrek 7 Devils have been fighting in groups these days. It should be that after he and Hinata went back that day, Dai Mubai also came to participate in the special training. Although Dai Mubai's leg was lame, under the help and leadership of Tang San, the group battles of the Shrek 7 Devils have maintained a record of undefeated for several days, and have not lost a single game. As Su Chen came to the spectator seat of the group battle Seoul, he really saw the Shrek 7 Devils fighting in a group battle with another team on the ring. However, their opponent was not the Berserker team, which had been defeated on the first day. The royal fighting team behind them has not yet arrived at Soto City, so this period was the most glorious few months for the Shrek 7 Devils in the Soto City Duhun Arena. They fought until no opponent of the same level dared to fight with them. So the opponents who appeared on the ring at this time were no exception. They were easily defeated by Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Heng-jun, and others. The process was also very simple. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to restrict the opponent's actions, and then cooperated with Xiao Wu with the meteor hammer, and with the help of Ma Heng-jun and Zhu Zuqing, defeated the opponents one by one. And they didn't look like they were trying their best at all. Su Chen was in the audience at this time, but no matter whether it was the people around him or the Shrek 7 devils who left the stage one after another, naturally no one knew this mysterious and strange bald man. Tang San would not know that the ordinary-looking bald man who appeared in the Duhun arena at this time was played by Su Chen before. He would not know that this bald man was so strong that he could knock him to his knees and call him daddy with one punch. Seeing Tang San and others leave from the Duhun channel, Su Chen immediately left the audience. Although he wanted to bully the Shrek 7 devils again like he did last time when he played Uchiha Madara, he definitely couldn't do it in the big fighting spirit arena. After all, there were too many people here, so he had to know which hotel the Shrek 7 devils stayed in after participating in the fighting spirit, and then he could make a move. But after coming out of the audience, Su Chen didn't know where Tang San and others went after participating in the group fighting spirit. So he turned his eyes and saw the place for registration at the front desk next to him, and the front desk girl he was very familiar with was still sitting there. Like before, she still had a purple ponytail, gently raised her two beautiful legs, and looked very leisurely. Her figure was still very good. Chapter 58 transformed into One Punch Man and approached Tang San, Xiao Wu, and immediately beat up the scumbag Yu Xiao gang. So Su Chen immediately walked over and waved to the front desk girl and said, "Hey, hello, can you do me a favor?" However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Chen realized that he was not the short-haired boy before, but the bald look of One Punch Man Saitama. Based on the fact that the front desk girl had flirted with him before, Su Chen felt that this woman should judge people by appearance. Sure enough, after the front desk girl looked up at Su Chen and found that he was an ordinary bald young man, she seemed very unenthusiastic and said lightly, "Not interested, go find someone else." Oh, sure enough. Su Chen felt that if he hadn't transformed now, the front desk girl would definitely be willing to help him, and even take the initiative to seduce him. But in the current situation, Su Chen couldn't take the initiative to cancel the transformation state, so he had to bite the bullet and said, "I just want to ask, which lounge did the Shrek 7 devils go to next? Where have they lived recently?" Maybe she was afraid that the bald young man would bother him, and the front desk girl who lifted her ponytail became mature thought about it, and still took out the information to check Su Chen, and said, "They are now in the 15th Division Fighting Soul Arena. Some team members are participating in individual fighting souls. As for where they live, I have no right to know. Thank you." After Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately went to the 15th Division Fighting Soul Arena. He planned to follow Tang San and others, and when they left the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena and went to their place of residence together, he would beat them up again. Using One Punch Man Saitama to beat up the Shrek 7 devils is actually the same as using Uchiha Madara. They are all crushing and can be played casually. Even if the old bachelor Flanders and Zhao Wuji took action, it would be useless. Before, Uchiha Madara bullied Tang San and the cowardly Yu Xiao gang severely. This time, Su Chen would use One Punch Man Saitama to bully them again, and he must bully them to the point of doubting their lives. If they were to kill those two directly, it would be too easy for them. So Su Chen will use different roles to bully Tang San and the cowardly Yu Xiao gang, as well as Dai Mubai, Ma Hung Jun, and others, until they are all killed by Bibi Dong. At that time, Su Chen will take Hinata to the Naruto world. In addition to Hinata, he also plans to take Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, and Zhu Zuqing. After all, she is his wife and will start the next adventure with her. At that time, let alone Su Chen and Hinata, just the angel god Qian Rongxiu, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. Either of them is almost equivalent to Kaguya in the ninja world, and can completely beat Naruto and Nezusa to doubt their lives. At that time, whether to re-establish an organization with those goddesses, or to revive Kaguya, we will talk about it later, and it is naturally possible. After arriving at the 15th Soul Fighting Arena, Su Chen indeed saw Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were watching the fight. The ones participating in the soul fighting were the lame Daimyobai and Oscar, who were cooperating in a double soul fighting. Beside Tang San and Xiao Wu were the Wimpu Xiaogang and Ma Hung Jun, and in the corner beside them were Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were also watching. It seemed that at this time, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong also formed a team, because Oscar and Ning Rongrong were both auxiliary soul masters, and they had to rely on double soul fighting to accumulate enough points. Well, they are all here, but I look like a group of Superman Saitama now, and none of them should recognize me. Thinking of this in his heart, Su Chen naturally touched his bald head, and then walked past Tang San and Xiao Wu as if nothing had happened, and came to an empty seat next to them and stood, pretending to be watching the 2-on-2 soul fight between Daimyobai and Oscar. Chapter 59 Little Cat Girl Zhu Zuqing despises the silly Daimyobai. Su Chen is ready to let Tang San call him daddy. The soul fight in front of them was obviously not difficult for Daimyobai and Oscar. Although Daimyobai's legs were still limping, their opponents were too weak. Therefore, with Oscar's sausage supply, the two still defeated the two opponents on the opposite side. At this time, Su Chen was watching the soul fight in the empty seat next to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang. After he transformed into One Punch Man, his ordinary appearance and bald head did not attract the attention of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Instead, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang seemed to have discovered something and looked at Su Chen curiously, and his eyes fell on Su Chen's bald head from time to time. This made Su Chen very upset. He felt that the flat-headed Yu Xiaogang was trying to find some confidence on Saitama's bald head. After all, there were still a few hairs on his flat head. In that case, I must beat you and your apprentice Tang San tonight to let you know that bald Saitama is not easy to mess with and can beat the shit out of you. Thinking in his heart, Su Chen did not show any abnormality and continued to watch as if nothing had happened. Knowing that Daimyobai and Oscar had returned and saw that the Shrek 7 Devils had walked out of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena under the leadership of the old bachelor Flanders and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang, Su Chen quickly followed them. Now that he has learned to master the speed of One Punch Man Saitama, Su Chen feels that his speed is like teleportation. Within a short distance, as long as the eyes can see, he can reach it instantly. Absolutely invincible. In this case, Su Chen naturally did not take the old bachelor Flanders seriously at all, and just followed the Shrek people out of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. Only then did Su Chen see that the stingy old bachelor Flanders did not take Tang San's people to stay in the expensive high-end hotel near the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, but led Tang San and others to a remote hotel in a nearby alley. The hotel was also relatively small, and there were not many guests. Under the leadership of the old bachelor Flanders, Tang San and others soon walked in one after another. Then Su Chen also appeared outside the hotel. God really helps me, system, I transform into One Punch Man Saitama, and continue to bully the Shrek 7 Devils. It should be beneficial for me to get role-playing rewards later, right? Of course, this is a villain role-playing system, which has nothing to do with the role. As long as the owner does what the villain should do, he can increase the role-playing points and get more generous role-playing rewards. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Su Chen walked directly into the hotel. After going up to the second floor, he happened to see Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu talking in the corridor. Yes, both girls are petite. Xiao Wu's legs are more beautiful, but in comparison, Su Chen still likes the little cat girl more. Of the three Shrek beauties, Su Chen can let Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong go first, but he must grab the little cat girl. Perhaps he was noticed. Su Chen felt that Xiao Wu seemed to glare at him fiercely, so he immediately retracted his gaze and pretended to wander in the corridor. Only then did he know that the Shrek 7 monsters, including the cowardly Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders, all lived on the second floor, but the quality of this hotel was obviously inferior, and the doors were loose. Now that he has transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, Su Chen feels that his hearing has become very abnormal, and he can hear all the voices of everyone in the room. Especially when passing by the cowardly Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders room, he really heard two old men chatting. Xiaogang, about Erlong, don't you want to know? I just want to know if she is doing well now. As long as she is doing well, I will be satisfied. Erlong has been looking for you for 20 years. Can she live well? But as the eldest brother, I still don't know where Erlong is. Hey, we are both in our 40s and 50s. After you and Erlong's affairs are resolved, I also want to find a young wife as soon as possible. Oh! The old bachelor Flanders' words shocked Su Chen. He didn't expect that this old man still wanted to find a wife at this time. It would be better for him to find a widow. Forget it. Su Chen is not interested in the conversation between the two old men now. However, it is a bit disgusting for these two old men to live in the same room and talk about finding wives. Su Chen then walked to the end of the corridor and probably knew which room each of the Shrek 7 devils lived in. Because the old bachelor Flanders wanted to save money, except for the aloof Zhu Zuking, everyone else lived in a room with two people. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, Tang San and Oscar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hung Jun. So only the extra Zhu Zuking lives alone. At this time, Su Chen remembered that when he was in the big fighting spirit arena, he saw that Zhu Zuking didn't seem to be interested in watching Dai Mubai's fighting spirit, but was thinking about something. It seems that I made Dai Mubai a fool that day, and now his leg is lame. Zhu Zuking may not want to suffer with that guy. In this case, I can save the cat girl first and chat with her. Su Chen thought silently in his heart. Although he can beat anyone he wants after transforming into One Punch Man Saitama, in order to make Tang San knelt down and called him daddy, he still planned it carefully. The last time he beat the cowardly Yu Xiaogang, he knelt down and called him grandpa. This time, of course, it was Tang San's turn. Chapter 60 Dai Mubai secretly went to find a girl in the middle of the night and was discovered by Zhu Zuking and Su Chen. After knowing the location of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuking, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai and others' rooms, Su Chen did not rush to act immediately, but quietly left. It was not until later in the night, when it was quiet, that Su Chen entered the hotel again. Walking in the corridor of the hotel at this time, there was almost no sound in the rooms on both sides, including the Shrek 7 devils. At this time, they were either sleeping or practicing hard to prepare for tomorrow's game. Only the rooms of the old bachelor Flanders and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang did not have a very disgusting sound. This must be the sound of the two old men snoring. Although it sounded harsh, Su Chen ignored it. He continued to walk forward and stopped outside Zhu Zuking's dormitory door. Zhu Zuking in the dormitory was obviously practicing quietly, but at this quiet moment in the night, she suddenly heard a knock on the door outside the room. Dong dong dong. Hearing the sound, Zhu Zuking immediately opened her eyes, looked at the door vigilantly, and asked, "Who is it? It's so late, what's the matter?" The person outside did not answer, but knocked on the door again. At this time, of course, Su Chen, who had transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, was outside. His bald head was very conspicuous in the dark. Seeing that the person outside was still knocking on the door, Zhu Zuking was a little confused. "It's already this time, who is it? Is there any night training plan?" Thinking of this, Zhu Zuking immediately responded. "Wait a minute, wait until I get dressed, don't break in." After saying that, Zhu Zuking immediately began to put on clothes. It must be said that Zhu Zuking has a very full figure, so every time she wears clothes, she will feel a sense of tightness. As long as she is alone, she will wear very cool clothes. This time is natural. Su Chen couldn't help but imagine the sound when he was outside. However, he didn't make a move, and continued to wait quietly until Zhu Zuking put on her sexy leather clothes and slowly opened the door, and then he saw him transformed into One Punch Man Saitama. "What, You, who are you? Looking at the bald young man in front of her, Zhu Zuqing was almost scared. She originally thought that it would be Tang San or Ning Rongrong who came to see her, but she didn't expect it to be a strange bald man. I am One Punch Man Saitama. Su Chen said, and scratched his bald head with a little embarrassment. I don't know any One Punch Man. Zhu Zuqing said coldly, and was about to close the door. Su Chen hurriedly held the door and said anxiously. Wait, kitty, I'm not a bad guy. I'm here to help you. Although you don't know me, you should know a boy named Su Chen. Su Chen, who has transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, deliberately said this at this time. Of course, he was using the character of Saitama to raise his status in Zhu Zuqing's heart. Su Chen? That boy who came a few days ago. What's your relationship with him? Zhu Zuqing asked vigilantly and curiously. Su Chen thought about it and whispered. He is my big brother, and I am his little brother. He came to you secretly. I know you probably don't want to follow Daimyo Bai, but you are worried about being retaliated by his family, or worried about your family being implicated. You don't have to be afraid anymore. With me and my big brother here, no one can hurt you. What? How do you know this? Zhu Zuqing was completely shocked. He didn't expect that the handsome and sunny Su Chen would have such a bald little brother, and he would also know about the relationship between him and Daimyo Bai. Su Chen was about to explain when his face suddenly changed. He rushed into Zhu Zuqing's room and closed the door. You, what do you want to do? Zhu Zuqing panicked and stepped back a few steps, raising her two fleshy cat paws towards Su Chen. Su Chen certainly didn't want to do anything bad to Zhu Zuqing at this time. He was not that kind of person, and teacher Saitama was even less that kind of person. The reason why he suddenly rushed into Zhu Zuqing's room was because Su Chen heard Daimyo Bai quietly come out of the room, and that guy was still talking to himself, as if he wanted to secretly go to the brothel in the middle of the night. So Su Chen had to hide first, so that Zhu Zuqing could also see Daimyo Bai's dirty side with her own eyes. Even though his legs were broken, he still didn't forget to go to that kind of place, which was enough to prove how dirty Daimyo Bai was in his heart. Get out of here, or I'll be rude to you. Seeing this bald young man forcibly rushing into her room and occupying it, Zhu Zuqing seemed to be really ready to use the netherworld claws. Su Chen hurriedly looked at Zhu Zuqing and explained. Wait, Zhu Zuqing, don't be impulsive. Listen outside, Daimyo Bai has come out of the room. He is going to sneak to that kind of place in the middle of the night. The reason why I want to hide in your room is to let you see how disgusting and dirty he is. Daimyo Bai. Zhu Zuqing's face changed, he was stunned for a few seconds, and then he shook his head decisively and said. No, that's impossible. He used to go to that kind of place often at first, but he hasn't been there since I came. Besides, one of his legs is broken now, and it's not convenient for him to walk. How could he go to that kind of place secretly behind my back in the middle of the night? Chapter 61 Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun secretly went to the brothel in the middle of the night and were seen by Zhu Zuqing. But Zhu Zuqing stopped immediately before she finished speaking, because she had heard footsteps coming from outside, accompanied by a small groan of pain, which was the voice of Daimyo Bai. After all, Daimyo Bai's leg was injured, and he walked very slowly and limped, so the footsteps of this guy were easy to distinguish. Zhu Zuqing didn't dare to speak again. She was extremely shocked in her heart. She hurriedly approached the door of the room slowly, and pressed her body against the door, wanting to see if Daimyo Bai really wanted to go out and do that kind of thing in the middle of the night. Then, Zhu Zuqing shuddered, because through the crack in the door, she did see Daimyo Bai limping slowly in the corridor outside the room. Su Chen was no longer talking at this time. He just stayed quietly beside Zhu Zuqing, waiting for the good show to start. After all, One Punch Man Saitama's hearing was very abnormal, so he was very sure that he had heard it just now. Dai Mubai just wanted to go out to the brothel in the middle of the night. Maybe because his leg was broken some time ago, he felt very depressed. This was also what Su Chen heard when he whispered to himself just now. Then, Zhu Zuqing saw Dai Mubai stopped in a corner. He waited there for a while, and then the native chicken phoenix Ma Hongjun also sneaked out of the room and came to him. At this time, Ma Hongjun seemed very excited. He quietly patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and said, "Boss Dai, why did you decide to go today? He, you refused to go a few nights ago when I asked you to, but you finally agreed to go tonight. Let's go. Anyway, no one else will know except the Dean, and the Dean won't say anything to us if he knows. We used to go together often, as long as we get back before dawn. My evil fire is about to be suppressed, and I must do it well." As a local chicken phoenix, Ma Hongjun was anxious and excited at this time. That's nothing, after all, he is a single dog, but Dai Mubai's leg is lame, and he sneaked out in the middle of the night, which is a bit unreasonable. Zhu Zuqing, who heard these words in person, became extremely angry at this moment. Her raised hand couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes were extremely complicated as she stared at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Then Dai Mubai also spoke. He would never have thought that his fiancée Zhu Zuqing would secretly look at him at this time, and Su Chen, whom he had just met not long ago, would hide in his fiancée Zhu Zuqing's room at this time. Dai Mubai didn't know all this, so he answered calmly. "You're right. Since you want to go, let's go together tonight and have a good time together. I've been very depressed recently. I've been recuperating in bed for so long some time ago, and Zhu Zuqing hasn't seen me many times, let alone taken care of me personally. Recently, I participated in the Duhun, and because of my leg injury, I couldn't exert my full strength, so Tang San and Xiaowu stole the limelight. What's more annoying is that Zhu Zuqing still ignored me, which pissed me off. Who does she think she is? When has my evil-eyed white tiger ever lacked women? Zhu Zuqing just doesn't know what's good for her. I've figured it out. For the sake of the martial soul fusion technique, I will only deal with her on the surface, treat her well on the surface, and trick her into my hand. I'll find other girls behind the scenes, and I'll play with them." When he said the latter, Dai Mubai's face actually showed a crazy expression. It seems that this guy is really not a good thing, and he has a bad temper and gets angry at every turn. As a companion, Ma Hongjun had long been accustomed to Dai Mubai's behavior, and he also thought so before he met Bai Chen Xiang. He patted Dai Mubai's shoulder with excitement and said, "Yes, Dai boss, you are so right. Zhu Zuqing is nothing. We brothers have seen so many beautiful girls before, and they are not much worse than her. I will take you to see her tonight," Ma Hongjun said while dancing and making a lot of noise. Dai Mubai thought that he could finally relax tonight and no longer be so depressed. At this moment, he let himself go instantly, completely forgetting Zhu Zuqing, and patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder excitedly. "Thank you, Fatty. You are my good brother, Dai Mubai. You know I've been depressed recently, so you took the initiative to remind me. I didn't figure it out a few days ago, but I finally figured it out tonight. As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. Compared with Zhu Zuqing, that cold woman, it is of course more important for us brothers to be happy together," Dai Mubai said as he walked forward with Zhu Zuqing. Maybe because he was too excited and his legs were not healed yet, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Ouch! Dai Mubai quickly supported the wall with one hand. "Boss Dai, don't be impulsive, let me support you." Ma Hongjun quickly supported Dai Mubai's other arm, which made him stand firm. Dai Mubai scratched his head in embarrassment and said embarrassedly, "I almost forgot that my leg injury is not healed yet. It's like this. Then you support me and let's walk slowly." "Okay, let go, don't worry, Boss Dai. When we do that later, these won't affect us." Just go there without any worries. After saying that, Ma Hongjun, as a brother, seriously supported Dai Muebai's arm, took him out of the hotel little by little, and slowly disappeared from Zhu Zuking's sight. Chapter 62 One Punch Man. Su Chen wants to help Zhu Zuking beat up the scumbag Dai Muebai, it's too hateful. After a few seconds of silence, Zhu Zuking's delicate body trembled, and finally couldn't help but burst out. Zhu Zuking raised her two fleshy cat paws and wanted to rush out regardless of everything. Fortunately, Su Chen instantly reached out and grabbed her arm. Now that Su Chen has the power of One Punch Man Saitama, his speed and reaction are extremely terrifying, at least equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. In short, in this Douluo continent, he is absolutely invincible. In addition, after last night's training, Su Chen can already control this power very well, so tonight is the time for him to beat Tang San violently and make Tang San kneel down and call him daddy. Zhu Zuking was still very excited when Su Chen grabbed her arm, but her eyes were full of grievances. She couldn't help but say until she saw Dai Muebai and Ma Hongjun had really left the hotel and disappeared into the night. Dai Muebai, you guy, I came all the way to the Barak Kingdom for you, and you actually said that to me, and you wanted to trick me into getting me, and then continue to play with other women, and you said I was nothing. I really didn't expect that you would be such a disgusting and irresponsible man. It's just a pity, it's a pity that my fate would be connected with such a disgusting man like you. At this point, Su Chen found that Zhu Zuking's eyes were already full of tears. It seemed that she really felt endless grievances and pain. Su Chen hurriedly comforted her. Well, you don't have to be so sad, Zhu Zuking, since you already know what kind of person Dai Muebai is, just stay away from him completely, don't pay attention to him in the future, follow my elder brother. My elder brother Su Chen is a very good boy, he will definitely treat you well, and he will not be like Dai Muebai, this disgusting guy, who pursues you on the surface but still says bad things about you behind your back. Zhu Zuking didn't listen to what Su Chen said, and said to herself with grievance. I've come here. I can't go back, and I don't dare to go back, otherwise my sister will kill me, but Dai Muebai is such a person, I can't get close to him, I can't rely on him, and I don't know what I should do in the future. What should I do? At this moment, Zhu Zuking, who originally looked cool and sexy, finally revealed her vulnerable side. Her body seemed to soften all of a sudden, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Su Chen held her waist. Su Chen held Zhu Zuking's arm with one hand and supported her soft waist with the other hand. It felt very comfortable, and mainly because of the fragrance. Zhu Zuking's sexy body was full of fragrance, which seemed to be milky, which was naturally very reasonable. Don't think too much, Zhu Zuking, just sit on the bed first. Su Chen quickly helped Zhu Zuking and let her sit down on the bed slowly, gradually calming down. Only then did Su Chen continue to speak to her. Don't be sad, Zhu Zuking, just like I said just now, you just need to follow my elder brother Su Chen. At this moment, Zhu Zuking heard clearly what the bald young man next to her said. She was slightly stunned and reacted again. Your elder brother, is that Su Chen? No, I don't know him at all, how can I follow him? Besides, he is just a soul master, how can he protect me? Hearing this, Su Chen, who had transformed into Saitama, scratched his bald head confidently and said. Don't worry about this. Although my elder brother Su Chen looks like an ordinary boy, his background is unimaginable. You can't imagine that even a peak powerhouse like me can only work for him. You should be able to imagine how powerful he is. No matter what kind of enemy you face in the future, he will be able to protect you. Then you will be his very good friend, and he will protect you like he protects his sister Hinata Hyuga. Zhu Zuking was stunned by Su Chen's words at this time. Her expression was a little confused. She looked at the bald young man for a long time before she couldn't help but speak. What, you said you are a peak powerhouse? Are you kidding? Although I don't know who you are, you should be a soul king at most. The boy named Su Chen, although a little mysterious, doesn't look like a young man with a big background, and it is even more impossible for him to take me away from Shrek Academy. Soul King? Su Chen was a little helpless. He smiled and said. It seems that if you don't do something, you don't know how powerful I, One Punch Man Saitama, am. Moreover, people like me are just the younger brothers of Big Brother Su Chen, and he will be more powerful than me in the future. Tisk, then what do you want to do to make me think you are powerful? Zhu Zuqing, who was sad just now, glanced at this ordinary bald young man, and felt unusually disappointed and calm at this time. She didn't know what to do next, so she felt a sense of despair, and seemed to be afraid of nothing, and actually said such words. Chapter 63 Su Chen secretly helped Zhu Zuqing beat up the scumbag Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun, which was so satisfying. Su Chen couldn't help but feel ashamed. Looking at the sexy Zhu Zuqing sitting on the bed, he felt that this girl was really not good at speaking. Wasn't she provoking him? A strange man broke into her room, and she was provoking him. Wasn't she afraid that he would do something to her? This made Su Chen sigh at this moment. This little cat girl was really big-breasted and brainless. Of course, Su Chen could also see that Zhu Zuqing was not too simple and had no vigilance against strange men. Just like when she was about to break in just now, she was ready to attack immediately. However, when she thought of her fate and what Dai Mubai had just said, she was already a little desperate. Becoming the fiancée of such a disgusting and cowardly man, she would not be able to escape that fate sooner or later. Anyway, she would die soon, so what was there to be afraid of? Hee, but this is also good. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but laugh at herself and said. Thinking of what Dai Mubai said just now, I think it's better for me to die at the hands of my sister. If I die, I won't know anything. If I really survive, I will live with such a disgusting person for the rest of my life. That would be a nightmare more terrible than death. After saying this, Zhu Zuqing didn't even chase Su Chen out. Instead, she gently leaned against the wall of the hotel and sat down. Her two slender legs in tight leather pants were still on the edge of the bed. She was not afraid at all. Su Chen was also a normal boy from Blue Star, so when he saw Zhu Zuqing doing this, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but stare at Zhu Zuqing's figure and blinked several times in succession. Then Zhu Zuqing raised her face, looked at Su Chen, and said. You came to me tonight, and what you said to me, and what we saw together. Just pretend nothing happened. If you leave now, everything will return to peace. I will continue to stay in this academy, stay with that disgusting Dai Mubai, and nothing will change, because I have nowhere else to go, I have no choice. Don't tell me to follow that boy named Su Chen, I don't believe what you said, so please leave. Well. Su Chen scratched Saitama's bald head, still standing there without moving. Is he thinking about what to do next? We should capture the lame Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun together, and then beat them up outside the hotel. When Tang San, the old bachelor Flanders, and the cowardly Yu Xiao gang come out, we will beat them together. By then, Zhu Zuqing will know the terrifying strength of One Punch Man Saitama, and One Punch Man Saitama is just my little brother, Su Chen. When I appear again, I will definitely be able to quickly capture the heart of the little cat girl and take her down quickly. This is of course a wonderful thing. Perhaps because he thought of the wonderful process of taking down the little cat girl later, Su Chen, who had transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, also had a strange look on his face. Seeing the smile on the face of the bald young man, Zhu Zuqing, who was originally sitting on the bed with two slender legs, finally felt a little scared. She quickly curled up inside, looking at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes seriously and said. You don't leave. Are you going to do that to me? I really misjudged you. It turns out that you and Daimyobai are of the same character. But you won't succeed. If you dare to touch me, I will immediately call my teachers and companions to come together. Then you can't leave even if you want to. If you force me to molest, I will definitely not live anymore. As she spoke, Zhu Zuking's eyes were still full of tears. In this case, she could really do that. I'll go. Hearing Zhu Zuking's words and seeing her expression of fearlessness at the moment, Su Chen realized that he had just lost his composure. No, I was just thinking about how to help you punish Daimyobai, that scumbag. Su Chen hurriedly explained and said. They shouldn't have gone far yet. Wait, I'll catch them soon. You don't have to follow me. Just watch from the window. You'll see them caught by me soon and beaten up by me. But don't worry, I won't beat them to death or seriously injure them. I'll just make them feel endless shame. This is the price they have to pay for visiting a brothel and hurting you in the middle of the night. You're the girl my big brother Su Chen likes. You're so upset by Daimyobai. Of course, I can't just ignore it. Chapter 64 Scumbag Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun were making trouble in the middle of the night and met One Punch Man. What, you're going to catch them and beat them up outside this hotel? Zhu Zuking sat up all of a sudden. Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun, didn't you hear what they said just now? They have both harmed many girls. Shouldn't these two guys be punished? Su Chen spread his hands and looked at Zhu Zuking with a very pure gaze. But Zhu Zuking trembled. She wanted to say no, but when she thought of what Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun had said just now, she felt angry again. Those were not words that people should listen to. What do you mean by going out to do something, depressed, and said that I was nothing, just for the martial soul fusion skill, to trick me into his hands, and then continue to look for other women, and said that women are like clothes? Thinking of those words, Zhu Zuking's eyes also emerged with a trace of murderous intent. She had been sad and cried, and now all she had left for Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun was deep hatred. As she said just now, she fled thousands of miles to the Barak Kingdom just to pin her last hope of survival on Daimyobai. But she didn't expect Daimyobai to be such a bastard. Thinking of all the previous efforts in vain, she had no choice but to be engaged to such a bastard since she was a child, and was forced to suffer the cruel fate of the royal family. She finally figured it out. If she continues to endure like this, she will only face a more cruel fate. For example, if Daimyobai really inherits the throne smoothly and becomes the emperor in the future, then the words Daimyobai just said will become a reality. She, the legitimate wife, will only be used as a tool. Daimyobai will be with other women all day, and even beat her up. With Daimyobai's hot temper, he is likely to do that, otherwise he would not have said that just now. It's scary to think about such a day. Okay, you have a point, they should be punished. Zhu Zuking said this word by word. At this moment, she is completely different from before. Only coldness and murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Seeing Zhu Zuking's expression, Su Chen immediately said with joy. Yes, that's it, then you just watch by the window, and I will catch them right away, and beat them to kneel down and call daddy in front of you. But even after hearing Su Chen's words, Zhu Zuking still seemed to have no emotional fluctuations. She just looked at Su Chen, who had transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, and asked. Is what you just said true or false? Do you have the strength to beat Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun? They are not ordinary people, but monsters. Hehe, don't worry, you will know whether I can win or not in a while. Su Chen smiled confidently, then pointed to the window of the hotel and said. I will leave soon, you just watch there, I will catch them both back. After saying that, he scratched his bald head. Looking at Zhu Zuking's expression at this time, he felt that Zhu Zuking seemed to be a little bit unconvinced of him. After all, Saitama did not look like a very powerful person, so he must open Zhu Zuking's eyes in a while. With Saitama's strength, let alone those two guys, even Tang San's father Tang Hao plus Tang San's grandfather Tang Chen, plus Jian Daoliu, it would only take a few punches. Then Su Chen was about to quietly open the door and leave, but he didn't expect Zhu Zuqing to stop him. Wait a minute, don't open the door yet. What's wrong? Su Chen turned around. Even if you can help me beat Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun outside this hotel, but when my other companions and teachers come out, can you still handle it? Zhu Zuqing looked at Su Chen with some doubts. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled confidently and said. In addition to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, I just happen to have some personal grudges with that Tang San and the cowardly master, so if they all come out, it would be great. As long as Zhu Zuqing, you don't tell us what we have seen, then you will know whether I have the ability to take you out of it. After saying that, Su Chen left Zhu Zuqing's room and left the hotel at a very fast speed. It was not until Su Chen left that Zhu Zuqing in the room gradually woke up. She hurried to the window, trying to see where the bald young man was going, but only saw a shadow flashing across the street below. What, so fast? As a spirit master of the agility attack system, Zhu Zuqing thought that her speed was fast enough, but in front of the man just now, her speed was not even as fast as playing house. In shock, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help biting her lip and sighed secretly. No wonder he is so confident. It seems, what he said may be true. He is really a top-level strong man. Although he may not be as good as Uchiha Madara that day, he is already very powerful. On this point, Zhu Zuqing's intuition was still wrong. In fact, Su Chen, who has now transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, is much stronger than the ordinary form of Madara. Although Madara can summon huge meteorites to fall from the sky, he can blow up the meteorites with one punch. It can even blow up the entire Douluo star. On the streets of Soto City at midnight, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun really haven't walked far. This is of course because Dai Mubai's leg has not been healed yet, so he walks with a limp and does not walk fast. Ma Hongjun supported Dai Mubai and pointed to an alley in front of him, saying excitedly. Boss Dai, we are almost there, right there, just go through that alley. It is a newly opened shop, many of the girls there are from the big fighting arena, their figures and legs are absolutely perfect, all of them have long legs, we can have a good time tonight. Chapter 65 Scumbag Dai Mubai provokes One Punch Man Saitama, can one punch knock you down? Hearing what Ma Hongjun said, Dai Mubai, who was originally not in high spirits, he raised his face at once, his eyes shining. Thank you for your hard work, Fatty, you are right. We have to do it big tonight, so that we can continue to fight tomorrow. Anyway, Zhu Zuqing is still sleeping in the hotel. She has been engaged to me since she was a child. She is destined to be mine in this life. No matter how I play, she can't run away after all, because she has no other choice. Yes, yes, this is life. You must have a wife, and you can't miss the girls outside. In the future, I, Ma Hongjun, must find a real girlfriend. Hee hee. Ma Hongjun also smiled on his face. He supported Dai Mubai's arm and the two finally walked into the alley. But these two guys never expected that just after they walked into the alley, they suddenly saw a bright bald head blocking them. What is that? It can't be a light bulb. Ma Hongjun stopped and saw clearly that the person standing in front of them was a young man with a bald head. Hey, hello, you two, where are you going to play? Su Chen, who had transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, greeted Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Well, brother, your bald head is so conspicuous, why did you shave your hair so cleanly? Of course we are going to Pink Alley, which is just in front. Seeing that this person was just an ordinary bald young man, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai relaxed their vigilance, and Ma Hongjun even chatted with him. Su Chen was not embarrassed, but proudly touched Saitama's bald head and said, I like this look. By the way, you are going to Pink Alley, that's just right, I want to go too, you can take me with you. Okay, brother, let's go together. Ma Hongzhen seemed very generous, patted Su Chen on the shoulder, and took Su Chen with him. After the three of them came to the outside of Pink Lane, Su Chen realized that this was indeed a brothel. It looked no different from a hotel on the surface, but it was much more luxurious inside, with various candles and lights similar to Soul Guides. Handsome guys, what are you doing standing there? Come in quickly. The sisters are waiting. At this time, a sexy girl wearing high heels standing at the door took the initiative to greet them. When she saw the faces of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen, the girl was suddenly startled and even more delighted. Oh, it turned out to be Dai Xiao and Ma Handsome. You two also brought new friends to play together. It's really embarrassing for us sisters. Today, the sisters will definitely treat you well and give you the best wine so that you can play comfortably. As she spoke, the girl actually took the initiative to reach out and touch Ma Hongzhen's red hair, and rubbed him. Ma Hongzhen was immediately overjoyed, and hurriedly pulled Dai Mubai, and said to Su Chen next to him at the same time. Boss Dai, and this brother, let's go in quickly, this one is definitely good, you believe my vision. Ma Hongzhen suddenly changed the subject and asked Su Chen. By the way, brother, what's your name? I come here more often than Boss Dai. If Boss Dai is not free in the future, we can come together to play. I am more familiar with this area, and I can give you discounts on prices and more things. I can also do more, that is, I can stay longer, even a whole night, so we can be friends. Ma Hongzhen is of course willing to make friends with people who often come to this kind of brothel, because he often comes here, otherwise how can he be called the phoenix of the brothel? Oh, this. Su Chen touched his bald head and said with a smile. My name is Saitama, nickname One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Hearing this title, Ma Hongzhen and Dai Mubai were a little surprised, and they looked at Su Chen together. Maybe he felt that Su Chen's title was too arrogant, even more domineering than his title of the evil-eyed white tiger, so Dai Mubai was a little unconvinced and said provocatively. I want to know how you got this nickname. What does this Punch Superman mean? Hearing Dai Mubai's provocative words, Su Chen suddenly became excited. He didn't expect that this guy would come to get beaten before he made a move. Such an opportunity is really great. So Su Chen clenched his fist and said very calmly. My Punch Superman means that I only need one punch to hit anyone, and only God can catch my two punches. What, only one punch to hit anyone? Not only Dai Mubai, but even Ma Hongzhen felt a little incredible. Because in the eyes of these two people, Su Chen is not much older than them, at most a few years older. But it is too arrogant to say that it only takes one punch to hit anyone. After a few seconds of short shock, Dai Mubai, who was still lame on one leg, laughed on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Then I want to try, is your One Punch Man just a name? So I want to ask, can your punch knock down my evil-eyed white tiger? Chapter 66 Su Chen vs Dai Mubai. The evil-eyed white tiger doesn't believe that he will be knocked out by a punch. Speaking of this, Dai Mubai's eyes also became a little fierce and provocative, completely without the friendliness just now. Because he thinks that this bald young man who calls himself One Punch Man is too arrogant. Before he relaxes and hugs the girl tonight, he will knock down this arrogant guy first and pretend to be cool. This is not bad, it is a good thing. Hey, Dai boss. Ma Hongzhen was about to persuade Dai Mubai told him not to cause trouble, and to get a girl first, but he found that Dai Mubai had taken the initiative to move closer to Su Chen. Seeing Dai Mubai's expression at this time, Ma Hongzhen knew that he could not persuade him. Because Dai Mubai was originally irritable, loved to pretend, and loved to bully people, he was of course clear about this. Seeing Dai Mubai, Su Chen was of course not afraid at all, he just wanted to laugh a little. This is really crazy, a white tiger with evil eyes dared to provoke One Punch Man Saitama. Isn't this just sleeping on the floor in the toilet, looking for death? Su Chen looked at Dai Muebai's provocative look, nodded helplessly and said, "Since I am One Punch Man, of course I can knock you down with one punch." Okay. Originally, Dai Muebai thought that the bald young man in front of him would be scared by his arrogant look, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so tough. That's really the best. Dai Muebai wanted to vent now, so he laughed instead of getting angry. Then he stepped on his feet and released 3 soul rings, saying very arrogantly, "Then I want to see how you can knock me down with one punch." After saying this, Dai Muebai directly entered the state of being possessed by the white tiger. The muscles of his whole body bulged high, and the whole person became a little taller, reaching 1.9 meters. He looked tall and strong, quite intimidating. But Su Chen was not moved at all at this time. He looked at Dai Muebai with pitiful eyes, then stretched out a finger, shook it in front of him and said, "Although I can knock you down with one punch, I don't want to hit you. Do you know why? Evil Eye White Tiger." Hearing the words of the bald young man, Dai Muebai didn't react for a while and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Looking at Dai Muebai's arrogant appearance, Su Chen said very straightforwardly, "Because in front of me, you are too weak, I am afraid that I will beat your shit out." Hearing Su Chen's words, Dai Muebai and Ma Hongjun were both stunned. Then Dai Muebai asked to himself, "Are you afraid that my shit will be beaten out? What is shit?" Dai Muebai didn't understand, but Ma Hongjun reminded him. "Boss Dai, shit seems to be that thing, it is." While talking, Ma Hongjun also demonstrated to Dai Muebai and made a squatting action. Dai Muebai finally reacted, his face turned green, and the whole person yelled at Su Chen. "You bald head, you have no hair, and you are so arrogant. You dare to say that you are afraid of beating my shit out, Dai Muebai, then I will beat your shit out first." After saying that, Dai Muebai directly raised a fist and hit Su Chen, but Su Chen nimbly dodged his attack, and then ran directly out of the alley, looking back and saying while running, "There are too many girls here. I'm beating you here because I'm afraid that you, Dai Xiao, will be too embarrassed. If you have the guts, come after me and see if I can punch you to the point of shitting you." Looking for death, Dai Muebai stepped on his feet and rushed over like a cannonball, and began to chase Su Chen. "Hey, Dai boss! Dai boss, aren't you going to have girls?" Ma Hongjun shouted frantically behind him. Dai Muebai turned around and said unhappily, "You go in first, and wait until I beat up that ignorant bald boy, and then I'll come over. I'm alive, but that boy actually said he wanted to beat the shit out of me, Dai Muebai. I absolutely can't stand this kind of humiliation." After that, Dai Muebai chased Su Chen out of the alley. Then Ma Hongjun also gave up the idea of going alone to do it, and quickly caught up, because he always felt that the bald young man just now was not simple, and he couldn't let his Dai boss suffer. Why did Su Chen run at this time? Of course, he wanted to lure Dai Muebai and Ma Hongjun out of the hotel, and then beat them up in front of Zhu Zuqing. Then he would lure out Tang San, the coward Yu Xiao gang, the old bachelor Flanders and others, and then continue to beat them. When he transformed into the invincible state of One Punch Man, it made no difference whether it was an ordinary person or a titled Douluo, because it was all a matter of one punch. Last time, he beat the coward Yu Xiao gang to his knees and called him Madara. This time, Su Chen would not go too far, as long as he beat Tang San to his knees and called him daddy. Why did he bully Tang San? Because he didn't like Tang San. It didn't matter if his father Tang Hao came, he could just beat his father together. People, that's the feeling of invincibility. Because Su Chen was too fast, he deliberately slowed down when he ran back to the hotel, so that Dai Muebai and Ma Hongjun could barely follow behind. Less than half an incense stick of time had passed before Su Chen arrived outside the hotel. He looked up and happened to see the window where Zhu Zuqing was just now. Through the window, Su Chen had seen Zhu Zuqing's astonished eyes and her sexy body. Hehe, Zhu Zuqing is still here, and she is waiting to see the show. This was indeed the case, because Zhu Zuqing naturally did not have the ability to beat up Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, so of course she hoped that Su Chen would help him beat up these two guys. Dai Mubai, the scumbag, needless to say, Ma Hongjun's words that disrespected girls just now also made Zhu Zuqing very angry. These two guys should be beaten up, and since they are already here, let's see if this man who calls himself One Punch Man can do it. Zhu Zuqing said to herself, and then she saw Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun chased Su Chen in front of them, and the three of them appeared on the street outside the hotel together, which happened to be seen clearly by her window. At this time, there were no people on the streets of Soto City in the middle of the night, so this was a suitable place for fighting. As Su Chen stopped, Dai Mubai, who had already been furious, immediately sprinted and blocked in front of him, staring at him with a bullish look, and said without concealing. "You bald head, you run quite fast. Don't you call yourself One Punch Man? Why are you still running desperately when you see me, the evil-eyed white tiger? Don't you want to punch me out? Come on!" Chapter 67. The extremely embarrassed Dai Mubai was actually scared to death. "Oh, really?" Su Chen smiled faintly and clenched his fist and said. "Then you will soon know whether what I said is true or false. I couldn't do it just now, but now, I won't run away again." "Haha, am I afraid of you?" Dai Mubai was not frightened by Su Chen's momentum, because One Punch Man Saitama looked like an ordinary young man, not a master. But at this time, Ma Hongjun on the side found something wrong, and he quickly reminded Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, isn't this the hotel we are staying in? There may be something fishy. Why would he stop here?" "Tisk, I don't care what he is, isn't he just a bald head? I'll beat the shit out of him." Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and finally made a move again. He didn't use his soul skills, because in his opinion, the bald young man in front of him seemed to be just an ordinary person, not worthy of his soul skills. Seeing that Dai Mubai had already taken action, Ma Hongjun couldn't stop him, but he took a look at the second floor of the hotel and felt relieved. Teacher Zhao and the dean are both there. If something goes wrong, we can ask them for help. But looking at the current situation, Dai boss should be able to deal with this bald guy alone. Yes, in Ma Hongjun's opinion, Dai Mubai had already attacked several times in a row, and the bald young man had been dodging, and it seemed that he had no room to fight back, but was constantly retreating. "Tisk, you are quite fast, but is it all you can do to dodge?" Seeing that the bald young man in front of him was forced to retreat continuously by himself, Dai Mubai became proud again. Zhu Zuqing, who also witnessed this scene, also changed his face and thought. "Is this bald young man a fool? Oh no, I really trusted him wrongly." But at this moment, Su Chen, who had been dodging Dai Mubai's attack, showed a smile on his face. "Hehe. No matter how many times you hit me, you can't hit me, and I only need one punch to hit you. Are you sure you are ready for me to make a move?" Su Chen said as he stabilized his body. This time he did not dodge Dai Mubai's attack, but directly blocked the palm with the strong body of Saitama, the One-Punch Man. Bang! When Dai Mubai's tiger palm attacked Su Chen's chest, his originally confident face suddenly became extremely strange, and his face suddenly shrank. This! Before Dai Mubai could react, he was knocked back several steps by the huge recoil force. Feeling the severe pain in his palm, Dai Mubai finally dared not underestimate the bald young man in front of him, because through the previous attack, he felt that his tiger palm was like hitting a piece of steel, which did not cause any damage to the opponent at all, but he himself was in great pain. Dai Mubai gradually became serious, and then he stretched out both palms, and then the second soul ring on his body finally lit up. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally used his second soul skill. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Bang! I saw a white shock wave gushing out from Dai Mubai's palm and hitting Su Chen's chest heavily. But then it was just a puff of smoke that exploded. Su Chen took a look at his battle robe that was exactly the same as that of One Punch Man Saitama. The battle robe was not damaged at all, and he himself did not feel any pain. This was lighter than tickling. At this moment, Su Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. It seems that One Punch Man Saitama's body is really strong enough, so there is no need to dodge. This defense is equivalent to the maximum level in Douluo continent. It is estimated that the body alone can take Tang Hao's great Samurai hammer. Finally, he raised his face and continued to stare at Dai Mubai with bored eyes. What? You are not hurt at all, how is that possible? Dai Mubai was extremely shocked and could not help but take a step back. He finally dared not underestimate the bald young man in front of him. After all, even if a fighting soul master with soul power 10 levels higher than him, it would not be so easy when facing his attack. What tricks do you have? Use them quickly. I have already said that no matter how many times you hit me, I will not be hurt. And I only need one punch to hit you, and one punch can knock you out. Su Chen said very confidently and disdainfully. Of course, he was not joking. One punch knocked Dai Mubai out of his shit, that was when he controlled the power. If he did not control the power well, then one punch would not knock Dai Mubai out of his shit, but directly knock him through. Just like hitting that evil soul master, one punch could make him disappear completely. Originally, Dai Mubai was a little afraid of the bald young man in front of him, but when he heard that the other party used such this arrogant remark provoked him, and his proud dignity instantly made him explode. Dai Mubai's third soul ring lit up, and he became taller and more burly. Third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation. As the 1000-year soul ring lit up, Dai Mubai finally grew his strongest soul skill. Then Dai Mubai didn't say anything, and rushed towards Su Chen again like a bull, still roaring. You want to beat me, Dai Mubai? To shit, you're talking nonsense. In front of Dai Mubai, the White Tiger King Kong Transformation, Mr. Saitama, who was only 1.7 meters tall, looked very thin, and when Dai Mubai rushed over, he raised his 2 tiger claws and slapped the bald man in front of him fiercely. It seemed that he wanted to smash the bald man in front of him directly. At this time, the size difference between the two sides was indeed very large, which also made Ma Heng-jun, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but shout. Boss Dai, don't kill anyone, or it will be hard to explain to the dean. But at this time, Dai Mubai couldn't listen to Ma Heng-jun's words. He just wanted to defeat this arrogant bald young man at all costs. But before his 2 tiger palms came down, Su Chen raised his fist and hit Dai Mubai's face with a punch that was neither fast nor slow. At this moment, Dai Mubai, who was in the state of White Tiger King Kong, seemed to be petrified in an instant. The whole person froze in the air for a second, and then there was a scream. Ah! The tall and burly Dai Mubai's whole body rotated more than 10 times in the air, flew over the head of Ma Heng-jun on the side, and flew more than 20 meters away, and then hit the wall heavily, and was directly beaten back to his original shape. The whole person fell to the ground with a bang, and blood flowed out of his nose instantly, and his nose bridge was broken. Boss Dai! Seeing this scene, Ma Heng-jun was horrified and rushed to his boss Dai without hesitation, but saw Dai Mubai lying on the ground, his face pale, bleeding from his nose, and gasping for breath. Fortunately, Boss Dai is not seriously injured. Ma Heng-jun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly tried to help Dai Mubai up. But Dai Mubai's expression at this time was like a mask of pain. When he found that Ma Heng-jun wanted to help him up, he hurriedly wanted to say no, but it was too late. Ma Heng-jun had already grabbed his arm, hugged his waist, and helped him up. But after being helped up, Dai Muebai's expression became extremely embarrassed, and he didn't dare to look up. "Boss Dai, don't be depressed. I will let Tang San and the others come down immediately. Everyone will avenge you together. It's just a nosebleed. Just eat an Oscar sausage." Ma Hongzhen patted Dai Muebai's shoulder comfortingly, but suddenly smelled a strange smell. Then Ma Hongzhen looked down at the ground and was immediately shocked. "What, Dai boss, you were really beaten out, this." Chapter 68. One Punch Man. Su Chen is about to abuse Tang San, and dares to question the power of teacher Saitama. Seeing Dai Muebai being scared to pee, and really being beaten out, Ma Hongzhen couldn't stand it at the time. He quickly let go and took several steps back before finally recovering. There was no way, the smell was too bad. Then Ma Hongzhen looked back at the bald young man who was still standing at the door of the hotel, and felt his scalp tingling, and he had no courage to fight at all. After all, Dai boss, who was much more powerful than him, had been beaten out by a punch, so how could he have the courage to fight again? Originally thought it was just a joke. Unexpectedly, it really came true. This bald guy is too abnormal. He is so strong. I can't beat him by myself. I must let Tang San come down quickly. Master and the Dean. Thinking of this, Ma Hongzhen immediately released his martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, because once he released his martial spirit, there would be a distinct smell, and the whole street would be illuminated by the fire, so he thought Tang San and others would definitely notice it, and he would rush down as soon as possible. This is indeed the case. Tang San, who was originally practicing in the room, smelled something and his ears suddenly moved. Just now, that was the voice of Dai boss. And, fatty, bad, there are enemies. Tang San quickly jumped off the bed and woke up Oscar, who was already asleep. Don't sleep, Oscar, there are enemies. Dai boss and Ma Hongzhen are already fighting downstairs. Let's go to help immediately. Oscar was still in a daze. Hearing the 3 words "there are enemies," he immediately woke up. What? Someone is provoking us. Shrek again, we'll go down immediately. When Tang San and Oscar rushed out of the corridor, he saw that the door of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's room was also opened. Xiao Wu, who was wearing cool clothes, also walked out of the room and asked curiously. Brother San, what happened? There are enemies, Xiao Wu, quickly call Rongrong, let's go down together. At this time, Tang San didn't care whether Xiao Wu was dressed well or not. After he gave an order, he immediately ran down the stairs to help. Hearing the movement outside, Zhu Zuqing also slowly left the window, but seeing Dai Muebai lying on the ground with a nosebleed and wet his pants, she only felt extremely relieved at this time, accompanied by a touch of joy. Zhu Zuqing pursed her lips lightly and said to herself, I didn't expect that this person really didn't lie to me. So what was the purpose of the young man named Su Chen sending him to find me? Could it be that he really likes me, so he wants to help me get rid of Dai Muebai? Zhu Zuqing didn't have time to think about it at this time, because she heard that Tang San and Oscar, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had already gone out to help, so she had to go out too, even though she already knew everything, and she also wanted to see Dai Muebai and Ma Hongzhen get beaten. But of course this kind of thing couldn't be said. Now she is still a student of Shrek, she must play the role well. Since everyone else has gone down, she must go down too, because the Shrek 7 devils are one. Su Chen had already seen that Ma Hongzhen was calling Tang San and others, but he didn't pay attention, but rushed to Dai Muebai, as if he had teleported, frightening Dai Muebai so much that his body trembled, and he sat down on the ground again, almost dying on the spot. Feeling that the smell was a bit wrong, Su Chen quickly stepped back a few steps, looked at Dai Muebai with contempt, and said, How is it? Do you believe me now? I have told you that I am Saitama, the One Punch Man, but you still don't believe me and insist on provoking me. Now you understand, I didn't dare to hit you just now, but I was afraid that I would punch you to the point of shitting, just like now. How ugly it is, especially if the girl you like sees it later. It's really, tisk tisk. What, you, don't. Seeing that Tang San and others had already come out, thinking that Zhu Zuqing would also come out, Dai Mubai, who had been beaten, was at a loss. He didn't want Zhu Zuqing to see him in such a miserable state. Even if he was beaten to death, it would be worse than death. But he had no choice at this time. After all, it was not easy to cover up. Before he got up and ran away, he heard Tang San's familiar voice. Stop, who are you? How dare you attack Dai Boss? Of course, it was Tang San who was speaking at this time. Although he was only a blue-silver grass spirit master, he had already used Ghost Shadow Phantom at this time, and rushed to block Dai Mubai, staring at Su Chen with vigilant and angry eyes. Then Oscar, Ma Heng-jun, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also stood beside him, looking like they were going to join forces to deal with the bald young man in front of them. Only Zhu Zuqing did not take action at the first time, but just watched silently from the side. After all, she had known the truth of the matter for a long time, and she didn't want to be exposed. Facing the eyes of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Su Chen squeezed his left hand with his right hand and squeezed his fists together. After making a crackling sound, he twisted his neck again and said calmly, "As for me, of course I am One Punch Man Saitama. That Dai Mubai is your brother, right? I didn't intend to fight him, but I said I was One Punch Man and could punch him out with one punch, and he didn't believe it and had to fight me, so this is the situation in front of me." After saying that, Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. Then, he found that the old bachelor Flanders and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang also walked out of the hotel. However, the old bachelor Flanders did not rush to release his martial spirit, perhaps because he thought that Tang San and others could join forces to deal with the bald young man in front of him. "What did you say? You are One Punch Man. Why have I never heard of this name? What is your martial spirit?" Tang San was still alert and looked at Su Chen with hostility. "What is my martial spirit? Is it necessary to tell you? Anyway, I am One Punch Man. If you don't believe it, then I can only treat you like your boss Dai and punch you out with one punch." Su Chen said lightly, and it seemed that he didn't take the other 5 people seriously at all. He said that sentence lightly. "What?" Hearing the words of the bald young man in front of him, Tang San suddenly widened his eyes and his face was full of anger. Because he knew what this sentence meant. This bald young man was too arrogant. If he could endure such anger, how could he lead the team to participate in the team battle next? So Tang San, like Dai Mubai at the beginning, took the initiative to step forward and asked for a fight, saying, "I don't care if you are One Punch Man or Two Punch Man. Anyway, now that you have injured my brother, you must apologize to him. Otherwise, then you can try to see if you can punch me out." "Okay." Su Chen was extremely excited, and he continued. "It seems that you are the same as your boss Dai, both of you are mysteriously confident and don't believe in my One Punch Man's power." Chapter 69 Dai Mubai made a fool of himself in public, which made everyone feel sick. Zhu Zuqing and Su Chen exchanged glances to keep the secret. At this time, worried that Tang San would underestimate this mysterious opponent, Ma Heng-jun, who was standing aside, quickly reminded him. Third brother, you must not underestimate this hairless guy. He said he could beat people to shit, and he really could beat people to shit. The previous Dai boss was like that. Look. Dai boss has really been beaten to shit. Originally, Dai Mubai, who was sitting on the ground, thought he could get away with it, but Ma Heng-jun's words made his face turn green, and his whole expression became extremely embarrassed and full of anger. Dai Mubai quickly turned his head and yelled at Ma Heng-jun. "Fuck you, "You fat guy, is there something wrong with your brain? Why do you say such a thing?" Seeing Dai Muebai's ugly and aggrieved face, Ma Hongzhen realized that he had said the wrong thing. He waved his hands and explained. "I'm sorry, Dai boss, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to remind Tang San and the others to be careful. This hairless guy is really hard to deal with." "What, Dai boss was really beaten, that thing?" At this moment, Tang San was also a little shocked. He couldn't help but take a breath, and then he felt something was wrong. That seemed to be the smell coming from his Dai boss. Tang San's face twitched, and he quickly stepped aside, and then said to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and others who were also a little confused. "It's okay. Boss Dai has internal injuries. Everyone, stay away from Boss Dai. Don't hurt him by mistake. Just focus on dealing with this hairless enemy." Although Tang San gave Dai Muebai face and didn't say it, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing were not fools. They heard something wrong from the conversation between Dai Muebai and Ma Hongzhen just now. In addition, they smelled something wrong in the air, and they immediately understood what happened. "What? What a disgusting guy!" Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing, who was not standing with Tang San and others at this time, was the first to hide far away. She rushed out like a cat, and then in the corner next to her, she looked at Dai Muebai, who was lying on the ground, with disgust and contempt. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flashed, and she said to herself coldly, "Dai Muebai, it seems that he was really hit by the man who called himself One Punch Man Saitama. It's really a case of evil being punished. You went out to find a woman in the middle of the night, you deserve it. Look at your disgusting and cowardly expression." Although Zhu Zuqing was embarrassed to say it, she certainly knew what happened. Moreover, she witnessed it with her own eyes by the window at that time. It was Dai Muebai who was making a fuss first, and then he was knocked down by a punch, and even his internal injuries were caused. It was really disgusting. Originally, even if she heard Dai Muebai say such disgusting words, after all, the two of them had common memories, Zhu Zuqing would not completely start to hate Dai Muebai, but at this moment, she looked at Dai Muebai sitting on the ground with an angry and cowardly look, and she just felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart. Although Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong did not say anything to his face, they still couldn't help but cover their noses, and then quickly moved away from Dai Muebai with Tang San. "It seems, you didn't know what happened until now, Tang San. Knowing what happened to your boss Dai, do you still dare to challenge me?" Su Chen stepped on his feet and moved quickly, appearing in front of Tang San and others again. "This guy is so fast." Tang San's face darkened. He was no longer as confident as before. Then Ma Hongzhen also came to him, and then Ma Hongzhen said with a guilty conscience, "Brother San, except for Boss Dai, can the six of us defeat this guy together?" Just now, Boss Dai has already used all his soul skills, but he couldn't do anything to this guy. Instead, he was knocked down by a punch. Hearing Ma Hongzhen's words, Tang San's face changed slightly, but after thinking about it, he calmed down and said, "It's okay, don't worry, I'm here. Boss Dai has been injured recently, his legs and feet are not very flexible, and he can't exert his full strength. This bald guy can beat Boss Dai, but it doesn't mean he can beat me, Tang San. Don't forget that I am a control-type soul master, and you are here to help me. We, the Shrek 7 monsters, have never lost in dozens of consecutive group battles. Are we afraid of a bald guy?" Tang San's words were obviously to boost morale. After hearing his words, Ma Hongzhen was not so nervous, and Xiao Wu and Oscar next to him were also ready for battle immediately. Ning Rongrong retreated to the back and released the 7 treasures glazed tower. The 7 treasures turn into glazed, one is strength, the other is speed. I saw several colorful lights entering Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongzhen. They stood in the front, and seemed to be ready to fight to the death with Su Chen. "Hey! Looking at the arrogant Tang San in front of him, Su Chen touched his bald head helplessly and said, "Tang San, I didn't intend to bully you at first. I just wanted to beat you to your knees and call you daddy. But now, not only do you need to kneel down and call me daddy, but you also have to admit that you are an unfilial son. This is the price you pay for not respecting my One-Punch Man Saitama." "What?" Su Chen's words stunned everyone in front of him, including Zhu Zuqing, who had just walked out of the corner and looked at Su Chen in surprise. "No way, why is this Saitama talking so arrogantly? Such a person is just Su Chen's younger brother. Then who is he?" At this moment, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but think of Su Chen and Hinata together in her mind, and then she quickly came to Tang San and others, ready to fight with Tang San and others. Of course, Zhu Zuqing was just acting, because at this moment, Su Chen's eyes just fell on her cold face. Then, Su Chen, who transformed into One-Punch Man Saitama, secretly winked at Zhu Zuqing. Su Chen could see that Zhu Zuqing was just acting in the battle, so he had to let Zhu Zuqing know that he would not hurt her. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, Zhu Zuqing pursed her red lips, looked at Su Chen with a meaningful look, and then quickly looked away. Obviously, Zhu Zuqing also wanted to tell Su Chen that she didn't really want to participate in the battle, so she hoped that Su Chen would keep the secret between them for her secret. This is of course a tacit understanding between Su Chen and Zhu Zuqing. After Zhu Zuqing withdrew her gaze, Su Chen also quickly withdrew his gaze, pretending that he didn't know Zhu Zuqing at all. However, he felt a little comfortable in his heart, because Zhu Zuqing's sneaky look back in the dark just now was so charming. Such a little cat girl should belong to him, Su Chen. Among the three beauties of Shrek, he only needs Zhu Zuqing. "What, you dare to say that you want to beat me, Tang San, to kneel down and call daddy?" It was not until this time that Tang San suddenly reacted, his face became very fierce, and there was a murderous look in his eyes, staring at the bald young man in front of him. This is not because Tang San has a bad temper, but mainly because the bald young man in front of him said too arrogantly, saying that he didn't plan to bully him, as long as he beat him to kneel down and call daddy. Can this be tolerated? Of course Tang San can't tolerate it. Chapter 70 Tang San uses blue-silver grass to entangle, almost making One-Punch Man Saitama laugh to death. "Yes, that's what I said, but that's not enough, you have to call yourself an unfilial son." Facing Tang San's fierce expression, Su Chen said these words calmly as if he didn't see anything. Finally, he touched his mouth and couldn't help yawning. Tang San was completely angry now, because he had lived for so long, and no one had ever dared to despise him like this. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy and scary. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun beside him couldn't help feeling scared when they saw Tang San's appearance at this time. Oscar looked at the bald young man opposite with sympathy, and said to himself in his heart, "It's over, this guy is over, he dared to insult Xiao San like this, although Xiao San looks gentle on the surface, but when he gets angry, he is much more terrible than Dalu Da." After these days of getting along, Oscar and Ma Hongjun knew that Tang San was terrible when he got angry, so he got the title of Thousand Hand Shura. "Brother San, don't be too impulsive." At this time, Xiao Wu took the initiative to step forward and grab Tang San's arm, then she glanced at Su Chen standing in front of everyone and said to Tang San, "You don't have to take his words to heart, he is just a poor guy, he doesn't even have hair, we will beat him down hard later, let him kneel down and admit his mistakes to us." After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San was not so angry. Just now, he almost wanted to use the hidden weapon Shenu to solve the bald young man in front of him, but now he felt that it was unnecessary. Just like Xiao Wu said, let this boastful bald man suffer the consequences, kneeling down to apologize is also good. Tang San took a deep breath and said to Su Chen in front of him, "You want to beat me, Tang San, to kneel down and call me daddy, and you want me to call myself an unfilial son? You bald guy, it's so easy for you to say that. Although I don't know where you came from, but now, it's too late for you to regret. I, Tang-san, have never been insulted like this, and no one has ever dared to talk to me, Tang-san, like this. Oh, you are so awesome, Tang-san. Looking at Tang-san, who was trying hard to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, Su Chen scratched his bald head again and said with a smile. Then I said, what can you do to me? Then go to hell. The careless attitude of this bald young man finally completely angered Tang-san. 3 soul rings rose from his feet in an instant. Finally, he stretched out his right hand, and more than a dozen thick blue-silver grass instantly entangled Su Chen. Blue-silver grass, entangle. Yes, Tang-san had already used his first soul skill at this time, and this guy shouted arrogantly. Oh my god, it's actually blue-silver grass entanglement. You're using blue-silver grass entanglement on my One-Punch Man Saitama? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Tang-san once again stretching out blue-silver grass entanglement, Su Chen suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. This was indeed too funny, so he didn't dodge or defend at all, and was instantly tied up by more than a dozen thick blue-silver grasses. But Su Chen's laughter still didn't stop. This made Tang-san couldn't help but stare and roar at Su Chen. What are you laughing at, you guy? What's so funny? Su Chen forced himself to hold back his laughter at this time and looked at Tang-san and said. Of course I'm laughing at your blue-silver grass entanglement. I finally saw the power of your blue-silver grass entanglement today. No wonder it can make Emperor Huang Tian laugh to death, and even my One-Punch Man Saitama almost got hit. Hearing Su Chen's words, Tang-san was completely confused, and he couldn't help but say. What a mess! Who is the Emperor of Desolate Heaven? Have I ever seen him? The Emperor of Desolate Heaven. Su Chen thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, of course you haven't seen him. You, the great god King Tang, can't even beat a chicken in the village. Tang-san was unhappy again, and he said angrily. You dare to say that I can't even beat a chicken? Very good, then let you see how powerful I am, look at my mandrake snake venom. Then, the dozen thick blue-silver grasses wrapped around Su Chen released green snake venom, but how could it work for Su Chen who had transformed into One-Punch Man Saitama? He didn't even feel it. Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little bored and yawned again. But Tang-san thought Su Chen has been poisoned, the guy said with a smug look on his face. Maybe your fighting power is not that weak, but it's a pity that you met me, Tang-san. In front of my blue-silver grass, your strength can't be exerted at all. Today I will let you understand that a fighting soul master who relies only on brute force will never beat a control soul master. This is also what my teacher said. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Wu next to him and said. Now this guy has been tied up by my blue-silver grass. Xiao Wu, go over now, hold down his bald head, and let him kneel down and apologize to us. The reason why Tang-san asked Xiao Wu to go at this time was of course to show off, and he wanted to show off his powerful strength in front of Xiao Wu. Okay, third brother, you are really powerful. Then I will let this arrogant guy kneel down and apologize to us. Xiao Wu certainly did not refuse. She was also more playful. She nodded happily and was ready to step forward to attack Su Chen. But at this moment, Zhu Zuking's face suddenly changed, and then she immediately rushed to Xiao Wu and said to Tang-san. Wait, let me go, this person just hurt Dai Mubai. I should be the one to vent Dai Mubai's anger. Zhu Zuking said this with a guilty conscience, because she didn't want to vent Dai Mubai's anger at all, but wanted to see what happened to Saitama. He shouldn't be tied up by Tang-san's blue-silver grass like this, right? Zhu Zuking thought to herself, and took the initiative to walk towards Su Chen. So that's the case, I thought Zhu Zuking you didn't care about Dai boss. Tang San looked at Zhu Zoking's sexy back, then asked Xiao Wu to retreat, and then said, "Then you can vent Dai Boss's anger, it couldn't be better." Tang San and others certainly didn't doubt Zhu Zoking, and when Zhu Zoking walked in front of Su Chen, they found that the bald Saitama was still smiling. "What's wrong with you? If you don't use your real skills, I'll press your bald head and make you apologize to them." When she walked in front of Su Chen, Zhu Zoking said in a very low voice. "What? You're going to press my bald head?" "No, Mr. Saitama's bald head. How can that be possible?" Su Chen was shocked, and he immediately woke up, then stepped on it and shattered all the blue-silver grass around him into powder. Chapter 71 Rogue Rabbit Xiao Wu meets One Punch Man Saitama, this is too embarrassing. Not bad. Seeing the bald young man in front of him shattering all the blue-silver grass, Zhu Zoking's face showed a faint smile. This One Punch Man Saitama is really not that simple, so I'm relieved. Thinking in his heart, Zhu Zoking immediately pretended to be a little panicked under the gaze of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and others, and immediately attacked Su Chen. However, her eyes were somewhat meaningful, and she licked her lips gently. She was indeed a little cat. Su Chen admired Zhu Zoking's expression at the moment, secretly winked at him, and quickly dodged her attack and rushed towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. "What, my blue-silver grass, actually?" Tang San only reacted at this time. He was panicked and immediately stepped back a few steps, releasing a few thick blue-silver grass again. Xiao Wu next to him quickly stood in front of Tang San, was tied up by Tang San with blue-silver grass, and quickly attacked. This is the meteor hammer that Tang San and Xiao Wu used before. But facing Su Chen, who has now transformed into a group of Superman Saitama, this is of course impossible to have any effect. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was fiercely ramming towards him under the control of Tang San's blue-silver grass, Su Chen put away the smile on his face at this moment, spread his hands and said, "Tang San, your blue-silver grass entanglement is really powerful. It almost made me laugh to death just now. But apart from this move, you have no chance of defeating my One Punch Man Saitama. Even if you have become a god, the result will be the same." Yes, in Su Chen's opinion, if Tang San wants to defeat Emperor Desolate and his One Punch Man Saitama, there is really only one way, that is to use blue-silver grass entanglement to make himself and Emperor Desolate laugh to death together. Other than that, there is no other way. Fuck you. Hearing the meaning of Su Chen's words, Tang San was unhappy all of a sudden and couldn't help shouting. "My blue-silver grass entanglement is a powerful control skill, not used to make you laugh to death. I wonder if you can still laugh in a while." While Tang San was talking, Xiao Wu had already approached Su Chen at a very fast speed, and raised her two slender and powerful legs, strangling Su Chen, who had transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, fiercely. Seeing this scene, Tang San's face was happy, and he shouted loudly. "Well done, Xiao Wu, now use your first soul skill Waist Bow, plus the power of my blue-silver grass, I will definitely be able to throw this guy into the sky, and then throw him to the ground, so that he can never get up again. Don't worry, third brother, at such a close distance, even Teacher Zhao can't resist my Waist Bow, let alone this person. I will definitely throw him away fiercely." Xiao Wu launched an attack in the air while responding to Tang San, and then, his first soul ring lit up instantly. Su Chen had already stopped at this moment. He deliberately stood still, watching Xiao Wu's two slender and powerful legs strangle his neck. What is there to be afraid of? Of course there is no need to be afraid, nor to hide, because he has now transformed into One Punch Man Saitama. Then, Xiao Wu's two beautiful legs smoothly strangled Su Chen's neck. Xiao Wu's pretty face suddenly lit up, and she shouted out a sentence very confidently. "First soul skill, Waist Bow, goodbye, bald head." In Xiao Wu's impression, the opponent who has been strangled by her slender legs has never been able to escape, so at this time she is full of confidence, and there is a trace of smile on her face. But after shouting this sentence, Xiao Wu suddenly felt something was wrong. She subconsciously wanted to do her best to throw the bald young man out, but she felt that her legs were extremely heavy and could not shake the bald young man no matter what. It was as if she was facing a mountain. What's going on, you? How can you stand here motionless? After trying several times in a row, Xiao Wu couldn't throw the bald young man out. Xiao Wu was anxious all of a sudden. Therefore, she was still in the air at this time. If she couldn't throw the bald young man out with the waist bow, then her situation would be extremely embarrassing. Everyone can imagine such a scene. Especially with Tang San watching from behind. Hee. Su Chen couldn't help but touch his bald head at this time and said with a smile. Sometimes don't say too much, little rabbit, if you can't do it, isn't it embarrassing? Just like now. Then Su Chen took a deep breath, but didn't fight back, as if he was deliberately standing there to be beaten. You. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and tried to throw Su Chen out several times in a row, but she couldn't do it. Her face turned red. Tang San, who was pulling Xiao Wu with the blue-silver grass from behind, felt something was wrong at this time, and he asked hurriedly. What's going on? Xiao Wu. Can't you shake this guy off? Yes, third brother. Xiao Wu responded quickly. I've tried my best, but there's no way to make this guy move even a little bit. Even if I'm facing Teacher Zhao, it's impossible. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice was a little anxious, Tang San said in disbelief. It's impossible. With Rong's assistance, your strength is already 4 times as strong as before. Could it be that Saitama is really that powerful? Xiao Wu, come back quickly. Let's change to the second set of attack. After a few seconds of stunned, Tang San immediately urged the blue-silver grass to pull Xiao Wu back, and then Xiao Wu's legs turned in the air and kicked Su Chen's shoulders again. Chapter 72, Su Chen, transformed into One-Punch Man, enjoys Zhu Zuking's massage, Yu Xiaogong's mysterious confidence. Su Chen still did not dodge. After being kicked by Xiao Wu's long legs for a few times, he felt like he was being massaged, so comfortable that he couldn't help but close his eyes and said with some enjoyment. Hey, it seems that your third brother really doesn't care about you. Xiao Wu actually asked you to massage me in front of him. This should be considered a foot massage. What, this guy, this defense is too strong. Su Chen's actions at this time also stunned Tang San. When he saw the enjoyment on Su Chen's face, he suddenly felt a burst of anger burning from his chest, and then he shouted directly. Fatty, Zuking, you two should also attack this One-Punch Man Saitama together. I want to see how tough he is. Yes, third brother. Ma Hongjun nodded immediately, and saw him jump up from the side, and a flame spurted out of his mouth, condensing into a line of fire, burning towards Su Chen. After noticing Ma Hongjun's phoenix flame, Su Chen still didn't even look at it, but was worried that the flame would burn Saitama's battle robe, so he directly punched out lightly and hit the oncoming phoenix flame back. Yes, the phoenix fire line sprayed towards Su Chen, after being hit back by Su Chen's punch, was incredibly fast. Ma Hongjun, who was performing soul skills, had not yet reacted, and suddenly felt his mouth burning, and his tongue was almost burned. Wow, so hot, so hot. Ma Hongjun realized at this time that the phoenix flame he had just sprayed out had actually returned by itself and was forced into his mouth. He screamed on the spot and quickly rolled on the ground. Then Zhu Zuking, who was behind, attacked Su Chen after hearing Tang San's words, but she was obviously unwilling to do so. She just didn't want Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to suspect that she had betrayed Shrek. So she still attacked Su Chen with a complicated face, but she just gently scratched Su Chen's back with her cat claws, which made Su Chen feel extremely comfortable. Sensing Zhu Zuking's complicated expression, he quietly turned his head and hinted Zhu Zuqing in a very low voice. Now you see my strength, right? Little cat girl, you actually hate the Shrek group. In the future, just follow my big brother Su Chen. Not only can you get rid of this group, but you can also get rid of your fate. Since the two were very close at this time, and cats have very sharp hearing, Zhu Zuqing almost understood what Su Chen meant. Her expression changed slightly, and then under Su Chen's gaze, she nodded secretly. Then he continued to attack Su Chen, but his attack became lighter and lighter, just acting. This made Su Chen very comfortable. After enjoying Zhu Zuqing's massage and Xiao Wu's foot massage-like attack for a while, he finally accelerated and rushed directly to Tang San, saying confidently, "Tang San, don't you still believe in my strength as One Punch Man Saitama? No matter how you attack me, nothing will happen to me, but I hit you, just a light punch can knock your shit out, believe it or not." At this time, in order to humiliate Tang San, Su Chen deliberately slowed down his speed after getting rid of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, so that Tang San could have a chance to fight back. Originally, Tang San felt a little numb on his scalp, but when he heard Su Chen's words that he could knock his shit out, he got angry again, stretched out his hand directly to his 24 Bridges Moonlight Knight, looked at Su Chen fiercely and said, "Since you are so rude, don't blame me, Tang San, for being ruthless." At this moment, Tang San's hands moved quickly, like a ghost hand. In just a few seconds, he had released all 72 poisonous needles that were full of innuendos, and all of them attacked Su Chen in front of him. Seeing this scene, the cowardly master Yu Xiaogang on the side also showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then he also stretched out his hand to stop the old bachelor Flanders who was ready to help, and said, "My own disciple Tang San, I know that he will not be defeated so easily. Although this young man who calls himself One Punch Man Saitama is indeed a bit weird, if Tang San throws away all constraints to fight, his strength is far more than that. So it's not time for you, Rand, to take action now, let Xiao San continue to play." Hearing the words of the cowardly Yu Xiaogang, the old bachelor Flanders' face changed, and he couldn't help asking, "You mean, this kid, does he really have another martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer?" Yes, the old bachelor Flanders and Akala Zhaowuji, who had already seen Clear Sky Douluo Xiao Wang, of course knew about the existence of the Clear Sky Hammer. On the night after Tang San hit Zhao Wuji hard with the Clear Sky Hammer during the entrance exam, Zhao Wuji actually knew that Tang San had twin martial souls, so Flanders also basically knew about it. For his old brother Flanders, the cowardly and useless Xiaogang certainly did not hide it. He just nodded confidently and said, "That's right, Xiao San's other spirit formation is the Clear Sky Hammer, which is the nemesis of all strong attack spirits. Therefore, even if the man who calls himself Saitama has terrible strength and defense, as long as Xiao San secretly releases the Clear Sky Hammer, he will be easily defeated." Chapter 73 Tang San was punched and cried in front of Xiao Wu, completely embarrassed. Looking at the confident old face of the cowardly Jade Xiaogang, Flanders, as an old brother, also believed his words at this time, then nodded and said, "Okay, then it depends on Tang San's performance next. For so many days, the Shrek 7 monsters have won dozens of games in a row under Tang San's leadership. I also believe in Tang San's ability." The cowardly Jade Xiaogang nodded in agreement. When he saw Tang San use the hidden weapon 72 and the venomous needle at close range against the One Punch Man Su Chen, a trace of relief appeared in his eyes, and then he took the initiative to shout, "Tang San, this is not a big fighting arena. I allow you to use special weapons against unknown enemies." Hearing the voice of the cowardly Yu Xiaogang, Tang San's face lit up, and he also responded, "I know, teacher." Then, in Tang San's other hand, the already made Zudge Divine Crossbow immediately appeared. He aimed the Zudge Divine Crossbow at Su Chen who was rushing towards him, and said arrogantly, "You, the One Punch Man Saitama, if you stop and beg for mercy now and apologize to all of us, then I will not use the Zudge divine crossbow and can spare your life. Otherwise, as long as I press it lightly, you will leave this world immediately. The attack power of the 72 poisonous needles with innuendos is not very strong, but it can poison the opponent. Under the influence of the poison, the opponent's defense will drop rapidly and become extremely fragile. At this time, firing the Zudge divine crossbow again can instantly pierce the opponent's heart with an arrow. At least below the Soul Emperor, Tang San was confident that he could do it, and the bald young man Saitama in front of him obviously did not reach the Soul Emperor's strength. Ha 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 ha, you made my dad laugh to death, Tang San, with these broken copper and rotten iron, you still want to hurt your dad. At this time, Su Chen was really disdainful and felt very funny. Of course, he didn't need to take these hidden weapons seriously, otherwise it would be an insult to teacher Saitama. So Su Chen just waved his battle robe lightly, and took the 72 poisonous needles with innuendos, making all of them explode into broken iron. As for the poison, Su Chen naturally ignored it completely, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. You guys go to hell. Tang San didn't care about anything at this time, and directly released Zudge Shen crossbow. At such a close distance of less than 5 meters, he felt that even a titled Douluo could not avoid this attack. Puff! The arrow from Zudge's divine crossbow had really shot over. Su Chen did not dodge it, and when the arrow touched his chest, it instantly turned into powder and shattered completely. What? He watched helplessly as the arrow from Zudge's divine crossbow shattered in front of Su Chen's chest. After that, Tang San opened his mouth wide, and the whole person was in a state of astonishment. When Tang San was about to attack again, Su Chen's fist had already hit him lightly in the stomach. Yes, at this moment, Su Chen appeared in front of Tang San in an instant, and then hit him lightly in the stomach. Although this speed was very slow for him, it seemed as fast as teleportation to Tang San, Daimyo Bai, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang and others. Ah! Tang San had no chance to fight back at all. He only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and the whole person seemed to explode, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Third brother, ah! Seeing Tang San vomiting blood, Xiao Wu, who was not far away, shouted hurriedly and rushed over regardless of everything. But Su Chen ignored the rogue rabbit Xiao Wu. When the rogue thief Xiao Wu was about to attack him, he teleported and appeared 100 meters away. This time, the rogue rabbit Xiao Wu did not plan to attack Su Chen anymore, but rushed towards Tang San. Tang San was hit by a punch and flew dozens of meters away. At this time, his body finally fell to the ground uncontrollably. Ah! Tang San immediately screamed in pain, holding his stomach tightly with one hand. Then Xiao Wu came to him and shouted anxiously. Brother San, how are you? I'm fine, Xiao Wu, I won't die, don't worry. Tang San said this reluctantly, his face was pale, and his body was shaking and trembling. No. Brother San, you must be fine, you scared Xiao Wu to death. Xiao Wu looked worried, and quickly grabbed Tang San's arm and shouted to the side at the same time. Oscar, come here quickly. I'm coming. Oscar had just recovered from his shock at this time. He nodded quickly and rushed over with a few healing sausages and detoxifying sausages. Ma Hongjun had just put out the fire in his mouth at this time. He was panting and was shocked when he saw Tang San being knocked down. He rushed over immediately. Only Zhu Zuqing watched this scene from a distance. She didn't come to see Tang San. Instead, she secretly glanced at the bald young man Saitama next to her, thinking with great relief in her heart. It seems that this Saitama is really powerful. Tang San, that guy, always protects Daimyo Bai like a coward, and he also likes to point fingers at me in the fighting spirit. What kind of person is he? I hope he will be beaten to shit like Daimyo Bai, that disgusting guy. If it were the original Zhu Zuqing, she would naturally not have such a strong hostility towards Tang San, but after accidentally hearing the conversation between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun tonight, he immediately felt that none of the men in Lake Academy were good people, and they often fooled around together, which meant that they were all birds of a feather. Zhu Zuqing has always felt that men are dirty. Now, for Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, she only feels disgusted, so she naturally won't rush over to visit Tang San, but just look at him from a distance and pretend. In addition to the rogue rabbit Xiaohu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who had already come to Tang San, suddenly felt something was wrong. They both smelled a different smell. Chapter 74 Tang San took out the clear sky hammer to fight against Superman Saitama. Do you want to make me laugh to death again? Oscar hadn't reacted yet, he just took a few breaths, and then quickly stuffed 2 healing sausages into Tang San's mouth. At this time, Tang San would definitely not be vague when eating sausages. He finished the 2 healing sausages in a few bites, and his face looked better. But then, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and the originally relaxed face suddenly became extremely ugly, especially when he found Xiao Wu grabbing his arm. He quickly turned over, as if trying to cover up something. Then, Ma Hongjun, who was not very sober, squeaked and whined. Third brother. Is he also like Dai Laude, being beaten to shit? No, is he injured? Ma Hongjun's words immediately changed Xiao Wu and Oscar's faces, and they realized that at this time Tang San also had a smell like Dai Mubai. It was like being hit and injured. The 2 of them couldn't help but take a few steps back, including Xiao Wu. After all, it was too disgusting. Even if it was her favorite third brother, she couldn't bear it. Ning Rongrong, who was standing by, seemed to understand at this time. She also took a few steps back and said with some fear. Third. Is the third brother like this? How can this person be so powerful? He can't be like the previous Uchiha Madara. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, several people were silent. It was not until a few seconds later that Xiao Wu hurriedly shook her head and said angrily to Ma Hongjun. What are you talking about? The third brother is not like that. This person is just a little better at punching and kicking. How can he be compared with the previous Uchiha Madara? I will beat him now and avenge the third brother. At this time, Xiao Wu was naturally very loyal to Tang San. After she said this, she stepped on her feet and stared at Su Chen with a pair of beautiful eyes. She was really ready to avenge her third brother. Stop, Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Tang San, who was sitting on the ground, quickly stopped Xiao Wu. Then he stood up tremblingly and looked at Su Chen with fierce and unbelievable eyes. Su Chen said helplessly at this time. I'm sorry, Tang San, I warned you just now, I don't want to hit you, because I can punch you to shit, but you just don't believe it, just like Dai Mubai before, so now, you are the same as him. Su Chen really controlled the power of the punch just now, so he was able to just hit Tang San's shit, but not to hurt him too badly. After taking Oscar's 2 healing sausages in a row, Tang San was obviously still capable of fighting except for being beaten. Tang San gritted his teeth hard, then covered his stomach with one hand, his eyes were fierce, and he said with a grin. I underestimated you just now, but, you also completely angered me. Even if you are one punch man, I, Tang San, am Thousand Hands Shura. I will let you know the price of humiliating me. Thousand Hands Shura, oops. Su Chen touched his bald head nonchalantly and said with a smile. So powerful, but I just said that no matter what means you use, I only need one punch. The previous punch has already knocked out your shit, so the next punch will make you kneel down and call me daddy, and you have to call yourself an unfilial son. Fuck you, Dai, it's not over yet. Tang San roared, and saw sharp spider spears appearing behind him one after another. These were the external soul bones 8 spider spears he absorbed in the Star-Do Great Forest not long ago. Obviously, Tang San is really starting to take it seriously now. Of course, he can't use the 8 spider spears against ordinary enemies. Seeing that Tang San has released the 8 spider spears, the cowardly waste Yu Xiaogang who was standing at the door of the hotel breathed a sigh of relief again and said, Xiao San should have been careless just now, so he was injured by this bald head. Now Xiao San has released the 8 spider spear soul bones, plus his hidden weapons and clear sky hammer, he won't be easily defeated this time. The old bachelor Flanders on the side nodded doubtfully and said, Okay, then it depends on Tang San. Mu Bai should be in trouble now, and the others can't help much. It depends on how much potential this kid Tang San has. Although the cowardly Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders were far away from Su Chen at this time, he still heard the conversation between the two under the abnormal hearing of One Punch Man Saitama, and he laughed in his heart at that time. Still see how much potential Tang San has? Isn't it just a matter of one punch? In front of One Punch Man Saitama, even if Tang San's father came, it would still be a matter of one punch. His father's grandfather came, and it would still be a matter of one punch. But Tang San didn't think so. At this time, he had already performed the Ghost Domain Mirage, waving the 8 spider lance behind him, and rushed towards Su Chen. At the same time, Zhuzh's divine crossbow appeared in one of his hands again. He raised Zhuzh's divine crossbow and fired at Su Chen several times in a row. Tang San has not yet made the King of Hell post, so the enhanced version of Zhuzh's divine crossbow is the strongest hidden weapon he has now. Bang 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 bang! Several crossbow arrows came through the air, but Su Chen stretched out a finger and gently drew it in the air in front of him, and instantly stopped the crossbow arrows, as if they were frozen. Then Su Chen flicked his finger, and the crossbow arrows burst in the air like snowflakes, turning into broken iron that could not be seen by the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Tang San was slightly startled, but he did not stop, but quickly put the Zhuzh divine crossbow back, and hid his left hand behind him. It seems that hidden weapons can't kill this bald guy, then we can only rely on the clear sky hammer. Under the poisonous invasion of the 8 spider lance, coupled with the sudden attack of the clear sky hammer, it will definitely be able to severely injure this bald Saitama. This is exactly what Tang San thought, and he saw that a hammer had been quietly released from his left hand. It was the clear sky hammer, the world's #1 weapon spirit that made the entire Douluo continent feel terrified. Su Chen saw the small movement of Tang San's left hand at a glance, but he ignored it because it was useless. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are just futile. Sure enough, after rushing in front of Su Chen, Tang San immediately roared, and then stabbed all 8 sharp spider spears behind him at Su Chen. Ah! At this time, Tang San's roar was like killing a pig. However, Su Chen did feel a little bored. Looking at the 8 spider spears getting closer and closer, he dodged them with a sideways movement, and then he slowly raised his fist and swung it out at an extremely slow speed. Why so slow? Of course, it was to avoid beating Tang San to death and give him some face. But in fact, it doesn't matter whether it's fast or slow. As long as you clench your fist and hit the opponent, you can cause a one-hit kill effect. This may be the invincible bug that breaks the limiter. So at this time, Su Chen did not clench his fist, so as to avoid triggering the invincibility bug, including the few punches just now. Su Chen's slow punch naturally gave Tang San time to react. He turned quickly and saw the bald young man's oncoming fist, but suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha! With such a slow punch, you want to compete with me, Tang San? Then next, I will show you what real power is. After saying this, Tang San raised his left hand directly, and then quickly greeted Su Chen's unclenched fist. At the same time, the clear sky hammer had slowly flowed out of Tang San's left hand and smashed towards Su Chen's fist. Yes, the real power that Tang San was talking about at this time was obviously what he had been thinking for a long time. The second martial soul, Clear Sky Hammer, has never been used. But the Clear Sky Hammer, which is known as the world's #1 martial soul, is not a joke in front of the fist of One Punch Man Saitama. Chapter 75 One Punch Man Su Chen knocked Tang San to the ground in front of everyone, and Yu Xiaogang was anxious. This is of course a joke, and a very funny joke. But at this time, the people on Shrek's side did not think so. Instead, they thought that this bald man who called himself One Punch Man was a joke. So the first one to laugh was the coward Yu Xiaogang. That guy had a short flat head, and his smile was so wretched and scary. Ha 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 ha. This bald guy actually dared to use his fist to fight Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer head on. He is looking for death. This blow can decide the winner. The coward Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but say what was in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face that was difficult to conceal. Old Bachelor Flanders did not object to Yu Xiaogang's words, because he also knew the power of the Clear Sky Hammer. At that time, his old brother Zhao Wuji was hit hard by the Clear Sky Hammer and flew away. Even Zhao Wuji, who was known as the Akala, could not resist the ordinary attack of the Clear Sky Hammer, let alone this ordinary-looking bald man. Perhaps because he was worried that his Clear Sky Hammer would be seen by others, Tang San acted very secretly at this time. When he was about to collide with Su Chen's fist, he quickly spread his palm, and then saw the small hammer over there gushing out from his palm and getting bigger and bigger. Use fist to touch the Clear Sky Hammer? If it was Su Chen before the transformation, he would never dare to do this. After all, he was also a mortal, but now that he has transformed into One Punch Man Saitama, it doesn't matter at all. So Su Chen's face, which was exactly the same as Saitama's, also showed a smile, and then he gently smashed his unclenched fist out, just hitting the Clear Sky Hammer. Bang! There was a loud bang, and it exploded in the air. Then Tang San's face, which was originally full of confidence, was completely frozen, as if it had turned into a mask of pain. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something extremely terrible. No! 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 Tang San's lips trembled, because he had already felt the violent recoil from the Clear Sky Hammer, which made his palm extremely painful, and then his whole body flew out uncontrollably. Ah! 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 Tang San, who was hit hard, suddenly screamed. Why did he scream suddenly at this moment? Of course, it was because after Su Chen hit the Clear Sky Hammer with a punch, his martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer, happened to hit his chest, and then disappeared instantly. Just like that, Tang San was actually smashed out by his own martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his consciousness was a little blurred, and he felt a buzzing in his head. No! No! Can't do this, ah! It hurts! Tang San kept shaking his head in the air, sounding very silly. All this happened in a flash, and when Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong reacted, they saw that Tang San had already flown over their heads and then hit a wall heavily. What, third brother? Little San? Oscar and Ma Hongjun reacted first, and they rushed over to see Tang San's injuries. The cowardly waste Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders finally couldn't stand it anymore, and they also rushed over here to see how Tang San was injured. After all, they also knew that Tang San was the son of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. If he was really beaten to death by a punch like this, they would definitely be blamed, and they would have to bear the wrath of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao at that time. These two guys definitely don't have the courage to bear the wrath of Haoshan Douluo. Tang San, what happened to him? Could he be beaten to shit like me? Dai Mubai looked at Tang San from a distance, his face solemn, empathizing with him. Soon, Oscar and Ma Hongjun helped Tang San up, but at this time Tang San was already bleeding from his nose and his face was pale. Su Chen, who had just landed from the air, stepped on it and appeared in front of Tang San like a phantom. Su Chen's sudden appearance scared Oscar and Ma Hong-jun. Then the two looked at each other, but found that Tang San had disappeared. What, Tang San? Third brother! The two shouted, but saw that Tang San had fallen not far away, and one foot was on his back. The owner of this foot is of course Su Chen. At this time, he is also One Punch Man Su Chen, because he is not so powerful or arrogant at ordinary times. Hee. Looking at Tang San who was stepped on his back, Su Chen's face, which was exactly the same as Saitama, showed a smile, and then he covered his nose and said, Tang San, it feels bad to be beaten, right? Do you want me to kick you here to make you more aware of the feeling? Then Su Chen slowly put his foot on Tang San's back, facing his stomach. Tang San's eyes suddenly widened, and others might not understand what Su Chen said meaning, but he knew it, because he knew that he had been beaten so badly, if he was kicked again, he would probably. In that case, there was no way to hide it. No. No, what are you going to do? You bastard, let me go quickly. Tang San was frightened and scared, bleeding from his nose, but still refused to compromise. Su Chen had no choice now, he had to look at Tang San's fatal point and said. Since you still don't accept it, and think that my One Punch Man Saitama is not powerful, then I can only make you never find happiness again. Anyway, you are useless, you will only embarrass yourself, right? What? Let Tang San go quickly, come to me, Yu Xiaogang. A voice sounded behind him. It turned out that the coward Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders had already appeared behind Su Chen at this time, but they did not dare to act rashly, because they were afraid that Su Chen would directly kill Tang San. You. Su Chen looked back at the cowardly Yu Xiaogang's short flat head, then stretched out a finger and shook it, saying, I won't bully you today because you are too cowardly. I want your disciple Tang San to kneel down and call me daddy, otherwise, his second half of life will be ruined. After saying that, Su Chen slowly raised his foot and aimed it at Tang San. He means, no. No. You should stop it quickly, otherwise, I, Flanders, will definitely kill you. When the old bachelor Flanders saw Su Chen's foot about to kick Tang San's body, he panicked and spoke immediately. Yu Xiaogang's legs were shaking with anxiety, and he shouted hurriedly. You despicable thing, even if you have already defeated Tang San, why do you have to humiliate him like this? What is your purpose? Purpose? No, I don't have any purpose. Su Chen showed a mysterious smile on his face, then reached out and touched the back of Tang San's head lying on the ground, and said. Tang San is a bit stubborn, so I just want him to kneel down and call me daddy. If you don't want to see him completely ruined and never find a wife for the rest of his life, then take the initiative to persuade him to kneel down and call me daddy, so that I can spare his life. Chapter 76 Tang San was beaten and shouted for his daddy, and the third brother was finally scared. After saying this, Su Chen had already lost his patience and was ready to kick Tang San hard. Stop! At the critical moment, the coward Yu Xiaogang roared again. Su Chen's foot stopped slightly in the air, but he didn't kick down. Just a smile appeared on his face, and then he slowly put his foot down and continued to step on Tang San's back, making it impossible for Tang San to fight back. Sure enough, as Su Chen expected, at this time, Master Yu Xiaogang hurriedly began to persuade Tang San. Xiao San, this guy is holding you hostage to threaten us, and we can't do anything. For your safety, why don't you compromise temporarily? Otherwise, your second half of life will be ruined. Even if we kill him, you can't recover. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San anxiously. After all, he was over 40 years old. He still knew what was important and what was not important. Seeing Tang San still grinning and looking unconvinced, he was very anxious. He was afraid that this bald guy would really kick Tang San to death today, and Tang San would be too pitiful. The most important thing is that if this matter is known by Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, he and the old bachelor Flanders will definitely not escape. After all, with your Haoshan Douluo's temper, you will definitely not tolerate his son not being able to find a wife in the future and being completely ruined. Therefore, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang said so much at this time. In fact, it was all for Tang San's good. He just wanted to protect Tang San. Compromise. Do you really want me to call this guy Dad? No. That's impossible, absolutely not. Tang San's voice was very loud, and he almost shouted at this time. Su Chen shook his head in disappointment and said, "No, that's fine, anyway, you just need to be a father-in-law in the future." So Su Chen raised his foot again, ready to make a dirty move. Tang San realized something at this time. He couldn't help but curl up a few times in fear. His face, which was lying on the ground, was actually raised. No, wait. Tang San seemed to have seen something. He was so tough just now, but he immediately became timid. Why? Have you considered calling me Dad? And you have to kneel down and call yourself an unfilial son. Su Chen stepped on Tang San's back again, looking at Tang San with a smile. Then he looked in front of Tang San, and sure enough, it was the rogue rabbit Xiao Wu standing there. Xiao Wu was naturally dressed in a similar style to the anime, wearing a pink dress and long hair. When she saw Tang San being knocked to the ground, her lips trembled, and she looked at Tang San with anger and heartache, and then she shouted at Su Chen. "You guy, let Xiao San go quickly, or I'll beat you to death." After saying that, Xiao Wu wanted to rush over to save Tang San, but Tang San was anxious at this time. He quickly raised a hand to stop Xiao Wu and shouted loudly. "No, don't come over, Xiao Wu, you are not his opponent." As the dean, the old bachelor Flanders also spoke at this time. Everyone should not approach Tang San. Now Tang San is in this person's hands. Tang San's situation is very dangerous. Hearing Flanders' words, Oscar, Ma Heng-jun, and Dai Mubai, who were originally preparing to save Tang San, also stopped. Ning Rongrong's the expression was also very anxious. The calmest person on the scene was Zhu Zuqing. After all, she was in the same group with Su Chen, so she walked over slowly at this time, and then looked at Tang San lying on the ground indifferently. At this time, no one even noticed that a happy smile appeared on Zhu Zuqing's face, very cold and beautiful. It's what he deserves. Tang San has been so glorious in the great fighting spirit arena for so long, and finally got knocked to the ground. Oh, no. He still has to kneel down and call daddy, otherwise, he will become a eunuch. The fact is that Su Chen reached out and touched the hair on the back of Tang San's head and said, "What? Did you suddenly figure it out? You should know that at such a close distance, no one can save you. Even if they besiege me together, I can cripple you first, so whether to compromise or not, you choose it yourself, Tang San. I will give you 10 seconds to consider it." After that, Su Chen aimed his foot at Tang San again, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Tang San was finally afraid at this time. How could he not be afraid? Especially when he saw Xiao Wu standing in front of him. If he was disabled, then Xiao Wu, could he still be with Xiao Wu? Of course not. That would only make it more painful. Feeling that foot still on his back, Tang San gritted his teeth. To be honest, he was not afraid of death at all, but he was really afraid of being disabled. Which man would not be afraid of that kind of thing? Once he became a eunuch, life would be meaningless. Even if there were many goddesses, it would be completely useless. So at this time, Tang San was having a fierce ideological struggle. When he jumped off the ghost-seeing sorrow, he was not as painful as now. Su Chen did start counting at this time. 10, 9, 8, 7. While Su Chen was counting, Oscar and Ma Heng-jun finally began to persuade Tang San, because they did not want to see their third brother become a great eunuch. So Oscar shouted hurriedly, "Third brother, you should compromise with him quickly. It's nothing for a man to suffer humiliation occasionally. If you are really disabled, even if you eat more of my healing sausages, it will be useless. Yes, yes, third brother, beg for mercy from him quickly." Ma Heng-jun also hurriedly persuaded Tang San. Daimyo Bai didn't say anything, but secretly glanced at Zhu Zuqing, because he himself was also beaten badly and had that thing, so how could he care about others? 5, 4, 3, 2. Hearing that Su Chen's countdown was about to end, Flanders, as the dean, also hurriedly said loudly to Tang San, "Tang San, listen to him quickly. I promise you that as long as I can get you back to us safely, I will beat this bald guy so hard that he will regret coming to provoke our Shrek Academy." In Flanders' view, although this bald Saitama showed a strength far beyond Tang San, and even Tang San's clear sky hammer could not defeat him, he certainly thought it was impossible to say that he could not even deal with him. After all, this is just a bald young man who looks less than 20 years old. No matter how strong he is, he should not be too strong. He Flanders is a soul saint of level 78. At this time, he was afraid that Su Chen would kick Tang San to pieces, so he did not dare to take action. He thought that as long as Tang San compromised and returned to them, he would definitely defeat this bald young man desperately, or even kill him directly. At this time, Tang San's body was trembling all the time. Hearing Flanders' words and the end of Su Chen's countdown at the last second, he only felt a cool feeling spreading from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. If he is really useless, what will Tang San do? Is Xiao Wu, whom he secretly loves, standing in front of him? Thinking of this, Tang San finally gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Okay, I beg for mercy, I admit defeat, I call you Dad, I will call you Dad now, Dad." Chapter 77. Tang San shouted loudly that I am an unfilial son, calling Dad, the third brother is too powerful. Tang San himself did not realize that his father stunned Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of him. Xiao Wu opened her mouth wide and looked at Tang San and shouted the word Dad. But Su Chen was not satisfied at this time. He squatted down and touched Tang San's hair and said, "Just call me Dad, why don't you add my name? Call me Saitama Dad, do you hear me? And then you have to call yourself an unfilial son." Although Su Chen was just gently touching Tang San's hair, that is, the back of his head, without using any force, this was definitely a strong humiliation for Tang San. He felt worse than eating a fly at this time. It was too frustrating. Listening to the man's tone, Tang San clenched his teeth tightly. He didn't dare to look at Xiao Wu's eyes at this time, because he knew he was embarrassed. "Okay, okay." After trying to suppress his inner anger, Tang San took a few breaths in a row, said several good words in a row, and finally shouted again, "Saitama Dad." After shouting a sentence, Tang San repeated it again. "Saitama Dad." Now Su Chen's face showed a smile. He was considered to have adopted a son for One Punch Man Saitama. I wonder if Saitama will blame him after knowing it. But after thinking about it, Su Chen changed his words. "Forget it, you still just call him Dad, and then add that you are an unfilial son. Just shout a few more times, and I will let you go and leave immediately." "What? Didn't you ask me to call Saitama Dad just now? You want to change it back to Dad, TM. Tang San wanted to curse at this time, but he fell to the ground, his body trembling constantly, but he couldn't get up. It was as if what was stepping on his back was not a foot, but an iron pillar, pressing him to death. Seeing Tang San silent, Su Chen was not in a hurry, just waiting for him. The old bachelor Flanders and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang behind him were extremely angry. Especially the cowardly Yu Xiaogang. After all, the one being humiliated at this time was his direct disciple Tang San. The cowardly Yu Xiaogang took a breath and shouted to himself in his heart. As long as Tang San can be released, it is absolutely impossible for this bald guy to run away. We must not let such a person leave. Old bachelor Flanders also thought so. He was waiting to rescue the hostage Tang San, and then defeat the bald Saitama who called himself One Punch Man with lightning speed. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others were also ready to fight again, because they were very angry when they saw Tang San being humiliated, and they wanted to beat this arrogant bald man. But this bald man was not someone they could beat. Of course, they didn't have the ability. Tang San knew that he didn't have much time to hesitate. After thinking about it, he finally endured the strong shame and shouted again. Dad, I, Tang San, am an unfilial son. Then, without waiting for Su Chen to remind him, Tang San repeated what he had just said. Dad, I, Tang San, am an unfilial son. Seeing Tang San lying on the ground and shouting this, Su Chen was really happy. I didn't expect that not long ago he was still watching anime, and now he can press the protagonist Tang San to the ground and rub him. In this way, after Tang San shouted several times on the ground, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang behind him finally couldn't help it, roared and said. You guy, Tang San has done what you said, why don't you let him go? Yu Xiaogang could also see that Tang San was forcibly enduring the strong humiliation. He knew that Tang San was not afraid of death, but was only afraid of being crippled. After all, for a man, being completely crippled and never being able to touch a woman again is much more painful than dying directly. So at this time, the men present, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and the others did not laugh at Tang San, but just sympathized with their third brother. Because no matter which man it is difficult to bear such a threat. Seeing that Tang San was still shouting Dad, I, Tang San, am an unfilial son. Su Chen also smiled mysteriously at this time, then slowly moved 1 foot away from Tang San's back, and then touched the back of his head again, and said. Since you are an unfilial son, then should you be beaten as an unfilial son? Tang San. Su Chen asked casually, but he didn't expect that Tang San might not react, and he shouted subconsciously. It's time to hit, Dad, hit me. This made Su Chen suddenly stunned. He was going to let Tang San go, because his goal had been achieved, and now it was time to go back to see Sister Hinata. But he didn't expect Tang San to suddenly shout such a sentence. Then as a one-punch man, Su Chen must satisfy Tang San's wish. So Su Chen smiled again, and then slapped Tang San's head lightly, and then walked away from him, and said with a smile. Okay, good, Dad hit you, dear son, Dad is leaving, don't miss me. What? Seeing that Su Chen had passed by him, Tang San finally reacted, his eyes widened, and the anger in his heart finally broke out. Who can endure such humiliation? His son can endure it, but his grandson can't endure it. Tang San suddenly changed his attitude, stood up and shouted loudly. UTMD, you want to leave after bullying me, Tang San, no way. Chapter 78 The cowardly Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders were angry and wanted to avenge Tang San. It can be heard that Tang San was a little angry at this time. But Su Chen ignored Tang San, nor did he pay attention to the others behind him, and still walked forward on his own, as if he didn't hear what they said. At this time, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders immediately came to Tang San, and the two of them guarded Tang San on the left and right. The old bachelor Flanders immediately shouted. Don't yell, Tang San, don't worry, I won't let him run away, I won't. The cowardly Yu Xiaogang's face had turned liver-colored at this time, and he nodded at the side. Yes, we must not let him run away, Sanbao, Come out immediately. Yes, at this time, 3 soul rings appeared on Yu Xiaogang's body. He made a gesture and summoned the dog Luo Sanbao. Then Yu Xiaogang actually started to jog, with a short flat head, and chased Su Chen first. Xiaogang, be careful. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang had already run out, the old bachelor Flanders immediately followed. 7 soul rings appeared on the old bachelor Flanders' body. After entering the state of martial spirit possession, the wings of the four-eyed cat owl appeared behind him. In this state, Flanders' speed was naturally very fast. He surpassed the cowardly Yu Xiaogang in a moment and chased after Su Chen first. Don't run, look at me, blue-silver grass, entangle. Tang San was yelling and ready to attack, but he found that the distance was too far and his blue-silver grass entanglement could not keep up. San brother, are you okay? At this time, a gentle voice sounded, and Tang San slowly turned around, only to see that Xiao Wu had already run to his side, looking at him with worry and concern. Oh! It's okay. It's okay, I'm not injured, just a little nosebleed, it's okay. Tang San touched his nose awkwardly, and then scratched his head. It can be seen that Tang San also felt a little ashamed at this time. Because he had just done such a shameful thing, all of which were witnessed by his sister Xiao Wu, which was really shameful. The most shameful thing for a man is to be seen by the girl he likes kneeling on the ground and calling someone else dad. And he also called himself an unfilial son. This is really a huge shame. So Tang San couldn't even raise his head at this time. He secretly felt lucky that he was lying on the ground and calling daddy just now, and his real father Tang Hao didn't see him. Otherwise, he felt that Tang Hao would definitely break his legs. He himself felt that his behavior just now was very cowardly. But there was no way. Tang San felt that he was also trying to protect the most important thing for him. If it was really completely useless, then what was the point of him living in this world? Even if he forced himself to be with Xiao Wu, he would not have children in the future. Could it be that if he asked others to help him have a child, then even if he became a god king, it would be useless? So at this time, Tang San was still immersed in his humiliation. Until Oscar and Ma Hongjun came around, he was still hesitant and didn't know what to say. Oscar and Ma Hongjun could see that Tang San couldn't raise his head now, so they didn't say much, just whispered a few words to comfort him. Then Ma Hongjun patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, third brother, you see, the dean has already taken action, and will soon catch that bald guy. By then, the dean will be able to get back all the humiliation you and Dalu have suffered." Hearing this, Tang San looked up, nodded seriously, and said a little decadently, "I didn't expect that this man who looks no more than 20 years old is so powerful. We didn't beat him together. I underestimated my opponent and it was my mistake." Seeing Tang San blaming himself and feeling aggrieved, Oscar quickly patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, third brother, this is just now. Have you forgotten that our Shrek 7 devils are invincible in the great fighting spirit arena? I believe that in the future, whether it is that Uchiha Madara or this bald Saitama, we can easily defeat them." Hearing Oscar's words, Tang San seemed to feel the same way. His eyes shone again, and then he nodded seriously and said with passion, "Well, I also believe that we will definitely be able to defeat them in the future, whether it was the last time that Uchiha Madara humiliated my teacher and made my teacher kneel down and kowtow, or this time this guy who calls himself One Punch Man Saitama humiliated me, Tang San, I must avenge this vengeance." Tang San said this passionately, and his eyes seemed to be shining. However, he did not realize that he was mysteriously confident. Then Tang San suddenly stared, because what did he see? He saw that the old bachelor Frank was about to catch up with the One Punch Man Saitama. Flanders, who was in the state of martial spirit possession, was very fast. "You arrogant guy, stop for me," you will pay the price for what you did." Seeing that he was about to catch up with the bald young man, Flanders gradually slowed down and dived down from the air. Of course, this was actually Su Chen deliberately slowing down, otherwise, Flanders would never be able to catch up with him. Seeing that the bald young man did not react, Flanders stretched out his eagle claw-like palm and prepared to grab Su Chen's shoulder. Chapter 79 Su Chen played One Punch Man to tease the old bachelor Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, which was too shocking. But Su Chen suddenly turned around at this time and smiled mysteriously at him. "You are still laughing, die." Flanders stretched out his hand to grab Su Chen, but just when he was about to touch Su Chen's body, Su Chen disappeared in front of him. That's right, with the speed of One Punch Man Saitama, how could the old bachelor Flanders touch him? He couldn't even touch him. So where did Su Chen go at this time? He suddenly disappeared, and he flashed and appeared in front of the coward Yu Xiaogang. Yes, the coward Yu Xiaogang summoned the dog Luo Sanbao, who was also chasing Su Chen. But suddenly Su Chen appeared in front of him. His bald head was very eye-catching, and Yu Xiaogang was frightened instantly. What? Yu Xiaogang trembled all over, and he didn't stand firmly, and sat down on the ground. That's right, this is the coward Yu Xiaogang, who wanted to chase Su Chen, but when Su Chen appeared in front of him, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Looking at the coward Yu Xiaogang sitting on the ground with a scared look, Su Chen couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, your old brother Flanders wants to help Tang San. Tang San's revenge is understandable, after all, he has the strength, but what the hell are you, a little flat-headed master? You dare to chase me, look at your cowardly look." Su Chen, who came from Blue Star, naturally couldn't change the words he loved to say in his previous life. Although such words were a bit uncivilized, they were absolutely perfect for scolding Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang didn't quite understand what Su Chen said, but he was very scared, because he was afraid that he would be humiliated like Tang San had just endured, or in danger, because he was also afraid that he would be useless. If he was really useless, then even if he met the Erlong sister he liked before, it would be useless. So Yu Xiaogang hurriedly hugged his small flat head, couldn't help but move back a few times, and shouted for help. "Sanbao, Rand, hurry up, save me quickly." The small flat-headed master didn't know why he became so cowardly at this time. He might not be afraid of death, but afraid that he would become a eunuch. This made Su Chen sigh silently, feeling that what he saw in front of him was really different from the anime. He became the One Punch Man Saitama, and bullied them a few times casually, and bullied them into such a cowardly look. This is really, I really don't know how to describe it. Then Su Chen heard a wow 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 sound, in short, it was a sound similar to a dog barking. Yes, it was the master's martial soul Luo Sanbao who came to the rescue at the first time. Luo Sanbao made a quick leap and then rushed towards Su Chen. This looks like a dog, but in fact it seems to be a pig. Anyway, it's almost the same. In front of One Punch Man Saitama, all this is of course meaningless. No matter what it is, it can be solved with just one punch. But I didn't expect that when Luo Sanbao approached Su Chen, he actually lifted his butt up and farted hard. It turned out to be the master's soul skill. I saw that a soul ring on Yu Xiaogang's body had lit up, and he was also muttering something. Farting is like thunder, Luo Sanbao, the sky is cracking and the earth is splitting. Su Chen dodged immediately. Yes, Luo Sanbao's fart really scared Saitama, the One Punch Man. Why? Because it stinks. The main master stinks, and Su Chen just smelled a pungent sour smell. To put it mildly, Yu Xiaogang hasn't showered for at least several weeks. This certainly scared Su Chen. However, at this time, the old bachelor Flanders, who had reacted again, chased Su Chen again. At this time, the old bachelor Flanders had realized that the bald young man in front of him was not easy to deal with, and he might not even be able to take him down, so he also became serious. The fifth soul ring on the old bachelor Flanders' body had lit up, which was a 10,000-year soul skill. Fifth soul skill, Cat Eagle Chain Claws. The two eagle claws of the old bachelor Flanders suddenly became several times larger, and the wings behind them also became very huge. When approaching Su Chen, the claws began to dance quickly, and the speed was fast, and each claw had a strong lethality. Bang 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 bang. It can be seen that Flanders' soul summoning skill has a strong melee power. Every time the eagle claws rubbed in the air, a strong sonic boom was produced. Unfortunately, Su Chen's movements were faster, and he actually accurately avoided every attack of Flanders. Flanders could only see the bright bald head in front of him, constantly moving up and down, left and right. He tried his best to swing his claws and attack continuously, but he couldn't hit the opponent, and couldn't hit this bright bald head. At this time, Su Chen was still carelessly dodging the attack of the old bachelor Flanders. He didn't use his full strength at all, because he didn't know whether he would leave the Douluo continent instantly if he used his full strength. When Su Chen was practicing to control the strength and speed of One Punch Man Saitama last night, he was only practicing within the controllable range, and that was actually far from hitting Saitama's limit. In Su Chen's opinion, the limit of teacher Saitama cannot be tested, because this Douluo star cannot bear it. He should have at least the strength of Super Saiyan 2, so it is estimated that only the God King can make him perform a serious punch. While Su Chen kept dodging, the Shrek Seven Devils and the cowardly Yu Xiaogang who witnessed this scene around him all widened their eyes and looked at this scene in great shock. Chapter 80 Tang San was beaten and shouted that he was an unfilial son. How should he seek revenge on One Punch Man Saitama? However, in fact, except for Tang San who had opened the purple extreme demon eye, others could not see Su Chen's speed at all. They could only see a vague shadow that was constantly moving and flashing. After a while, Su Chen felt a little bored, and he didn't plan to fight with the old bachelor Flanders. In fact, he could defeat the old bachelor Flanders with just one punch, but in that case, he was afraid that it would be too much of a blow to Tang San and his friends, and they would lose confidence, so he planned to keep some mystery. That is to let Tang San and his friends feel a little hope, so that they can work hard first, otherwise, if they see the insurmountable gap at the beginning, they will not be able to experience the strong frustration of working hard but still being vulnerable in the end. This is naturally what Su Chen wants to see, he just wants to hammer these protagonists who are under the banner of justice. Here I hammer Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others. After returning to the ninja world, I will hammer Naruto, Sasuke, and other guys in Konoha. At that time, the Angel and the Rakshasa, as well as Hyuga Hinata and Zhu Zuking, will also be with him. Therefore, at this time, facing the old bachelor, Flanders, who was still attacking crazily, Su Chen suddenly stretched out his hand, and then disappeared in front of the old bachelor Flanders in an instant. What? Disappeared? Where did you go? Don't try to escape! The old bachelor Flanders yelled hurriedly, but then he found that his eyes were blurred. Flanders subconsciously touched his old face, and then he found that his glasses had been taken away. The pair of reading glasses is very important to Flanders. He has worn them for decades. More importantly, the pair of reading glasses was given to him by Lu Erlong, whom he has always secretly loved, so it is of great significance to him. So at this time, the old bachelor Flanders was anxious all of a sudden, and hurriedly looked around and shouted loudly. My glasses, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? You bald boy, give my glasses back, give my glasses back. Just when the old bachelor Flanders was anxious, a voice suddenly sounded from the darkness not far away. Look to the left, your reading glasses are being worn by the coward master. This voice was naturally Su Chen's voice, and also Saitama's voice. The old bachelor Flanders hurriedly looked to the left, and sure enough, he saw that the coward Yu Xiaogang, who was lying on the ground, had a pair of reading glasses on his face, which were his reading glasses. The coward Yu Xiaogang was a little confused, his old eyes widened, and it took him a few seconds to react. He immediately took off his glasses and threw them to Flanders. Flanders hurriedly sprinted, caught his glasses, put on his reading glasses again, and looked up again at the place where the voice came from, but saw that the bald young man was already standing on the roof of the building of the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena, looking at them from a distance. What? How did he suddenly appear there? With such a speed and agility, who is this guy? Flanders was shocked. He realized at this time that he had seriously underestimated this ordinary-looking bald man. Although he seemed to have been attacking and the other party had been dodging in the previous battle, he never hit the other party from beginning to end. What's more terrifying is that there was no trace of soul power fluctuation on the other party, and he didn't use any soul skills. Then he thought that the other party could snatch his reading glasses in an instant, and then put his reading glasses on Yu Xiaogang's old eyes. This is enough to show that this person was fully capable of killing him just now. Thinking of this, sweat broke out on Flanders' forehead. He really didn't expect that a bald man who came out of nowhere could be so powerful. The appearance of Uchiha Madara last time was outrageous enough, and this time there was another One-Punch Man Saitama. And he had never heard of or seen these two people. Is there any turmoil in the Soul Master world, or something big happened in the Barak Kingdom, so some powerful Soul Masters who had retired have reappeared in the mainland Soul Master world? Old bachelor Flanders sighed secretly. Of course, he knew that the number of titled Douluo and Soul Douluo in the two empires was far more than what was seen on the surface. Because the number of Soul Masters on the continent in the past had reached hundreds of thousands, even close to 1 million. That was exactly what Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, said. It was an era of chaos in the Soul Master world. At that time, the two empires were constantly fighting internal and external wars, and the four kingdoms and principalities were also caught in the war. The major Soul Master sects were even more chaotic. Therefore, in fact, many powerful martial soul sects were lost at that time, and the Wuhan Hall began to rise at that time. The war killed tens of thousands of soul masters, and one after another powerful martial souls lost their inheritance, and the sects were destroyed. Later, the Wuhan Hall brought a large number of soul masters who survived with spirituality to escape the war between the two empires and established the Wuhan city, so they received the support of a large number of soul masters. The Spirit Hall naturally rose from that time and became the largest spirit master organization on the continent. Therefore, after the war years passed and the situation stabilized, many powerful spirit masters and sects chose to retire, just like the retired Haoshan sect. They might hide in a mountain or practice in a corner. Therefore, the old bachelor Flanders suspected that the previous Uchiha Madara and the One-Punch Man Saitama were the hidden masters who reappeared in the spirit master world for some reason. At this time, looking at the bald man wearing a cloak standing on the roof of the Grand Fighting Spirit Arena Hotel, it was not only the old bachelor who was shocked and dumbfounded. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Heng-jun, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and others also felt deeply shocked and terrified at this time. Tang San's eyes widened. Although he couldn't believe it, he had to admit it at this time. Compared with them, the Shrek Seven Devils, the bald man in front of him can be called a real monster. And it is a monster among monsters. Chapter 81 The kitten girl Zhu Zuqing secretly misses Su Chen, and the unfilial son Tang San is very angry after being beaten. Looking less than 20 years old, he can easily play with Flanders, the dean who is about to become a Soul Douluo. The opponent's actions just now, even Tang San opened the purple extreme demon eye and couldn't see clearly. Tang San, who was looking at the figure seriously, soon found that the other party's eyes fell on him. This is of course Su Chen looking at the unfilial son Tang San he just accepted. Why do you say that? That was Tang San himself admitted, didn't he say he was an unfilial son? Then Su Chen's eyes swept over the others, and he looked at Zhu Zuqing meaningfully, then he raised one hand, facing the Shrek Seven Devils, the old bachelor Flanders, and the cowardly Yu Xiao gang, and waved politely, then smiled and said, "Hey, bye, son Tang San, and you, don't miss me. I'm leaving." After saying this, Su Chen stepped on the ground and disappeared on the roof of the Grand Fighting Arena Hotel in an instant, leaving behind a group of Shrek Academy people who were extremely shocked. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the Shrek Academy group. Even if they returned to the hotel to rest, they could not calm down for a long time. Because the strength shown by the bald head was too strong. Compared with this, Tang San and others felt that the honor and confidence they had won in the Grand Fighting Arena had been slightly impacted. Especially Tang San himself, and Dai Mubai, who was punched and shit. These two guys are undoubtedly the most uncomfortable. Because they were completely embarrassed at their grandfather's house that night, and their grandfather was too ashamed to see them. Tang San didn't dare to let his father Tang Hao know what happened tonight, otherwise he would definitely break his legs. The same goes for Dai Mubai, after all, he was beaten to shit. A prince was going to visit a brothel in the middle of the night, but was punched and shit. If his father, the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, knew about this, it would be terrible, and he would be turned into a eunuch. At this moment in the room, the two guys thought of the humiliation they suffered that night, and they also made vows to take revenge. Tang San looked at his left hand, looked at the slowly condensed clear sky hammer, and said seriously and suppressedly, "Uchiha Madara, One Punch Man Saitama, no matter how strong you two are, I, Tang San, will defeat you personally one day. I, Tang San, will personally get back at your insults to my teacher and me, Tang San." The same thing happened to Dai Mubai. He clenched his fists and said arrogantly, "When I, Dai Mubai, become the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, all of you will have to submit to me." But after saying this, Dai Mubai seemed to realize something, and hurriedly touched his pants and said with some disgust, "I almost forgot, I have to change my pants first, otherwise it's too, hey. I don't know Zhu Zuqing, she may have known it, so what should I do in the future?" Dai Mubai was in a very distressed mood, and hurriedly ran to change his pants. This is exactly the psychological shadow that Su Chen brought to the Shrek people that night. Of course, some people are happy and some are worried. Dai Mubai and Tang San are very aggrieved. Others are either shocked or terrified. Only Zhu Zuqing is a little excited in the room alone at this time. A smile appeared on her always cold face. "Very good, I didn't expect that the One Punch Man Saitama is so powerful. So it seems that what he said should be true. He is so powerful, but he is just the younger brother of Su Chen. What is the origin of Su Chen? Can he really take me out of the control of the Xingluo Empire royal family?" Originally, Zhu Zuqing didn't believe it, because the Xingluo royal family is so powerful that even the Wuhan Hall feels afraid. Although the Xingluo royal family does not have a powerful title Douluo sitting in, there are still several Soul Douluos, and the most powerful force in the Xingluo Empire is not the Soul Master Force, but the army. The army of the Xingluo Empire is definitely stronger than that of the Tiandu Empire. Although both sides have more than 1 million troops, the Tiandu Empire is completely crushed in terms of military equipment and morale. Because the Iron City has close cooperation with the Xingluo Empire, the army of the Xingluo Empire is very well equipped. The most powerful armored cavalry is as many as 100,000. That is why the Wuhan Hall feels afraid, because once equipped, wearing hard armor and holding sharp weapons, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers is not inferior to that of a level 30 combat Soul Master. So even if there are so many armored cavalry in the Soul Master army of the Wuhan Hall, it is difficult to resist. This is the powerful strength of the Xingluo Empire, and it is also the power controlled by the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Therefore, Zhu Zuqing feels that she must marry Daimyo Bai. This is almost his destiny, because he cannot get rid of the control of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. But now seeing the strength of this one-punch man Saitama, coupled with Su Chen's mysterious background, she suddenly feels that she has hope. Thinking of Su Chen's handsome face, although a little unfamiliar, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but pursed her lips. No matter what, that boy is much better than Daimyo Bai, and following him, there is no need to go through the test of life and death. I just don't know if all this can be realized. This is not Zhu Zuqing's love for Su Chen at first sight. Although Su Chen looks very good, it is not so fake. The reason why Zhu Zuqing thought so at this time is entirely because she wants to get rid of Daimyo Bai, the disgusting guy, as soon as possible. After all, no one would be willing to marry a guy who goes to a brothel in the middle of the night, talks bad about girls behind their backs, and is punched out of the shit. Chapter 82 Obtaining the reward for breaking the limiter, Su Chen is about to become a one-punch man with the reincarnation eye. Which girl would be willing? Unless she is mentally retarded. Therefore, at this time, Zhu Zuqing is already looking forward to seeing Su Chen again. She hopes that Su Chen can show her something. Or, she herself hints, or even chasing after him. Anyway, that girl with a good figure should be just his sister? I like that girl too, I think her name is Hinata Hyuga. Zhu Zuqing whispered to herself. Su Chen naturally didn't know about all this, but the duration of his transformation card of Super Punch Man Saitama would soon end, so after returning to the hotel where he and Hinata Hyuga lived, he went back to his room after confirming that Hinata Hyuga was practicing in the room. Now Hinata Hyuga has absorbed 3 soul rings and learned how to practice soul power. She is no longer the same as before. Not only has she surpassed Naruto and Sasuke of the same period, she has also surpassed Su Chen in soul power. She should be almost at level 36. This is naturally a good thing, because after the Byakugan became Hinata Hyuga's martial soul, her soul power increased, which means that her chakra increased, and her Byakugan was also evolving. After dawn, Su Chen finally waited until the effect of the transformation card ended. He found that his hair had grown again, and he turned back to the handsome boy he was before, with messy and charming short hair. At this moment, the voice of the system elf came from his mind. Congratulations to the host Su Chen, you have successfully completed the task of playing One Punch Man Saitama, and used Saitama to play the villain and beat up the protagonist Tang San. After the system evaluation, it was decided to issue an A-level reward that can be upgraded to S-level. The host will get the talent of One Punch Man Saitama to break the limiter, and will fully develop the potential of the body. Through training, the power of the physical fist will become infinitely stronger and endless. In the end, you can be like One Punch Man Saitama, and you can defeat all opponents with one punch. Oh my! Brother actually got the talent to break the limiter. Su Chen was instantly ecstatic. He didn't expect that after experiencing the terrifying strength of One Punch Man Saitama, he would have the hope of becoming a real One Punch Man in the future, and he is also a One Punch Man with the Samsara Eye. How strong is that? It's terrifying to think about it. In short, there is absolutely no problem in beating Tang San, who has become the god of Shura. Su Chen felt that he could say the same thing to Tang San, who became the god of Shura and the god of the sea, but he didn't want to beat him because he was afraid that one punch would knock the shit out of him, the god of Shura. He was so domineering. Feeling a strange feeling coming from his body, Su Chen suddenly felt a little dazed after his body changed. Although this feeling is still far from the feeling of infinite power when he played One Punch Man Saitama just now, it is enough to surprise Su Chen. Because he will continue to train, become infinitely stronger, and eventually become the next One Punch Man, the One Punch Man with the Samsara Eye. As for the training method, just follow the training method of Saitama in the anime. 100 push UPS and 100 sit UPS every day, plus 100 squats and 10 kilometers of long distance running. Su Chen believes that since he has already obtained the talent to break the limiter, as long as he insists on doing the same training, he will definitely be able to break through the limit of the body and continue to become stronger. Such training is not difficult, and ordinary people can actually stick to it, but ordinary people certainly cannot become One-Punch Man. So after dawn, Su Chen started doing push UPS and sit UPS in the room. Soon he was sweating profusely, but he did not feel any fatigue. After possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was no longer the ordinary earth boy he used to be. At this time, Hinata just walked out of the room. Seeing Su Chen sweating profusely while training, Hinata blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Brother Su Chen, what are you practicing?" Su Chen glanced at the white-eyed girl Hinata and said with a slight smile, "Of course I am training my body. The cultivation of soul power is important, but it is not possible without a strong body. By the way, have you made a breakthrough in your soul power?" Su Chen, who has the Mangekyo Sharingan, can probably see that Hinata's soul power fluctuations are stronger than before. "Yes, my soul power should have reached level 36. Hinata seemed a little surprised, and a smile appeared on her round and cute face. Su Chen praised, "That's really amazing. Not only have you surpassed Tang San and Xiao Wu, but even Daimyo Bai, that disgusting guy, is about to be surpassed by you. In this case, we can go to the Great Soul Arena again soon. This time, with your 3 newly acquired soul skills, you will definitely be able to amaze the audience." "Okay, I also think that through actual combat, I will become stronger faster." Hinata nodded, then walked in front of Su Chen and said, "Then let me train with you now. Anyway, I have nothing to do. By the way, that bald boy a few days ago, is it really you who changed?" Hinata blinked curiously, revealing 2 dimples. "Of course, then I am back now, right?" Su Chen smiled at Hinata, and then asked her to do push UPS with him. This is of course a very interesting and wonderful experience. Because the white-eyed girl Hinata bent down and did push UPS, she looked very beautiful. Her delicate body was relatively flexible and her movements were also very graceful. Su Chen adhered to Saitama's training plan while secretly looking at Hinata next to him. Soon, Hinata's forehead was also covered with sweat, but she was also trying hard to persist and did not give up. Because she was looking forward to being valued by everyone when she returned to the ninja world in the future. Now she already felt that she was much stronger than before, so in Hinata's view, all the efforts were worth it. In this way, Su Chen and Hinata insisted on Saitama's training plan together. After staying in the hotel for 3 days, they came to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena again. Chapter 83 The beautiful girl Douluo appeared, and Hinata Hyuga was shocked. After the two came to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena together, Su Chen was surprised to find that Hinata had been insisting on Saitama's training plan with him these days: 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats and 10 kilometers of long-distance running every day, and it seemed to have a very obvious effect. The most obvious effect is that Hinata, the white-eyed girl, has a better figure, and her body has become tighter and more flexible than before, which should also make her Bagua 64 palm more powerful. As for Su Chen himself, it goes without saying that he has obtained the same terrifying talent of breaking limiters as Saitama, so after only a few days of training, he clearly felt that his physical strength has become much stronger, and his body seems to be in a state of explosion and burning at any time. This is what a real man should look like. Domineering and invincible. Just like a few days ago, he beat Tang San to the ground and called him daddy, and even called himself an unfilial son. He also scared the cowardly Yu Xiaogang to sit on the ground. So today when he came to the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena, Su Chen just wanted to see what the Shrek 7 monsters looked like today after his beating a few days ago. Dejected, it is certain, especially Daimyo Bai who was beaten to death, and Tang San who suffered the same treatment, they must be dejected. Today's Soto City Fighting Soul Arena was as crowded as ever. After entering, Su Chen took the hand of the white-eyed girl Hinata. The two did not go to the branch Fighting Soul Arena, but went directly to the largest main Fighting Soul Arena. Because Su Chen did not plan to participate in the fighting spirit with Hinata first, he wanted to watch the game of Shrek 7 Monsters. When he came in, Su Chen had inquired about it. Just like the situation in the anime at the same time, Shrek 7 Monsters was considered a popular team in the big fighting spirit arena at this time, so now every game of theirs is held in the main fighting spirit arena, and there are many people watching. From being unpopular to being supported by the whole audience, this is of course due to the amazing record of Shrek 7 Monsters maintaining dozens of consecutive wins in the previous 1 or 2 months. Su Chen and Hinata soon came to the stands of the main fighting spirit arena, and at this time he really saw the Shrek 7 Monsters and their opponents who were about to play. And now when it is about to start, there is also an opening ceremony, which is a group of young ladies dancing. But it is a very formal dance. After all, it is a big fighting spirit arena, not that kind of place. But soon Su Chen's eyes lit up, because among those dancing ladies, he saw a familiar girl. She has a ponytail, a good figure, very hot, and wears high heels, and her dancing posture is also very beautiful. This is of course the girl at the front desk. I didn't expect that she is not only a front desk girl, but also a part-time dancer. This girl is also tall, about 1.75 meters tall. So, I can get along with her in the future. Anyway, let's talk about it later. After the dance, a voice like the sound of nature sounded. Dear audience, I'm your good friend Dalu. Today is still the familiar game. The protagonist is also our most popular Shrek team, and the opponent challenging them is the Dragon Fire team. I wonder if the Dragon Fire team can successfully challenge the Shrek team this time? Dalu is also very curious, let's wait and see. This voice quickly ignited the whole venue under the effect of the soul guide of the fighting spirit arena. Then many men began to cheer, their eyes shining. It seems that this host is also the most popular and most liked in the big fighting spirit arena. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, staring at the girl waving snow-white wings slowly descending above the big fighting spirit arena. Who is this girl? Of course, it is Dalu, the character that Su Chen liked before. Although she did not appear many times in the anime and was only a supporting role, her appearance and figure were not inferior to those heroines. Dalu's martial spirit is a white dove, and her wings are also pure white, very beautiful, like a dreamy princess, slowly descending above the ring. She flew very slowly, wearing a black skirt, revealing 2 white legs. She held the microphone in her hand, looking at the audience below with gentle eyes, and finally waved her wings gently, slowly descending, making a soft sound. Okay, next, we will invite both teams to come on stage. Such a host is of course a highlight in the big fighting spirit arena. Just admiring such a beautiful girl is also a kind of enjoyment. The white-eyed girl Hinata beside her was also shocked. Watching her eyes blinking and her lips slightly open, it seems that she should also see such a shocking scene for the first time. After all, there is no such exciting fighting arena in the ninja world. Then Hinata whispered. This girl is so beautiful, but what's with the wings behind her? Is that also her martial spirit? Chapter 84 The Frustrated Shrek 7 Devils, the kitten girl Zhu Zuqing wants to kill Dai Mubai. Su Chen nodded and said. That's right, this is the wonder of the martial soul. The soul master with the beast martial soul will show certain characteristics after the martial soul is possessed. Some martial souls will make people look more beautiful and better, but some martial souls will make people look ugly. Hearing Su Chen's words, Hinata smiled sweetly and didn't say anything else. After coming to this world for a few months, Hinata now basically understands the martial souls and soul skills of this world, as well as the practice of soul power. Then Su Chen saw that all the Shrek 7 devils were on the field, and their opponents were completely unknown and should not have appeared in the plot. In this case, there is no doubt that the Shrek 7 Devils will win this game. Before meeting the royal fighting team, they should have no opponents. But that was before. Now, of course, the Shrek 7 Devils have met their opponents, that is, Su Chen and Hyaga Hinata, who are standing in the audience. Su Chen alone beat Tang San to the ground and called him dad a few days ago, not to mention Hinata beside him. Hinata is not weak at all now. Her Byakugan also has the ability of illusion. With 2000-year soul skills, whether it is the configuration of soul rings or soul power, it exceeds Tang San and Xiao Wu. So next, Su Chen plans to participate in the team battle with Hinata, and then the two of them will beat the Shrek 7 Devils. Completely beat those guys in the ring. You can also beat their shit out in the ring. They are not convinced, so of course they have to beat them hard. Su Chen thought to himself, while watching the game of the Shrek 7 Devils. As the beautiful girl Douluo flew to the sky above the ring, the game officially began. Tang San immediately released his blue-silver grass entanglement, which was the trick that almost made One Punch Man Saitama laugh to death a few days ago. Then Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing quickly took action, each attacking in less than a minute, and beat the opponent to pieces, and fled with their heads in their arms. Such a result was obviously expected, because it was indeed difficult for the Shrek 7 Devils to have opponents at the same level. So Su Chen planned to participate in the team battle with Hinata and personally deal with the Shrek 7 Devils, 2 vs 7. But that had to wait until the Shrek team met the royal fighting team and won. Because at that time, after defeating the royal fighting team, Tang San and others would definitely be the most confident, and then when their confidence was the most overflowing, they would be trampled on the ground. After seeing that Shrek's opponent was completely defeated, the beautiful girl Douluo picked up the microphone and announced. In this game, the Shrek team won. Then there was applause and cheers from the audience. It can be seen that the Shrek team is very popular now, and the Shrek 7 Devils are all wearing masks, so it adds a sense of mystery. Although the Shrek 7 monsters won easily, Su Chen did not see the joy of victory on the faces of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others. Especially Tang San, his face was still a little aggrieved at this time. Xiao Wu followed behind Tang San, and seemed to want to say something, but she was a little hesitant, and the situation of the two was a little awkward. This is true, after all, Tang San was lying on the ground in front of Xiao Wu that day and called him dad, and he claimed to be an unfilial son. In this way, in Xiao Wu's heart, the once glorious and righteous image of her third brother can be regarded as completely collapsed. In addition to Tang San, Su Chen could see that Dai Mubai was also as grey as a dog at this time. After everyone else had walked off the stage, Dai Mubai had been following behind because of his inconvenient legs and feet. His eyes seemed to have been on Zhu Zuqing's figure, probably wanting Zhu Zuqing to help him and support him appropriately. Dai Mubai's leg should have healed by now, but because he was punched by Su Chen a few days ago, he flew dozens of meters and hit the ground, so his leg injury is still not healed. It's okay to stand still and fight, but if he moves quickly to attack, he can't do it at all. But what makes Dai Mubai frustrated and sad is that Zhu Zuqing knows that his leg is injured, but she doesn't care about him at all. Instead, she walks ahead by herself, walking faster and faster without even looking at him. So Dai Mubai can only walk at the end of the team with a limp. He feels very angry in his heart. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's sexy back, his eyes gradually have a trace of anger and unwillingness. Damn it, Zhu Zuqing, aren't you just a child bride? How dare you ignore this prince like this? I'm so angry. My tiger has never been ignored by a girl like this. When I get you in the future, I will definitely take revenge on you. I will also go out to find another woman. At that time, I will let you know that your Zhu family's status is low. You are just a tool used by our Dai family. My Dai family is the real royal family. Dai Mubai thought angrily in his heart, but Zhu Zuqing ignored him completely. Chapter 85 Haiga Hinata meets Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, the little thoughts of the three girls. Especially when she noticed that Dai Mubai was looking at her, Zhu Zuqing only felt abnormally disgusted in her heart. If she hadn't had the confidence to get rid of all this, and was worried about implicating her family, she really wanted to leave directly, fly away. At this time, Zhu Zuqing pursed her red lips. Of course, she knew what Dai Mubai wanted her to do, but she cursed Dai Mubai in her heart. Dai Mubai, this dirty guy, has a lame leg. He secretly went out to find a woman in the middle of the night, and then was punched and shit. The injury is even more serious. Now he wants me to help him. I'm so disgusted. Yes, now for Dai Mubai, even getting close to Zhu Zuqing is disgusting, let alone helping him. Especially thinking of the smell from Dai Mubai that day, it's simply amazing. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing walked faster and faster, and soon left the main fighting spirit field. Seeing that the Shrek 7 monsters won today's team battle, Su Chen also left the main fighting spirit field with Hinata. The two signed up for a 2-on-2 fighting spirit together, but the opponent was surprisingly weak. Hinata didn't even use the soul skills, and Su Chen was the same. He defeated the opponent with just fists and feet, so it was meaningless. After the fight, the two of them found a tea house in the lounge of the big fighting arena and sat down to rest. Unexpectedly, at this time, a familiar figure entered Su Chen's sight. Zhu Zuqing. That's right, in addition to Zhu Zuqing, there was another girl beside her, and that was naturally Ning Rongrong who was with her. At this time, the two girls had just finished participating in the double fighting spirit and were passing through the lounge, as if they were going to meet up with Tang San and others. But at this time, Zhu Zuqing suddenly saw Su Chen and Hinata, and she immediately stopped. Then Ning Rongrong also stopped, and both of them looked over here. Yes, Su Chen and Hinata were sitting in the small tea house in the lounge at this time, so they were also very close to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. At this time, Su Chen took the initiative to smile and greeted them. Hello, long time no see. Looking at Su Chen's face, Ning Rongrong was stunned for a few seconds before she immediately reacted, and she hurriedly said with a smile. Yes, where have you been during this period? Ning Rongrong said as she pulled Zhu Zuqing in. Zhu Zuqing was a little restrained at this time, and her pretty face was not very natural. This was of course because she had just secretly met with the bald young man who called himself One Punch Man Saitama a few days ago. That One Punch Man Saitama said that Su Chen was his elder brother, and it was Su Chen who asked him to come to me, saying that he wanted to take me out of the shackles and get rid of the control of Dai Mubai and the Dai royal family, but is all this true? This Su Chen, does he know those things? Looking at the handsome boy Su Chen who was with Hinata, Zhu Zuqing was full of tension and some doubts. Of course, she was actually looking forward to those things and was willing to do them, but she didn't know if this boy really wanted to help her. But these things couldn't be said in front of Ning Rongrong, nor could they be asked directly, so she was a little entangled at this time. During this period, I went back home with my sister Hinata, and now I am here again because I still like the environment and atmosphere here. You sit down, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing. Su Chen greeted the two girls very kindly and asked them to sit down opposite him and Hinata. Although Ning Rongrong was a little shy, she was not nervous. At this time, she felt that Zhu Zuqing beside her was a little strange. Her two long legs were shaking a little, as if she was more afraid of the boy opposite. But Ning Rongrong remembered that compared to her, Zhu Zuqing should have never spoken to the brother and sister. At this time, Ning Rongrong did not think much, and then she asked. By the way, Su Chen, you and your sister came here today. Did you just participate in the fighting spirit? Yes, we have participated in the fighting spirit. My sister Hinata and I participated together. Su Chen smiled politely. At this time, he found that Zhu Zuking's eyes flickered a little, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. In fact, Zhu Zuking wanted to ask Su Chen if he knew a man called One Punch Man Saitama. But thinking of Ning Rongrong next to her, she quickly took back what she wanted to say. At this time, Su Chen glanced at Hinata beside him and found that she was no longer so nervous when seeing strangers. After all, she has participated in several soul fighting games. And after absorbing the soul ring, Hinata now looks even better. There is a kind of amazing feeling on her cute face. Chapter 86 Hyaga Hinata and Ning Rongrong spar together. Su Chen pretends to care about silly Tang San. Hello. When she found Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking looking at her, Hinata actually started to say hello. Hinata was a little depressed before, but now she likes to stay in this world more. Wow, you can talk now. Hello, Hyaga Hinata, my name is Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong has a lively personality, especially when she sees her sister who likes boys. A smile appears on her pretty face, and her eyes seem to be narrowed into a crescent shape. Well. Hinata nodded, and she didn't say anything more, probably because she felt that there was no topic. At this time, Ning Rongrong looked at Su Chen and asked. By the way, what level is your sister's soul power now? She is about the same as me, level 34. In fact, Hinata is now level 36, and Su Chen did not dare to tell the truth, otherwise it would be a big blow to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking. Because Hinata is now the same age as them. What, level 34, that's too amazing. Ning Rongrong looked at Hinata in surprise. She had never expected that this white-eyed girl who looked a little shy and cute would be so powerful. Su Chen said with a chuckle. Yes, my sister's talent is not worse than mine, but she looks more obedient. After hearing Su Chen's words, Ning Rongrong thought about it and said thoughtfully. Then why don't we go play again, Su Chen, what do you think? Play? Ning Rongrong's words made Su Chen a little confused. What did she mean? What to play? Play with her? Or Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking together? Wouldn't that be something? Ning Rongrong hurriedly explained when she noticed that Su Chen was a little confused. I'm talking about sparring, Su Chen. Anyway, there's nothing to do now, why don't I and Zhu Zuking spar with you and your sister? I have never seen a martial soul like you and your sister, both of which make the eyes change. I am very curious about what kind of ability such a martial soul will have. What? Sparring? Su Chen suddenly wanted to laugh. If Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking faced him and Hinata now, wouldn't that be, there would be no fight at all. After all, Tang San and Xiaowu were defeated by him and Hinata before, not to mention these two girls. And Hinata hadn't obtained soul skills at that time, but now Hinata has obtained 3 soul skills. Su Chen felt that he and Hinata could now single out the entire Shrek 7 devils. Yes. Ning Rongrong smiled and said. Zhu Qing and I were originally a team. Because I am an auxiliary soul master, it was Zhu Qing who led me to fight. In fact, it's not a sparring, because I know that Zhu Qing and I will definitely not beat you and your sister. After all, even Tang San and Xiaowu didn't beat you before, so I said it was for fun, we just want to try. Just for fun, of course you can. Su Chen stood up, touched Hinata's short hair beside him, and said. Then let my sister Hinata play with you, just in time to try out her newly acquired soul skills. Sure. Ning Rongrong also stood up, she said with a smile. There is a special arena for civil wars in the big soul fighting arena. You only need to pay a gold soul coin. Let's go there together now. 7th sister, what do you think? As she spoke, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zuking, who was voluptuous and sexy and had not spoken. This. Zhu Zuking paused slightly and said. Okay, let's go now. After saying that, Zhu Zuking secretly glanced at Hinata, especially Hinata's figure that was as plump as hers. Why did Zhu Zuqing agree? Because she also wanted to understand the ability of this white-eyed girl. And she wanted to take the opportunity to be alone with Su Chen, and then tell the boy what she wanted to say in her heart. Then the four of them walked together to another branch of the big fighting arena. At this time, Su Chen remembered the scene a few days ago when he transformed into One Punch Man Saitama and beat Tang San to his knees and called him dad, so he hurriedly asked. By the way, wrong, where are Tang San and Xiao Wu? Why don't you call them over too? Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ning Rong paused slightly, and couldn't help but said a little embarrassedly. Forget it, Su Chen, Tang San has been in a bad mood in recent days. After participating in the daily team battle, he locked himself in the room. I don't know what he is studying. He is unhappy, and Xiao Wu is also unhappy, so it's better not to call them too. Tang San is not in a good mood. Su Chen was delighted, but pretended to be concerned and asked. Did something happen? Chapter 87 Hyaga Hinata vs Kitten Girl Zhu Zuqing, a duel between two sexy girls. This. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ning Rong was slightly stunned, as if she was hesitating whether to tell about Tang San's embarrassing scene. But after taking a look at the boy's curious and handsome face, Ning Rong couldn't help but whispered. Something happened. Just a few days ago, a man who called himself One Punch Man Saitama attacked outside the hotel where we were staying. We, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were all injured in that battle, especially Tang San and Dai Mubai. They were not only injured, but also suffered terrible humiliation. Suffered terrible humiliation? What exactly happened? Su Chen asked with pretended curiosity, and then deliberately said something. Tang San is my good friend now. I need to know about this. I can't just ignore it. Well, I'll tell you then. Ning Rong secretly glanced at Zhu Zuqing, and found that the latter still had a cold face and didn't seem to mind anything, so she continued to speak in a low voice. Dai Mubai was punched by that guy, everything came out, and so did Tang San, and Tang San was forced to kneel down and call dad, and he called it very loudly, and he also claimed that he was an unfilial son. Although Ning Rong was just stating the facts, it can be heard from her tone that through Tang San's actions that day, she now looks down on Tang San, the spineless guy, and even has some mocking meaning. Of course, Tang San should be treated like this. What? Tang San was beaten to kneel down and call dad, and he still claims to be an unfilial son. Su Chen pretended to be shocked and asked in a suspicious manner. Then, who is that One Punch Man Saitama, is it very powerful? Ning Rong shook her head and said. I don't know, it should be very powerful. Before the fight, he said that he could beat Tang San to his knees and call him daddy, and he really beat Tang San to his knees and called him daddy. Oh, that's really powerful, too domineering. Su Chen thought in his heart, but on the surface he was a little indignant. Hinata seemed to hear some clues. She secretly looked at Su Chen with her round and cute white eyes, but didn't say anything. Zhu Zuqing kept thinking with her head down. She felt something was wrong at this time. This Su Chen, he didn't know that One Punch Man Saitama, but that One Punch Man Saitama said he was his little brother. What's going on? Is Su Chen pretending? Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing also secretly looked at Su Chen. At this time, the four of them had already arrived in front of the fighting spirit arena, and Ning Rong said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about this. Anyway, don't mention it in front of Tang San, and don't let him know that I told you about his embarrassing things, otherwise that fool will come to trouble me. Su Chen nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Rong, we naturally won't tell this. Ning Rong smiled, then looked at Hinata beside Su Chen and said. Okay, now let me and my seventh sister play with you and your sister for a while. This is a fighting spirit arena for private competition only, and there are no spectators. Su Chen looked around. This was indeed a closed fighting spirit arena. There were no spectators. Such a private fighting spirit arena would of course be charged. Ning Rongrong had already given the staff a few gold soul coins. Okay, but I don't have to do anything. You two, spar with my sister Hyuga Hinata. As he spoke, Su Chen hinted at Hinata beside him with his eyes, and then gently patted her soft body. Hinata is no longer as timid as she was before. She nodded slightly, and took the initiative to walk onto the fighting spirit arena, looking at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing calmly. Ning Rongrong bit her lip and said, "Since her soul power is level 34, it's reasonable for one person to fight against the two of us. Let's try it. Zuqing, I'll assist you." Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zuqing. After all, she was just an auxiliary spirit master and had no fighting ability, so she could only rely on Zhu Zuqing to test Hinata's strength. Zhu Zuqing hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. She just nodded, twisted her beautiful figure, walked onto the fighting spirit arena, and stood opposite Hinata. Ning Rongrong stood behind Zhu Zuqing. She was mainly an auxiliary. This battle was actually a battle between Zhu Zuqing and Hinata. This made Su Chen interested, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was of course because both Hinata and Zhu Zuqing had good figures. Although Hinata didn't wear a swimsuit at this time, she was dressed quite sexy. She wore a white plaid shirt and tight pants, which showed her figure very well. Zhu Zuqing was still wearing a black leather jacket, which was also tightly stretched. This was a battle between two sexy and plump girls. In the awkward and silent atmosphere, it was Hinata who took the initiative to speak this time. She looked at Zhu Zuqing opposite and said, "Hello, Zhu Zuqing, my name is Hyuga Hinata, don't worry, I will deal with this battle seriously, and you don't have to show mercy." Now Hinata is no longer afraid of fighting, and she doesn't want to lose again, because then she will remember the scene when she lost to her sister Hanabi and faced the doubts of her family and father. Okay. Zhu Zuqing also nodded, looked at Hinata seriously, and responded. Although your soul power is higher than mine, now with Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, I should not be much worse than you, so let me see your true strength. After saying that, 2 soul rings rose from Zhu Zuqing's feet. She raised her 2 fleshy little hands, and the whole person immediately entered the state of fighting. Chapter 88 Hyuga Hinata defeated the kitten girl Zhu Zuqing. The white-eyed girl is too powerful. Looking at the white-eyed girl Hinata in front of her, Zhu Zuqing was still full of confidence, because Hinata looked like a relatively weak girl, and she blushed shyly when she saw them last time, so she didn't think that the white-eyed girl in front of her would be much stronger than her. But the fact is that Hinata at this time is no longer the same as before. Her soul power has reached level 36, and her 3 soul skills are also very powerful. Especially with the blessing of her white-eyed power. Facing Zhu Zuqing, who was ready for battle, Hinata nodded gently. Then the next second, she opened her white eyes, and her 2 eyes had turned pure white. But what is different from before is that the area around Hinata's Byakugan is no longer the same as before, but colorful. The colorful lines plus a pair of Byakugan pupils look mysterious. This is the symbol of Hinata's strength. Now she is no longer the weak girl who can't even tie a chicken. It turns out that after evolving to the Samsara Eye, she will be the next Byakugan Empress, recreating the glory of the Byakugan. By then, Su Chen thought, after returning to the ninja world, Kagaya would probably be scared when she saw it. When Hinata released her Byakugan, 3 soul rings rose from under her feet. They are, 1 yellow, 2 purple. After seeing the colors of Hinata's 3 soul rings, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing standing in front of them widened their eyes. 2,000-year soul rings. No way! The second soul ring has reached 1,000 years. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaimed, and the 7 treasures glazed tower in her hand almost couldn't be held steadily. Yes, I just let her try it at the time, but I didn't expect her to absorb it successfully. Su Chen smiled faintly and explained. Hinata glanced at the 3 soul rings on her body. Her pretty face was still very calm, and now she can adapt to this special power. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing in front of her was still a little shocked, Hinata took the initiative to speak softly. Okay, let's start. Although Hinata's voice was very soft, it made Zhu Zuqing tremble and instantly shiver. Looking at the 3 soul rings on Hinata, Zhu Zuqing suddenly felt that her self-esteem seemed to have been hit. Because she could see that the other party was only the same age as her, and even had a similar body size, but she didn't expect that the other party's strength was so much stronger than her. With 2,000-year soul rings, under normal circumstances, Zhu Zuqing knew that she couldn't win. But now she has Ning Rongrong's assistance, and the other party doesn't, and it can be seen that the other party may not be good at fighting, so she gradually gained confidence in her heart. Zhu Zuqing bit her lip, slowly raised one hand, and said, "Okay, then I'm sorry." After saying that, Zhu Zuqing's whole person was like a nimble Zhu Zuqing cat, and she instantly catapulted and rushed out. The speed of the agile attacking soul master is of course very fast. But unfortunately, at this time she was facing Hinata, who had already opened her Byakugan. The Byakugan is not inferior to the Sharingan in the field of insight and motion capture. But in Hinata's eyes, who had already opened her Byakugan, Zhu Zuqing's instant attack had been slowed down several times. Therefore, Hinata did not panic. She just turned sideways and barely avoided Zhu Zuqing's first attack, causing Zhu Zuqing's cat claws to miss instantly. What? Seeing that the opponent could dodge her attack so easily, Zhu Zuqing was slightly surprised, but she did not pause at all, and then turned around and launched another continuous attack on Hinata. This is Zhu Zuqing's second soul skill, the Netherworld 100 Claws. This cat claw is very fast. If Hinata's white eyes had not evolved, she would not be able to resist it at all. But Hinata's experience in close combat is indeed a little insufficient. At this time, she was a little panicked and quickly stepped back 2 steps. Then the first soul ring on her body lit up instantly. First soul skill, Colorful Dream. Yes, at this time Hinata has released her first soul skill of white eyes. Su Chen can clearly see that the colorful lines around her white eyes have become deeper. An invisible force instantly enveloped Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, who was originally performing the Netherworld Claws at an extremely fast speed, stopped in place in an instant. Her delicate body trembled, and her originally sharp eyes gradually became calm and peaceful, and then became a little confused. It was obvious that Zhu Zuqing had now been hit by Hinata's illusion, the colorful dream. Seeing this, Su Chen completely relaxed and couldn't help yawning. Because the current situation, the winner has been decided. Zhu Zuqing's consciousness has entered the illusion of the colorful dream, and her body stood still in place, naturally defeated. Moreover, Hinata's white eyes still released colorful mist, making her delicate body gradually weak. This is indeed a very powerful soul skill. Even if it is not as good as Tsukuyomi, it is definitely a very powerful illusion. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing's lips gradually turned blue and purple, and she was about to faint, Hinata immediately retracted the colorful mist in her white eyes, which made Zhu Zuqing wake up instantly. Chapter 89 Su Chen obtains Uchiha Attack Transformation card, and will soon have 3 artifact rewards. However, Zhu Zuqing, who had just woken up and escaped from the illusion, felt the weakness of her body at the first time. She couldn't help but let her legs go soft, and sat down on the ring, staring at Hinata in front of her with shock and confusion. You lost, Zhu Zuqing. Su Chen looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was sitting on the ground and a little confused, and took the initiative to speak. But it's nothing, you don't have to take it to heart, okay, Hinata, come down. Su Chen looked at Hinata again, and felt that Hinata after the Byakugan evolved, became more delicate and cute than before, and her figure seemed to have become better and fuller. In short, Hinata is impeccable in terms of strength, appearance, and figure. When she returns to the ninja world in the future, she will definitely surprise everyone. Hinata nodded and walked down from the ring. Ning Rongrong on the side reacted, then quickly squatted down and helped Zhu Zuqing up. Looking at the white-eyed girl Hinata, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say at this time. I didn't expect your sister to be so powerful, Su Chen, no wonder even Tang San and Xiao Wu lost to you. Su Chen scratched his hair calmly and said. It's okay, but Tang San and Xiao Wu don't need to know what happened today. In the next few days, we will continue to participate in the fighting spirit here. After continuing to chat with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing for a few more words, Su Chen took Hinata away. Looking at Su Chen leaving back view, Zhu Zuqing was getting more and more sad. She wanted Su Chen to take her away from Shrek Academy, and escape from this sea of suffering, but she didn't know how to start. Anyway, it was still difficult. After returning to the hotel where he lived with Hinata, after a few days of practice, Su Chen's soul power finally broke through again. Now his soul power has reached level 35, and Hinata has also made a breakthrough, reaching level 37, the same as Dai Mubai. It is estimated that Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu would never have thought that the weak girl Hinata before had completely surpassed them in such a short time. After the upgrade, Su Chen naturally got another chance to draw a lottery. System, draw a lottery. Su Chen sat on the chair and said lazily in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host, the lottery is in progress. As before, a turntable appeared in Su Chen's mind again, and various rewards kept flashing in his mind. Then, the voice of the system elf sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, I got another transformation card. This time it's the transformation card of Uchiha Itachi in the Impure World Reincarnation. The transformation card of Uchiha Itachi in the Impure World Reincarnation. Su Chen's heart was delighted, and his eyes lit up all of a sudden. Although Uchiha Itachi's strength before his death was not as good as that of Mr. Ban, Uchiha Itachi in the Impure World Reincarnation had almost no weaknesses. With infinite chakra and 3 great artifacts, he was almost invincible. As long as the opponent was stabbed by the 10-fist sword, he would be sealed immediately, which is a bit like the setting of Saitama's invincible fist. Moreover, it is almost impossible to be killed in the state of impure world reincarnation. Such Uchiha Itachi, at least against the titled Douluo, has no problem at all. Yes, the transformation card of Uchiha Itachi has been issued. The host must use it in time. After using it, you can get rewards, and there is a certain probability to get an additional Uchiha Itachi transformation card for self-defense in the future. I hope the host has fun. Su Chen touched the soul guide belt on his waist, and he really touched the latest Uchiha Itachi transformation card. The Uchiha Itachi transformation card, like the previous one, has the pattern on it, which is the Uchiha Itachi after the filth. At this time, Su Chen's soul guide belt still has 2 transformation cards, one is the Uchiha Madara transformation card that was awarded before, and the other is the transformation card that was awarded for playing One Punch Man Saitama not long ago. Now there is another Uchiha Itachi transformation card, which makes Su Chen's self-confidence swell up all of a sudden. With these 3 transformation cards on him, Su Chen feels that even if the extreme Douluo wants to kill him, it is almost impossible. After all, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, and One Punch Man Saitama are all existences that are not easy to mess with. Of course, the most powerful of these 3 transformation cards should be One Punch Man Saitama. Just a light punch can knock people through, let alone a serious punch, even gods can't resist it. It's a pity that the duration of these transformation cards is not very long, otherwise Su Chen can easily conquer the entire Douluo continent. After putting away the transformation cards, Su Chen said to himself. These transformation cards are only used to save my life, and I have to become stronger myself. Now I have the ability to break the limiter. Next, as long as I use the transformation card of Uchiha Itaki at the right opportunity, I should also be able to get the exclusive reward of Uchiha Itaki by playing Uchiha Itaki. What is the exclusive reward of Uchiha Itaki? Su Chen thinks it should be one of the 3 great artifacts. After all, only the 3 sacred artifacts are the exclusive abilities of Uchiha Itaki, and Su Chen has mastered these abilities now, such as Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. Chapter 90. It is such a coincidence that Su Chen and Hyuga Hinata meet Doguyan and Yu Tianheng. Of course, Uchiha Itaki's 3 sacred artifacts are very powerful. The 10-fisted sword can seal all opponents, the 8-foot mirror can resist all physical attacks, and the 8-foot Kyung Megatama can defeat all defenses. Therefore, no matter which of the 3 sacred artifacts he gets, Su Chen is very satisfied. According to Su Chen's own understanding, he often has to play these roles more than once, and only by playing them several times can he obtain all the abilities of the characters. When he plays Uchiha Madara next time, he should have the opportunity to obtain top-level ninjutsu such as the Wheel Graveside Prison and the Heavenly Shock Star. The next day, Su Chen and Hinata came to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena again. Su Chen is not here to beat Tang San this time. After all, not long ago, One Punch Man Saitama beat Tang San to his knees and called him dad. If he plays Uchiha Itaki and beats him to his knees and called him grandpa, then that guy is too pitiful. Su Chen plans to find Bibi Dong and her daughter Qian Rongxiu in a while. When it is necessary, he will use the Uchiha Itaki transformation card, which will be more interesting. Su Chen and Hinata signed up for the 2-on-2 fighting spirit again as usual. After playing today's 2-on-2 fighting spirit, Su Chen plans to start signing up for the team fighting spirit. Signing up for the team fighting spirit as 2 people will be more challenging. Otherwise, the same level 2-on-2 fighting spirit is too weak for Su Chen and Hinata now. After all, one is the Sharingan and the other is the Byakugan. This pair of pupils is invincible. But unexpectedly, after the ponytailed receptionist signed up Su Chen and Hinata for a 2-on-2 fighting game, her pretty face suddenly became a little ugly and complicated. You two, actually met they? As the registration staff, the girl at the front desk can naturally see the opponents matched for Su Chen and Hinata first. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Su Chen smiled and looked at the beautiful receptionist. He was naturally not nervous at all, because among the soul masters from level 30 to level 40, no matter what kind of opponent he met, it was impossible to defeat him and Hinata. After all, he still had the trump card of Susanoo. A soul master without a martial soul body or martial soul fusion skills could not compete with Susanoo at all. The receptionist did not answer Su Chen directly, but returned his fighting spirit badge to him and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I can't reveal the information of your opponent in advance, but I can remind you that this is a new team and a new combination. From arriving at the Grand Fighting Soul Arena a few days ago to now, they have never lost a dozen fighting spirits. In the group Fighting Spirit, they may soon encounter the Shrek team that has been winning streaks in the Grand Fighting Soul Arena before, and the members of the Double Fighting Spirit this time are the captain and vice-captain of this team. Anyway, I wish you good luck." Captain and vice-captain. Su Chen was a little confused. After bringing Hinata to the lounge, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be the Royal Fighting Team? Then the captain and vice-captain are Yu Tianheng and Doguyan? Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems so. The Royal Fighting Team came at this time. So in addition to the group Fighting Spirit, did Doguyan and Yu Tianheng also participate in the Double Fighting Spirit? It was not until Su Chen and Hinata's turn to play and walked through the Fighting Spirit channel that he finally confirmed it. This time, his and Hinata's opponents were actually Doguyan and Yu Tianheng. At this time, the host had already introduced them on the stage. The one who has already played is the Dragon Snake combination that just came to our Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena a few days ago. Although they have only been here for a few days, they have already achieved an amazing record of 12 consecutive victories. However, their opponents should not be underestimated. Their opponents are called the Double Eyes Combination. They registered in our Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena a few months ago. Although the Double Eyes Combination has only participated in 7 fighting spirits intermittently, their record has also remained undefeated. Who will be stronger and who will be weaker in this collision? Please wait and see. The host's voice was beautiful and moving, skillful and gentle. After walking in, Su Chen could see clearly that the host was the beautiful girl Douluo whom he had met before. Now they were in the main fighting arena, so whether it was a double fighting or a group fighting, Douluo would host it. Looking at the beautiful girl Douluo waving her snow-white wings from a distance, Su Chen had a smile on his face. This was certainly a good thing. Having a beautiful host could make people feel better about fighting, right? Taking a skilled step, Su Chen and Hinata came to the arena of the main fighting arena. Looking across, Su Chen saw a sexy blue-haired girl and a strong man. These two people looked exactly like in the anime. Obviously, they were Yu Tianheng and Duguyan. But in reality, Duguyan seemed to be fuller and her breasts were not small. Chapter 91 Hinata Hyaga's eyes were full of power, and the colorful dream technique shocked Yu Tianheng. Facing the two boys and girls who looked a few years younger than her, Duguyan looked very disdainful, and said with a slight smile on her lips. Double Eyes Combination, your name is really a bit strange, but in order to save you from suffering, I advise you two to admit defeat now, otherwise, it will not be good to make you cry later. At this time, Duguyan and Yu Tianheng were both over 18 years old, so in Duguyan's eyes, Su Chen and Hinata were indeed younger brothers and sisters. She didn't take them seriously at all, and she also had a trace of pity. Looking at Duguyan's sexy figure that was taller than her, Su Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but it's not necessary. We still want to try our potential." Hearing Su Chen's words, Duguyan shook her head helplessly and said, "Thank you for letting the audience see the style of our dragon-snake combination again." After saying this, Duguyan leaned on Yu Tianheng's shoulder very intimately, and took one of Yu Tianheng's arms. Su Chen saw this scene and did not feel uncomfortable. After all, Duguyan and Yu Tianheng were originally a pair of CP, and they looked very compatible. But what made Su Chen want to laugh was that the name of the combination they came up with was also very tiger. Dragon-snake combination. Come to think of it, Yu Tianheng's martial soul is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, and Duguyan's martial soul is the green scale snake. Therefore, the combination of Duguyan and Yu Tianheng is called the dragon-snake combination, which sounds quite reasonable and very useful. Well, now, let's start the game. Dodo, who was flying in the air, seemed to be eating a lollipop at this time, and her speech was a little unclear. She announced the start of the game, but her beautiful voice and panting tone made the audience more excited, and they burst into applause and cheers. As the game started, Duguyan and Yu Tianheng on the opposite side immediately entered the state of martial spirit possession, and 3 souls rose under their feet. Rings, all 2 yellow and 1 purple. The soul power of the 2 is level 39 and level 38 respectively. After entering the state of martial spirit possession, Yu Tianheng's figure became more burly, and some blue dragon armor similar to the scales of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex appeared on his body. This obviously greatly improved his defense. Duguyan's martial spirit did not change much after being possessed, and she was still so sexy and full, with mature charm. You two are not ready yet, release your martial spirits quickly, I'll wait for you. Yu Tianheng looked at Su Chen and Hinata with a careless and superior look, obviously not taking these 2 young-looking children seriously. Su Chen and Hinata looked at each other, and then both of their eyes changed. Su Chen's eyes turned red, and the 3 Megatama were spinning rapidly. Hinata's eyes turned into a chaotic white, with colorful patterns flashing around her eyes. In short, this scene looks quite cool and amazing. These two people's eyes? Why have they changed? Duguyan was a little surprised. Don't panic, Yanzi, their martial spirits are just some inferior ones. In front of my top beast martial dragon blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, they are not worth mentioning. No, that girl. Before Yu Tianheng finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. Because he had seen the 3 soul rings that appeared on Hinata's body, 1 yellow and 2 purple. 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings? How is this possible? Duguyan blinked in surprise. How could someone's second soul ring absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Wouldn't he explode and die? Hinata did not answer the two people's questions, but quickly entered the combat state, and at the same time observed the flow of soul power in Duguyan and Yu Tianheng's bodies with his white eyes. Su Chen scratched his head more carelessly and said, "We are ready, let's start." Hearing Su Chen's words, Yu Tianheng on the opposite side felt that his dignity was challenged. He clenched his fists and said to Duguyan beside him, "Yanzi, you don't have to do anything. The girl's soul ring is just a trick, and even if there is another 1,000-year soul ring, it will not affect anything at all." After saying that, Yu Tianheng took advantage of his strong body and took the lead in attacking, waving his blue fist flashing with lightning, and rushed towards Su Chen and Hinata together. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. When approaching Su Chen and Hinata, Yu Tianheng had already used his first soul skill. One of his hands had turned into a dragon claw flashing with lightning, which was several times larger than before. The power of this claw should never be underestimated. Su Chen immediately took a step back, his eyes spinning quickly, and soon turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Use the first soul skill, Colorful Dream, Hinata. Su Chen immediately reminded Hinata, and Hinata nodded. Her first soul ring had already lit up, and the colorful lines around her eye sockets became deeper. Colorful Dream. In an instant, an invisible force instantly enveloped Yu Tianheng, and then a colorful mist also emerged from Hinata's eyes. The colorful mist plus the illusion of the colorful dream made Yu Tianheng, who was originally preparing to attack, stop abruptly, as if blocked by an invisible force, and as if hitting an invisible wall. Chapter 92 The White Eye and Sharingan illusions are superimposed, Duguyan is anxious, and Yu Tianheng is furious. What's going on? My body. Yu Tianheng bit his teeth hard, but felt his body shaking uncontrollably, and the white-eyed girl in front of him seemed to gradually become blurred. This is the power of the illusion of the colorful dream. If Yu Tianheng's soul power is much higher than Hinata's, then he can almost ignore the illusion of the colorful dream. This is the setting of Douluo continent. Control-type soul skills cannot work on opponents with soul power far higher than their own. But unfortunately, Hinata Hyuga, who has absorbed 3 soul rings, has reached level 37 in soul power. Yu Tianheng himself is only level 39 now, so he is certainly not immune to the mental control of the colorful dream. But to be on the safe side, Su Chen's Mangekyo Sharingan also rotated quickly. He did not intend to use Tsukuyomi because it was a bit wasteful, so he only used a basic illusion. Mirror Flower Water Moon. This is the trick that Uchiha Itachi used to deal with Yui Kurane. Yu Tianheng, who was stagnant in place, his mind had entered the illusion of the colorful dream. He felt that he was in a colorful chaos and could not tell the direction. What's going on? Where is this? Yanzi, Yanzi. Yu Tianheng called Duguyan's name, but the next second, a big tree stretched out from behind him, and the thick branches instantly tied him up completely. This is the effect of the superposition of the 7-color dream and the mirror flower and water moon. Tianheng, Tianheng, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Yu Tianheng's body was already covered by the 7-color mist and his breathing became more and more rapid, Duguyan finally realized that something was wrong. This girl who looks a little cute and immature seems to be far from being as easy to deal with as she seems. Is this a spiritual skill? As the granddaughter of the titled Douluo Dugubo, Doguyan immediately saw the clue. Tianheng, wake up quickly! Doguyan shouted loudly. After she finished speaking, the first 2 soul rings on her body lit up. First soul skill, Jade Scale Red Poison. Second soul skill, Jade Scale Blue Poison. I saw 2 different colored poisons instantly enter Yu Tianheng's body. Although these 2 poisons are also Jade Scale Snake Venom, they will not cause harm to Yu Tianheng's body, but can greatly increase his strength. This is why Doguyan can be regarded as the core of the royal fighting team, because her 3 soul skills can not only control opponents, but also enhance herself and teammates. Jade Scale Red Poison, also known as Excitement Poison, can increase the speed and attack power of its target by 20%. Jade Scale Blue Poison is called Paralysis Poison, which can be immune to pain and increase the target's defense by 30%. Therefore, after the 2 poisons entered his body, Yu Tianheng's body moved all of a sudden. In addition, he heard Doguyan's voice and the feelings they had before. His willpower became extremely firm, and he also roared violently. Ah, you two, don't even think about trapping Yu Tianheng. Oops, it seems our illusion can't control him. Su Chen couldn't help but say. Originally, Yu Tianheng's soul power was higher than Hinata and Su Chen's. In addition, he had the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. This kind of strong attack type soul master had a strong resistance to illusions. In addition, Yu Tianheng's body had the attributes of excitement and paralysis at this time, so his consciousness had gradually separated from the illusion. At this time, only by using advanced pupil techniques such as Tsukuyomi can Yu Tianheng fall into the illusion again. But after thinking about it, Su Chen didn't plan to use Tsukuyomi, because he had just obtained the powerful power of One Punch Man Saitama to break the limiter, and he continued to stick to Saitama's training plan for several weeks. It's time to try how the training results during this period are. So Su Chen planned to use his power to break the limiter to have a head-on confrontation with Yu Tianheng. So Su Chen quickly stepped back and said to Hinata beside him. This guy is about to break free from the illusion of the colorful dream, but you don't have to worry about him anymore. Let me deal with him. You just need to deal with the girl behind who is still releasing the green-scaled snake venom. Otherwise, with her around, Yu Tianheng's combat power will become stronger and stronger. Okay, I'll deal with that girl right away. Hinata made a prompt decision, nodded and agreed. Of course, she didn't worry that Su Chen didn't have the strength to deal with the violent man Yu Tianheng. After all, when she was in the Stardo Great Forest, she witnessed Su Chen becoming bald and then punching a behemoth. Moreover, Su Chen possessed the top-level pupil technique Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, which was the pride of Konoha. How could he lose to these guys from another world? Thinking of this, Hinata gritted her teeth, and her second soul ring lit up instantly. Bian's second soul skill, Dragon Fire Wings. This move is very domineering. In an instant, a pair of purple wings appeared behind Hinata, and her whole body floated up. In her original white eyes, purple flames were also surging at this moment. Very good. In the flying state, you can completely avoid the green scale snake venom of Doguyan, and then you can just throw her off the ring. Su Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then stared at Yu Tianheng in front of him. Roar! After a dragon roar came out of his mouth, Yu Tianheng finally broke free from the illusion and mist of the colorful dream, waving a huge dragon claw and rushed towards Su Chen. Chapter 93 Haiga Hinata vs Doguyan, Su Chen used a serious punch to beat Yu Tianheng. Come on! Before transforming into One Punch Man Saitama, Su Chen's physical skills were actually relatively weak, and he did not dare to go head-to-head with the powerful Battle Soul Master. But now it is different, because he has inherited the powerful ability of One Punch Man Saitama, and is also adhering to Saitama's training plan to increase his physical strength infinitely. Therefore, Su Chen is now the next One Punch Man with the Samsara Eye. Go to hell! The humiliation of being trapped in the illusion just now has angered Yu Tianheng, so at this time he directly said a harsh word, wanting to tear the boy in front of him to pieces. The power of this thunder dragon claw is enough to break a boulder, and he certainly thinks that the boy in front of him cannot withstand this blow. But at this moment, Su Chen quickly raised his fist and met his dragon claw fiercely with a fearless posture. One punch, break! Bang! Su Chen's fist hit Duguyan's thunder dragon claw fiercely, and he felt numbness in his fist for a moment, but there was no pain. Yu Tianheng, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly had his pupils shrink, his handsome face suddenly turned into a mask of pain, and his mouth opened wide. Yes, Yu Tianheng never thought that the fist of this boy with a pair of red eyes would have such a powerful force. The moment his mouth opened, his whole body was instantly smashed out like a sandbag, forming a parabola on the ring. Ah, no! Yu Tianheng shouted hard, enduring the pain of broken bones, twisting his body hard in the air, so that he did not fly out of the fighting spirit ring directly, but fell directly on the floor of the ring. Bang! A hole was smashed directly on the floor of the ring. Yu Tianheng's face was extremely painful, and blood was dripping from his hands. Su Chen landed on the ground at this time. He couldn't help but look at his fist in shock, and said to himself in his heart, "Is this the terrifying power that breaks the limiter? This is simply too powerful. As long as I keep training, then later on, my punch will be almost equivalent to a 10,000-year soul skill, and I can kill a soul with one punch." This is not an exaggeration. Although Su Chen now only has the talent to break the limiter, and is still far from the strength of Teacher Saitama, by adhering to Teacher Saitama's training plan, he thinks it is not difficult to kill a soul with one punch in the future. But later, after playing as Mike and obtaining the 8 gates, how strong will it be to perform a serious punch when the 8 gates are opened? It's simply unimaginable. If it's still not strong enough, then you can play as Kakarot later and obtain the Super Saiyan Physique and the Ultra Instinct. Then it will be the 8 gates, plus the Super Saiyan Physique, plus the Ultra Instinct, plus the power to break the limiter and the serious punch. By that time, Su Chen feels that even Luo Feng, Thanos, and Silver Superman are not enough in front of him. Because at that time, he would be equivalent to inheriting the inheritance of the 8 gates Night Kai, One Punch Man Saitama, and Super Saiyan God Kakarot at the same time. In that case, after returning to the ninja world, Su Chen estimated that he could knock out the dung of his Haikyo Izushiki with one punch. Although his Haikyo Izushiki's physical skills are very powerful, and he can kick the perfect Susanoo to pieces with one kick, but that is only powerful in the ninja world. With the physical skills of his Haikyo Izushiki, if he is against Super Saiyan God Goku or One Punch Man Saitama, if they don't knock out his dung in one round, it means he has finished. If you don't believe it, then wait for our protagonist Su Chen to bring the White Eyes Empress Hinata back to the ninja world, and then knock out the dung of his Haikyo Izushiki with one punch in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Maybe Su Chen doesn't even need to take action, and the White Eyes Empress Hinata will be able to defeat his Haikyo Izushiki at that time. If she alone is not enough, there are also Rakshasa God Bibidong, Qian Rongxiu, and Zhu Zuqing. As for Kaguya-sama, let's talk about it later. Although Kaguya-sama seems to have been mentioned later, it doesn't matter. It seems a bit off topic, so let's go back to the fighting spirit arena again. Although Yu Tianheng felt severe pain in his hand bones at this time, as if they were about to break, he still refused to accept it. He stepped on his feet and rushed out of the pit again, roaring and launching a second attack on Su Chen. Second soul skill, Thunder. When approaching Su Chen, the power of thunder suddenly burst out from Yu Tianheng's body and hit Su Chen heavily. Looking at the rolling thunder, Su Chen finally clenched his fists hard this time, recalling the posture of Saitama in his mind, one foot slightly bent, and then instantly like a white lightning, piercing the power of thunder and smashing towards Yu Tianheng. Must kill, serious punch. Yes, this is the serious punch that Su-chen inherited from teacher Saitama. After playing the role of teacher Saitama, Su-chen received 2 rewards, one of which was the ability to break the limiter, and the other was a serious punch. Although his serious punch could not be compared with teacher Saitama's serious punch, after performing the serious punch, he could release 100% of the power to break the limiter in his body. In this state, countless cells in his body were activated. This was an attack that could 100% stimulate the full potential of the body. But when the fist was about to hit Yu Tianheng, Su-chen still withdrew some of his strength because he was afraid of killing Yu Tianheng. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience, they saw that the white lightning suddenly slowed down, and then turned into a handsome boy, with his fist passing through the attacks of thunder power, and then hit Yu Tianheng's chest heavily. Bang! Yu Tianheng's eyes seemed to bulge out instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body flew out again, accompanied by a scream. Wow! As strong as Yu Tianheng was, he actually let out such a scream. It can be imagined that he was enduring such unimaginable pain at this time. There was no room for reversal this time. Under the powerful attack and the impact of the fist wind of the serious punch, Yu Tianheng's body was like a cannonball, hitting the guardrail outside the ring heavily, and then directly smashed through the guardrail and hit the ground. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the floor broke, causing countless audiences in the audience and the surroundings to gasp. If an ordinary person suffered such an attack, he would probably have died a long time ago. Su-chen used his Mangekyo Sharingan to look at Yu Tianheng, who fell not far from the ring, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng is not dead. However, the power of this serious punch really shocked Su-chen himself. Just now, he held back some of his strength at the last moment, and only used about 60% of his strength to attack, but even so, the power was too terrifying, and he almost killed Yu Tianheng. If it weren't for the Battle Soul Master with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, he would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. When Su-chen was performing a serious punch just now, he felt as if all the cells in his body were burning, and his speed and strength suddenly increased at that moment. It seems that it is a punch that can stimulate all the potential of the body. A serious punch is indeed worthy of its reputation. I have to use it carefully in the future. Su-chen thought silently in his heart, and at this time, Duguyan saw that her lover Yu Tianheng was knocked off the ring by a punch and even lost consciousness, and she was anxious all of a sudden. Tianheng! Duguyan shouted in grief, and then looked at Su-chen and Hinata in front of her with hatred. Of course, at this time Hinata was waving the dragon fire wings behind her and slowly floated in the air. Hinata, who originally looked sweet and cute, had a pair of domineering flame wings behind her. This scene made the audience in the audience boil, and many people cheered and applauded. Even Dalu, who was above the ring, looked at Hinata in surprise and couldn't help saying, "It's so shocking and amazing. I didn't expect that this pair of double pupils is so strong. It seems that they have never fought seriously before. This time they have met an opponent worthy of seriousness. The wings of this girl are really cool, even more beautiful than Daodu's wings. You dare to hurt Tianheng, you are looking for death." Duguyan gritted his teeth and stared at Su-chen and Hinata. "Don't worry, he is not dead." Su-chen smiled faintly and did not show any hostility. After all, he wanted to beat Tang San and Xiao Wu. He didn't want to bully the girl in front of him, but if he was bored, he could have sex with her later. "Then you will die." Duguyan shook her lips vigorously, and then the third soul ring on her body lit up. I saw the green mist pouring out of her body. This time she released the real green scale snake venom, which could instantly poison the opponent, enter a weak state, and then slowly faint until death. The emerald green venom of the azure phosphorus snake rushed towards Su-chen and Hinata. Su-chen took a breath of the poison in the air, but he didn't feel anything. This might be the result of sticking to the Saitama training plan. But Su Chen could bear it, but Hinata might not, so she quickly reminded Hinata in the air. Miss Hinata, quickly avoid the emerald green poison, get close, grab Douluo, and then throw her off the ring. Hinata in the air nodded and immediately moved quickly. The white-eyed girl Hinata, who was waving the pair of flaming wings behind her, was very domineering and beautiful at this moment. With the blessing of the pair of flaming wings, she was extremely fast and flexibly avoided the emerald green poison, and rushed directly to Douluo from the side. What? Douluo was shocked and quickly stepped back a few steps, trying to escape. But how could her speed be comparable to Hinata, who opened the dragon fire wings? A control-type soul master like Douluo, once approached by a powerful combat soul master, has no fighting power at all. Sure enough, before Douluo ran a few steps, a white hand instantly rested on her shoulder. The owner of this hand was of course Hinata. Douluo turned around and saw Hinata's round and cute face. But at this time, Hinata's eyes were not weak at all, but full of determination, and calmness in determination. Finally, Hinata exerted force on her hand and directly lifted Douluo up. Don't forget that during this period of time, when Su Chen insisted on training with the Saitama plan, he took Hinata with him. Although he knew that Hinata would not be able to reach the level of One Punch Man Saitama in the future like him, he could make Hinata's body extremely strong, and she originally practiced the 8-diagram 64 palms. Such training can make her palms very powerful and her attack power will become stronger and stronger. Therefore, at this moment, Hinata, who was already level 37 and practiced soft fist, easily lifted Douluo up and lifted Douluo into the air. Douluo had no power to resist in front of Hinata at this time, just like a little chicken. Ah, don't! Feeling that she was lifted into the air by Hinata, Douluo couldn't help but scream. Then Hinata pursed her lips, exerted force with her left hand, and threw Douluo directly out of the ring. Douluo's delicate body fell weakly on the floor outside the ring. Although she didn't fall as badly as Yu Tianheng just now, the pain still made her extremely uncomfortable and almost cried. When she looked at the white-eyed girl Hinata and another handsome boy on the ring again, Douluo only felt extremely humiliated and unwilling in her heart. After all, the royal fighting team, which came here from Tiandu City, had a sense of superiority, but they didn't expect to lose now. Douluo took a few deep breaths and could only comfort herself in her heart. Yu Tianheng and I didn't cooperate well, and we didn't have Yelingling's assistance. If it was a team battle soul, we would not lose to anyone. Dalu, who was flying above the ring, seemed to be eating bubble gum again at this time, and her voice was a little breathless. After a while, she said in surprise and joy. It's so shocking, so beyond our expectations. Congratulations to the two soul masters of the Shuangtong combination for successfully winning this game and ending the 14-game winning streak of the Dragon Snake combination. I hope they can bring us more excitement in the future. Chapter 94 Hyuga Hinata easily defeated Douluo, and the beautiful girl Douluo was shocked. A new battle began. Then Hinata also landed on the ring. Su Chen patted her shoulders, then pinched her hand and left together. Hinata's hands are soft, and it's quite comfortable to pinch. But her strength is not small, because she is practicing soft fist. I just don't know how good her skills are in that aspect. Of course, I can try it well in the future. In short, Naruto has nothing to do, after all. Su Chen now has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and has also practiced the serious punch. In the future, whether it is Naruto or the second pillar, it will not be possible for him, Su Chen. Cultivate Hinata into the White Eye Empress, then take her down, and then Bibidong, Qianrongxiu and Zhu Zuqing, let them become Hinata's sisters. Hinata can become the master of the harem in the future. Silver Dragon King Guyuina must also be accepted. Xiaobai and Poseidon must also be taken in. Then bring them back to the ninja world together, re-establish an organization, and then let the entire ninja world feel pain. This is of course very reasonable and quite useful. After becoming gods, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu, their fighting power is definitely not weak in the ninja world. The angel's true body alone is more than 10 feet high, and there are artifacts like the angel's holy sword in their hands. The same is true for Bibi Dong. She also has the Rakshasa god armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe. With such strength in the ninja world, except for strong men like Senju Hashirama and Six Paths Madara, others can't compete with them at all. The Nine Tails is not enough in front of them. At that time, of course, they will bully Naruto and Sasuke, bully the ninja coalition, and in short, bully everyone. As long as anyone is not convinced, punch him out. Whether in Douluo continent or in the ninja world, Su Chen is so domineering, because he has obtained the inheritance of One Punch Man Saitama, but it's a pity that he is not a righteous Superman, but a native who can do whoever he wants. After leaving the big fighting spirit field with Hinata, Su Chen took a breath of fresh air, started playing, and then took Hinata to eat together. When passing a corner, Su Chen seemed to see Tang San and Xiao Wu from a distance. Yes, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu, but this guy still looked the same as before, with a stern face and was particularly unhappy. He seemed to be buying something, but he was also ferocious and aggrieved when buying things. After giving the gold soul coin to the boss, Tang San turned his head and left, and Xiao Wu hurriedly followed him, not daring to say anything, for fear of hurting his self-esteem. But does Tang San still have self-esteem? He even knelt down and called Dad, saying that he was an unfilial son. Su Chen pointed at Tang San's gloomy face and said to Hinata, "Look at that guy, with a stern face, as if his mother is gone." No, his mother is indeed gone. After that, Su Chen took Hinata away. When he came to the Great Soul Arena again the next day, he found that the Soto City Great Soul Arena was particularly lively today. Without thinking, Su Chen could guess that today should be the decisive battle between the Royal Fighting Team and the Shrek Team. One is a strong team from outside, and the other is the most popular team in the Grand Fighting Arena. Such a team fight will naturally attract countless spectators. This team fight is also without exception, and it must be held in the main fighting arena. After Su Chen bought a ticket with Hinata, he came to a good viewing position in the main fighting arena, and then took Hinata and sat down carefully. Is Su Chen just here to watch the battle today? No, he also wants to take Hinata to participate in a team fight. That is, with Hinata, the two of them beat up the awesome Shrek 7 Devils. 2 against 7, for the current Su Chen and Hinata, there is almost no pressure, because the last time they fought against Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, neither of them used their full strength. Of course, Su Chen will definitely show mercy to Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, and these two girls are good to him. But apart from Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, the others, including Xiao Wu, were beaten up at random. Su Chen had no interest in Xiao Wu, and it was the same now. After beating up the Shrek 7 monsters in the group battle spirit this time, Su Chen planned to take Hinata to Tiandu City to find Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong, and also go to Tian Shui College to play and cause trouble. At that time, you can play the role of the second pillar, that is, Uchiha Sasuke. After that, you can go out to sea and find Xiaobai and the Sea Witch. Who will you play at that time? You can play Kakarote. That would be too strong. Even if it is the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, can it withstand 20 times the Kaioken? No. You can also play the Mummy Kisame and Mamakai Zabuza. In short, there are still many fun things to do later. Today's match is between Shrek 7 Monsters and Royal Fighting Team. The match will start soon. Please wait and see. Now please activate your martial spirits. Dalu, who possesses the white dove martial spirit, once again floated above the ring, flying around, wearing a not too long skirt, and her white legs were like an angel, which was really very pleasing to the eye. Su Chen would look up from time to time. If he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be even more beautiful. But it seemed that there was no need for this. After all, he had the Sharingan, which could not be used as a Byakugan. As Daodu's voice fell, both Shrek 7 monsters and Royal Fighting Team immediately activated their martial spirits, and one soul ring after another lit up on the ring, which looked dazzling. Hinata, the Byakugan girl sitting next to Su Chen, couldn't help blinking at this time, but she seemed to be just watching very seriously. This was also the reason why Su Chen brought him here to watch the game. After all, Shrek 7 monsters and Royal Fighting Team were considered the most powerful in this period. Two teams. Through this battle, Hinata should also have a deeper understanding of the cooperation and fighting between Soul Masters. However, Hinata only needs to cooperate with him, Su Chen. The Byakugan cooperates with the Sharingan, and the Samsara Eye cooperates with the Samsara Eye, which is absolutely invincible. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Chen thinks that the Shrek 7 devils should still win this battle. Although Dai Mubai's leg is lame and he was beaten to shit by a punch before, Tang San was also beaten to his knees and called his father last time, but that was in front of One Punch Man. In the fight with the Royal Fighting Team, the Shrek 7 devils should still be able to prevail. After all, Tang San also has many trump cards, including the Clear Sky Hammer and the 8 Spider Lance. But there is a variable. In the original work, the Shrek 7 devils defeated the Royal Fighting Team to a large extent by relying on Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion skills, the Nether White Tiger. But in this situation now, Su Chen thinks that Zhu Zuqing is unlikely to be willing to perform martial soul fusion skills with Dai Mubai. Without the martial soul fusion technique, even if the Shrek 7 devils could win in the end, it would be more difficult. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't help but turn his eyes and suddenly saw a very disgusting short flat head. Who is this short flat head? Of course it is the coward Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Su Chen and Hinata were sitting in the 4th row, while the coward Yu Xiaogang was sitting in the 2nd row, with Flanders beside him. The coward Yu Xiaogang obviously took this game very seriously. He didn't sit properly with a short flat head, but stood straight, like a fool, with a pair of old eyes wide open. Chapter 95 Hinata Hyuga wants to slap Tang San's face, and the despicable Tang San arouses public anger. However, the coward Yu Xiaogang didn't notice Su Chen and Hinata Hyuga at this time. It's nothing to be discovered by Yu Xiaogang. Su Chen was watching the game at this time, a little bored, so he pointed at Yu Xiaogang's short flat head and asked the white-eyed girl Hinata Hyuga next to him. "Hey, do you think that old man is a fool?" Fool. Hearing this word, Hinata Hyuga felt a little strange. She looked at Yu Xiaogang's short flat head curiously, and seemed to feel a little disgusted, so she nodded and said as if she understood. "It should be. Not should be, but definitely, that coward Yu Xiaogang is a fool." Su Chen smiled, and then shouted at Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders in front of Hinata Hyuga. "Hey, idiot Yu Xiaogang! Master idiot!" Yu Xiaogang was watching his apprentice Tang San playing the game at this time, so the guy didn't react until Su Chen shouted the 3rd time. He couldn't help but turn his head and just saw Su Chen and Hinata Hyuga sitting in the 4th row. Being stared at by Yu Xiaogang's old eyes, Su Chen didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He continued to speak naturally. "Master Shibai, my sister Hinata and I just saw you, so we wanted to say hello to you." "Oh, it's you, Su Chen, and your sister." Yu Xiaogang certainly knew Su Chen and Hyuga Hinata. When he saw Su Chen's talent before, he wanted Su Chen to stay in Shrek Academy as his student, but Su Chen refused at that time. So Yu Xiaogang also showed a friendly expression, but then he seemed to feel something was wrong and couldn't help asking. "Master Shibai, Su Chen, are you calling me?" "Yes." Su Chen didn't comment and nodded calmly. Even though Lao Guangguo Flanders turned his head at this time, he was still not nervous at all. because Su Chen was very sure that there was no word Shibai in Douluo continent. So the meaning was unclear and vague, so it could naturally be explained by Su Chen himself. He didn't even know that he was scolding the coward Yu Xiaogang in front of him, and it felt comfortable. In Su Chen's previous life, the word Shibai did not exist in the Blue Star at first, and no one knew who invented this word. Anyway, it was still very good. Although Yu Xiaogang felt that this word seemed unfriendly at this time, seeing Su Chen's smiling expression, he felt that he might have overthought it, so he couldn't help asking. What does the word Shibai mean? Is it a word from your hometown? Of course. Su Chen smiled and nodded. In our hometown, when we praise someone for being awesome and great, we often use this word. After seeing you last time, I admired your profound knowledge and spirit master theory very much, so when I saw you again this time, I couldn't help but blurt out, Master Shibai, Shibai Yu Xiaogang, you are worthy of being Tang San's most respected teacher, and I now admire you very much. Ha ha ha. Su Chen's words greatly satisfied Yu Xiaogang's self-esteem. The guy couldn't help laughing, and touched his short flat head, saying proudly. Since you praised me in your hometown language, saying that I am the master of sand coin, then I, Yu Xiaogang, will admit it. Thank you for your praise, little brother, but I have to watch Tang San and his team's game right now. This team battle is still very important for Shrek. Su Chen suppressed his smile in his heart and nodded calmly. Well, I know, Master of Sand Coin, I am also here to watch the Shrek team's game, so Master of Sand Coin, you don't have to worry about me anymore, let's continue to watch Tang San and his team's game. I believe that in this game, the victory must belong to the Shrek team. Well, I believe it too. I still care about the students I taught. With my direct disciple Tang San, I have enough confidence. The coward Yu Xiaogang nodded confidently, then turned his old face and continued to watch the team battle on the fighting spirit arena. But thinking of Su Chen's address to him just now, he couldn't help but said to the old bachelor Flanders beside him. Rand, the kid named Su Chen just now is the kid I said last time that I was going to let him enter Shrek to practice. Unfortunately, he didn't agree at that time, but he was still impressed by my Yu Xiaogang's knowledge. After just one meeting, he called me the master of sand coins this time. The boy said that this is an extremely admired word in their hometown, which is enough to show that my Yu Xiaogang is a very awesome person. The old bachelor Flanders looked at Yu Xiaogang's proud and arrogant expression at this time, and always felt that something seemed to be wrong, but he didn't refute it, just echoed and laughed. Yes, Xiaogang, you are indeed a very remarkable person. Then Yu Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders continued to watch the game. As the game progressed, the two guys finally stopped talking and started to get serious. Su Chen and Hyuga Hinata also began to watch the game between the Lake Seven Devils and the Royal Fighting Team seriously. At the beginning, it seemed to be similar to the plot. With Tang San in control of the overall situation, he quickly gained the upper hand and severely injured Yu Tianheng, the biggest main force of the Royal Fighting Team. But then Ye Lingling began to use her soul skills, and the powerful recovery ability of the 9-star Begonia allowed the injured members of the Royal Fighting Team to regain their combat effectiveness. At this time, facing the simultaneous attack of the Shi brothers and Yu Tianheng, Tang San hurriedly said to Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai. You two, hurry up, use your special skills, Nether White Tiger. Hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mubai immediately nodded, looked at Zhu Zuqing seriously, and immediately approached her and said. Zuqing, get ready. What, martial soul fusion skills? Zhu Zuqing's body trembled. Seeing Dai Mubai approaching her quickly, as if he wanted to stick to her body completely, she instinctively felt a deep disgust and aversion. Regarding the martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had actually practiced it together when they were in the Xingluo Empire. Later, during the first stage of the Master's special training, under the Master's guidance, the two finally mastered it completely. But at that time, Su Chen had not arrived yet, and the Uchiha Madara he played had not appeared yet, so at that time, Zhu Zuqing still had a good impression of Daimyo Bai. But now, thinking of what Daimyo Bai said when he went out with Ma Hongjun in the middle of the night to find the lady, as well as the contempt and insult to her, Zhu Zuqing only felt extremely disgusted in her heart, and she really didn't want Daimyo Bai to get close to him. So at this moment, Zhu Zuqing on the ring did not cooperate well with Daimyo Bai, but moved quickly and met the Black Panther Soul Master Oboro in the royal fighting team alone. "What, Zuqing, what are you doing? Why don't you cooperate with Xiao San's actions?" Seeing that Zhu Zuqing didn't listen to him, Daimyo Bai was also angry and couldn't help but yell. However, Zhu Zuqing was really disdainful of this. While struggling to fight with the Black Panther Soul Master Oboro, she snorted in her heart. "Cooperate with you? Who are you? Why should I, Zhu Zuqing, cooperate with you? You are a yellow-haired man who was punched out of shit by someone. I won't let you get close to me. It's too disgusting. I would rather fight by myself." That's right, after what happened that night, Zhu Zuqing no longer has any good feelings towards Shrek. She didn't have any real friends in Shrek Academy. She stayed here only because of Daimyo Bai, and what Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun said that day had completely made her give up. Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun scolded her behind her back, which made Zhu Zuqing feel that, except for Daimyo Bai, the other men were not good people. Just as she thought before, those guys were all dirty. Including Tang San, especially when she remembered the scene when Tang San was beaten to his knees and called daddy, and even called himself an unfilial son. Zhu Zuqing was even more disdainful in her heart. "What qualifications do you have to order me when you are beaten to your knees and called someone daddy?" Yes, Zhu Zuqing's idea is very good. She is the first girl to wake up among the Shrek 7 devils. "Zuqing, you..." Daimyo Bai couldn't help but grit his teeth. Since Zhu Zuqing didn't cooperate with him to use the spirit fusion skill Nether White Tiger, he could only bite the bullet and continue to face Yu Tianheng's attack. Yu Tianheng had been injured once before, and it was the tactic of the Shrek 7 devils to attack together, so it was not too difficult for Daimyo Bai to deal with it at this time. It's just that his leg is still a little lame, and the opponent has the assistance of Yelingling 9 Heart Begonia, so it is difficult for him to defeat the opponent for a while. In addition, the two brothers of the Shi family transformed into shields at the same time, and the main opponent of the attack was naturally Tang San. "What's the matter? Why didn't Zuqing and Dai Leota use the spirit fusion skill?" Realizing that Daimyo Bai was in a tough fight, and that he and Xiao Wu had to deal with the attacks of the Shi brothers, Tang San felt that his plan was messed up. In a hurry, Tang San's thoughts raced, and he saw his feet quickly stepping on the ground, and then quickly stepped out, with extremely strange steps, and instantly disappeared from the Shi brothers. What did Tang San want to do? It's a ghost shadow, is he going to? Sitting in the audience, Su Chen, who had the Sharingan, naturally saw through Tang San's actions at a glance. The white-eyed girl Hinata was also watching very seriously at this time, because the team battle in front of them could be regarded as she had seen the most exciting. He is going to attack by surprise. Hinata also saw it, because her Byakugan has stronger insight than the ordinary form of Sharingan. That's right, Tang San was going to attack Yu Tianheng by surprise at this time. Originally, Yu Tianheng was using Thunder Dragon Claw to fight Daimyo Bai's White Tiger King Kong head-on. When Daimyo Bai was retreating step by step, suddenly a black shadow appeared behind Yu Tianheng. "Tianheng, be careful!" Duguyan hurriedly reminded, but it was too late. A fierce light flashed in Tang San's eyes. At this time, he had remembered the humiliating scene of being beaten to kneel on the ground and call daddy, and even called himself an unfilial son. So at this time, Tang San had only one thought in his mind. "I, Tang San, must win this team battle. I must get back all the humiliation I suffered that day in the great fighting spirit arena. I want to transfer all the humiliation I suffered to my opponent. Why did Tang San want to get back the humiliation he suffered in the fighting spirit? Because he knew that he couldn't defeat the One-Punch Man Saitama at the moment. In order to quickly open up the situation in this team battle, the only way was to make the opponent's main force Yu Tianheng lose his combat effectiveness. What? Yu Tianheng was about to turn around, but suddenly saw a hand behind him hitting his face. No, not just a hand, there seemed to be a hammer in the palm of that hand. Yes, that was the clear sky hammer. Tang San was extremely shameless at this time. He actually used the clear sky hammer in the team battle spirit, and used it for sneak attacks. Bang! The next second, Yu Tianheng's body was smashed out without any signs. After all, at this stage, facing the clear sky hammer, no matter who these soul masters of the royal fighting team were, they had no resistance. Ah! Yu Tianheng roared when his body was in the air. At this time, his face was covered with blood, and his bones were about to fall apart. Then he fell heavily on the floor of the ring. Such a serious injury, even Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia, is almost impossible to heal in a short time. This is exactly why Tang San chose to use the clear sky hammer to attack, otherwise, with the 9-heart begonia's treatment, the opponent can recover quickly. All this is also because Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai did not use the martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger, so Tang San could only temporarily adopt a backup tactic. Tianheng. Seeing her lover's face covered in blood, Duguyan was heartbroken and hurriedly released the green scale snake venom regardless of everything. Don't worry, everyone, retreat behind me. Facing Duguyan's green scale snake venom, Tang San took the lead and quickly released his external soul bone 8 spider lance, and then absorbed a large amount of poison gas into the 8 spider lance. Duguyan gasped for breath. She wanted to avenge Yu Tianheng, but she was powerless. At this time, the Shi brothers finally used their strongest attack. Their bodies had completely retracted into the tortoise shell, and the 2 shields had become 4 shields. The 4 shields attacked Tang San at the same time. But a smile appeared on Tang San's mouth at this time. Su Chen had already guessed what Tang San was going to do. That's right, just like in the original plot, Tang San actually released the blue-silver grass quickly at this time, tied up Yu Tianheng, whose face was covered with blood and had no fighting power, and blocked him in front of him as a human shield. This scene really surprised the Shi brothers, Duguyan, and everyone on the ring. You know, Yu Tianheng had lost consciousness at this time, his face was covered with blood. If he suffered this heavy blow again, he would definitely die on the spot. But Tang San didn't care about the other party's life or death at all. When he blocked the unconscious Yu Tianheng in front of him, a smile appeared on that guy's face. Because he had been frustrated for a long time before, now he can finally experience the feeling of bullying others. What, Tang San, you are such a despicable guy, you are not a human being. Seeing Tang San using his lover Yu Tianheng as a human shield and still laughing, Duguyan cried out in pain, and then she hurriedly asked the Shi brothers to change direction, and never hurt Yu Tianheng. The Shi brothers certainly would not let the captain Yu Tianheng die for a team battle victory, so they had to change direction quickly, and the 4 shields could only pass by Yu Tianheng. Tang San, this despicable villain, used this insidious method to resolve the strongest attack of the Shi brothers. This is not nonsense, the original Tang San also did this. If it is on the battlefield, in a real life and death duel, then of course it is nothing to do this, after all, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. But this was just a fighting spirit contest. The members of the royal fighting team had no grudges against Tang San, but he was so despicable, first sneak attacking, and then using the opponent's body as a shield. At this moment, even the white-eyed girl Hinata sitting next to Su Chen couldn't help but whispered in indignation. This Tang San is really despicable and shameless. At this time, Hinata's eyes were obviously angry. In her cognition, as a Konoha ninja, she would never do such a thing. Chapter 96 Hyuga Hinata promised to beat Tang-san until his head was broken and bloody. Douluo was happy now. Yes, well said. Hearing Hinata's words, Su-chen was naturally very satisfied. He smiled and patted Hinata's waist and said, "Then Tang-san is just a sand coin, just like that cowardly Yu Xiao gang. Hinata, since you see that Tang-san is so despicable and disgusting, do you want to go on stage with me and slap him hard in the face?" Hearing Su-chen say this, Hinata nodded without thinking and said indignantly, "I want to, of course I want to. Last time I didn't have the ability or the courage, but now, facing such a despicable guy, as long as I find a chance, I must slap him hard in the face." "That's great." Hearing Hinata's answer, Su-chen said excitedly, "Then when we get on the stage, the task of slapping Tang-san's face and beating that guy up will be handed over to you, Hinata. I will help you secretly, but I can't beat Tang-san and Xiaowu openly, because Tang-san and I are good friends on the surface, but in fact, I think he is just a sand coin, so Hinata needs you to take action, because you and Tang-san are not friends, and you are a girl." Hearing Su-chen's words, Hinata seemed to understand, bit her lip, and asked in confusion, "You and that Tang-san? On the surface, you are friends, and I am a girl, so I can beat him up." "Of course." Su-chen nodded and said in a low voice, "Even if you beat Tang-san so hard that his nose bleeds and he is in so much pain, he can only bear it because you and he are not friends. At that time, I just need to say that you have a bad temper, and Tang-san can only bear it. So it is most appropriate for you to do it. In addition to Tang-san, you can beat up the others at will, including Xiao Wu. Of course, you can be gentler on Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing who have fought with you before, because they have no ill will towards us." Hinata thought about it, finally nodded, and said, "Well, I understand, except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, we can beat up everyone else at will, right? Especially we have to beat up Tang-san severely." Su-chen stretched out a hand, touched Hinata's short hair with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "That's right, you understand it quickly, Hinata. In addition to Tang-san, we will also step on the little flat-headed master in front of us in the future and step on his little flat-headed head under our feet." Hinata knew that Su-chen was referring to the disgusting master in front of him. She also felt disgusted. She looked at the disgusting little flat-headed man Yu Xiaogang and showed a disgusted expression. Then she quickly looked away and hummed softly. Then Su-chen continued to shift his gaze to the fighting spirit arena. At this moment, Tang-san used Yu Tianheng as a human shield and successfully resolved the attack of the Shi brothers. The guy was naturally complacent, and then he jumped up, and the 8 spider lance behind him swung quickly, and instantly rushed down to Douluo not far away. "Ah, what?" Facing Tang-san who was using the 8 spider lance, Douluo had no ability to resist at all, and could only show a look of horror. I saw a spider spear quickly stretched out, directly picking up Douluo's delicate body. This scene is almost the same as what I saw in the anime. The clear sky hammer had already been taken back by Tang-san. "Hurry up and detoxify my companions, otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can survive." After using the 8 spider lance to pick up Douluo, Tang-san stared at her with cold eyes. At this moment, Douluo felt a chill all over her body. After all, Tang-san was a time traveler, a master of the Tang sect in his previous life, and that kind of murderous aura was certainly not something she could contend with. Although she felt extremely angry and wanted to tear Tang-san in front of her into pieces, when she realized that her lover, Yu Tianheng, was still alive and not dead, Douluo immediately suppressed her anger and bit her lips hard and said, "Okay. I will detoxify them now. We admit defeat." Although the words were like this, Douluo's eyes were also extremely resentful at this time, and she had made up her mind. I must take back the shame today, Tang-san, I will make you regret coming to this world. Duguyan certainly has the ability to take revenge on Tang-san, because her grandfather is the poison Douluo Dugubo, but unfortunately her grandfather is not here. If she wants revenge, she has to wait until she returns to Tiandu City. Humph! Tang-san snorted coldly, then let Duguyan go, and slowly put away the external soul bone 8 spider lance behind him. Duguyan, who fell to the ground, took a few breaths and immediately came to Yu Tianheng with an anxious look. Ye Lingling and the Shi brothers no longer cared about the victory or defeat at this time, and hurriedly began to heal Yu Tianheng. After Duguyan detoxified Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and others who were slightly poisoned, Dodo, who was waving his snow-white wings in the air, picked up the microphone with a shocked face and announced hurriedly. This match. Congratulations to the Shrek team for winning. This fight really opened our eyes. It turns out that the Shrek team has not used its full strength before. I hope that they can continue to create brilliance next time. After Dalu announced the result of the match, the people of the royal fighting team helped Yu Tianheng to leave with difficulty. At this time, Yu Tianheng finally regained a trace of consciousness and looked at Tang San from a distance with extremely hateful eyes. After that, the Shrek 7 Devils did not stop, and quickly walked down the ring and left through the fight channel. After returning to the lounge, except for Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, the other Shrek 7 Devils had the joy of victory on their faces. After all, the strength of the royal fighting team is also very strong. This time they encountered an evenly matched opponent, but still won. This is of course something worth celebrating. When the cowardly Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders saw Tang San and others stepping down, they quickly stood up to greet them, and didn't care about Su Chen and Hinata sitting behind them. In the lounge, Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San, who was smug, and finally couldn't help but said to Xiao Wu beside her. Xiao Wu, do you think that Tang San was a little too cruel just now, and the means he used were also a little bit shameful? Hearing Ning Rongrong's bad words about Tang San, Xiao Wu hurriedly refuted. No, in that situation just now, if it wasn't for Brother San's quick action, we would have been injured. After saying that, Xiao Wu quickly glanced at Tang San again. It seems that this rabbit is really a little crazy, and it can be regarded as a dog licking. That's right, being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. Xiao San did the right thing. At this moment, a voice sounded next to him. It turned out that the cowardly Xiaogang and the old bachelor Flanders just happened to hear what Ning Rongrong said. As Tang San was his direct disciple, the cowardly Yu Xiaogang was of course on Tang San's side. Teacher. Tang San hurriedly bowed to Yu Xiaogang seriously, and Yu Xiaogang patted his shoulder with a look of satisfaction and said, Xiao San, you did a good job. This is the performance of a control-type soul master. You must control your teammates and your opponents. In the situation just now, it is indeed the best tactic to sneak attack the opponent's main force Yu Tianheng. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I just want to avoid losing this game and not let my partners lose face. Being praised by the cowardly master Yu Xiaogang, Tang San showed a confident smile on his face, and then he said these pretentious words. Yes, yes, this is my good apprentice Tang San. The cowardly Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San's shoulder, and his old face was full of satisfaction. If you want to be strong, you should do this. In order to win, you must do whatever it takes. Tang San, only in this way can you make me, Yu Xiaogang, famous in the elite competition of advanced soul masters in the continent in the future, and let the entire soul master world know that I, Yu Xiaogang, am a very powerful person. Of course, the latter words were said by Yu Xiaogang in his heart. At the same time, he secretly glanced at the old bachelor Flanders beside him. Why is this? Because recently he has been persuading Flanders to merge Shrek Academy into other academies. Because only in this way can Shrek Academy be qualified to participate in the elite competition of advanced soul masters in the continent. Master Yu Xiaogang is ostensibly for the future of Tang San and others, but his real purpose is only known to himself. That is to make him, a cowardly master, famous in the soul master world, and let everyone recognize his theory instead of continuing to treat him as a clown. The special training of the Shrek Seven Devils these days, as well as the training of Tang San before, including the 24 bridges on the moonlit night given to Tang San, all of these were for the purpose of Yu Xiaogang to enable Tang San to win the elite competition, and then let this loser master be recognized by the world again. Of course, in the plot, the loser Yu Xiaogang's goal was indeed achieved, so when the Snowy Night Emperor invited him to be the Tiandu Empire's national master, this guy agreed without hesitation, and then he began to retire. As for Tang San, he was obviously used by the master, but it was a pity that the silly Tang San himself didn't know. Then when Tang San was chatting with others, the loser Yu Xiaogang began to think again. Shrek Academy must be merged into other academies, otherwise, my goal will not be achieved. Although this is Ran's 20 years of hard work, in order to let the world recognize me as a master, I must persuade him to give up. No one noticed that at this time, the loser Yu Xiaogang's mouth actually showed a sinister and wretched expression, which was extremely ugly. After Shrek Academy left, the royal fighting team naturally retreated to their lounge. At this time, the teacher Qin Ming also appeared. He stood next to Duguyan and watched Yu Tianheng being carried on a stretcher by several doctors. Yes, because Yu Tianheng was too seriously injured, Ye Lingling's 9-heart begonia could no longer cure him. Seeing Yu Tianheng being carried away, Duguyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. As Dugubo's granddaughter, when had she ever been humiliated like this? Seeing Duguyan's expression, the teacher Qin Ming on the side hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, Yanzi, although Yu Tianheng was seriously injured, his life is not in danger. It's just that he can't participate in the subsequent training. Hearing this, Duguyan's beautiful eyes glared and hurriedly said to Qin Ming. Teacher, the people of the Shrek team are really too much, especially that Tang San. He is simply a despicable and disgusting guy. It's okay to sneak attack Tianheng. Later, when facing a fatal attack, he even used the unconscious Tianheng as a shield. If it weren't for the Shi brothers who stopped in time, Tianheng might. I must avenge this revenge. Speaking of this, Duguyan's voice trembled a little. Teacher Qin Ming sighed. Said. Hey, this may be a bit difficult. To be honest, Tang San's behavior is indeed unethical, but it does not violate the rules of the game. If you want to take revenge, you can only challenge them again, but from what I see now, Tang San has reservations even in that situation. He still has a trump card that he hasn't used, so Yanzi, don't have the idea of revenge. As long as that Tang San is there, you can't beat the Shrek team at all. That Tang San's strength is impossible in the same level of the entire Dahun arena. Someone is his opponent, worthy of being a student trained by Shrek, so let's just forget about it. Qin Ming just wanted Duguyan, Ye Lingling and others to accept the reality at this time, because he knew that the current royal fighting team could not beat the Shrek team anyway. Hearing this, Ye Lingling, the Shi brothers, Oberuo and others were not convinced, but they had to admit this fact. That Tang San is really strong. In the fight just now, he seemed to have used a very strange move. It was a weird body movement that even I couldn't see clearly. Black Panther Spirit Master Oberuo recalled the details of the fight just now, and then he also looked at Duguyan and advised. I think what the teacher said is right, let's just forget about it. Now that the captain is injured, even if we want to fight again, it's not enough. Let's go back to Tiandu city as soon as possible. No. Duguyan shook her head and said with a shameful expression. This matter can never be let go like this. I don't believe that we have no way to take revenge. That Tang San. By the way. At this moment, Duguyan suddenly remembered something. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly said to Qin Ming. Teacher, what you said just now is wrong. Seeing Duguyan suddenly become a little strange, Qin Ming asked in confusion. What's wrong? Duguyan bit her lip and said. You said that in this entire Duhun arena, there can't be a soul master more powerful than Tang San at the same level, right? I don't think so. The man and woman that Tianheng and I met before, both of them are stronger than anyone in the Shrek team, especially the boy named Su Chen. If the two of them can join our Royal Do team, I believe, we can definitely defeat the Shrek team. What, you and Tianheng met a man and woman before? Could it be that the injury on Tianheng's face a few days ago was caused by that battle? Qin Ming looked at Duguyan in shock. Yes. Duguyan nodded and said. The wound on Tianheng's face at that time was caused by the double pupil combination when I participated in the double soul fighting with him. In that soul fighting, Tianheng and I lost miserably, but in order not to lose face, I didn't tell you, teacher. Double pupil combination. Qin Ming frowned and said. Since we can meet in the double soul fighting, then the soul power of that man and woman should be below level 40. 2 vs 2 against you and Tianheng, you can be defeated miserably. Then I am interested in meeting them. Now that Tianheng is injured, the team can indeed replace members, but will they be willing to join? This. Duguyan thought about it, then nodded firmly and said. I think it should be possible. Although they beat Tianheng and me, they have no ill will towards me and Tianheng. They are not like that disgusting Tang San. I will go to Su Chen and explain the situation to him. After saying that, Duguyan pushed the door and walked out of the lounge, and walked quickly to the audience seats of the main fighting spirit field, because she remembered that she saw Su Chen and the white-eyed girl in the stands of the audience seats when she left just now. If you want to help Tianheng take revenge and beat up that disgusting Tang San, only the two of them can do it. I remember that the boy is Su Chen, and the white-eyed girl seems to be called Hinata Hyega. Duguyan thought in her heart, and then came to the stands of the main fighting spirit field, and happened to see the familiar man and woman sitting in the fourth row. Who are this familiar man and woman? Of course, it is Su Chen and Hinata. At this time, Su Chen was holding Hinata's hand and was about to get up and leave when he suddenly saw Duguyan coming towards him. Chapter 97 Su Chen and Hyega Hinata vs Shrek 7 Devils, Byakugan and Sharingan tyrannize Tang San. Duguyan didn't say anything at this time, but her pretty face was cold, and then she walked straight in front of the two. Looking at Duguyan getting closer and closer, Su Chen couldn't help but look down again. There's no way, the girls in Douluo continent are better developed than the girls in Blue Star, with full and attractive figures. Not bad, not bad. Seeing a smile on Su Chen's face, Duguyan stopped and asked coldly. What are you laughing at, you guy? Of course I'm laughing at you, Miss Duguyan. Su Chen laughed and then continued. You came to see Hinata and me, what's the matter? You don't seem very happy. Happy? How can I be happy? Duguyan couldn't help but gritted her teeth and said. Don't pretend, you saw the battle between us and Shrek just now. That Tang San was so despicable that he almost killed Tianheng on the spot for the victory of a game. I, Duguyan, must avenge this hatred. Oh, you are talking about that Tang San. Su Chen pretended to be thoughtful. What he did in the game with you was indeed a bit disgusting, but how do you plan to avenge him? Hearing Su Chen's words, Duguyan couldn't help biting her lip and said. It's a pity that my grandfather is not here, otherwise, I will definitely let that Tang San live tonight. That's all. Then she raised her face and looked at Su Chen and said. Since this is in Soto City, I have to ask you for help. Su Chen, you and this girl just defeated me and Tianheng not long ago. My teacher said that Tang San hadn't to use your full strength, and in that game, you didn't use your full strength, so I want to know, who is more powerful between you and that Tang San? Ha ha ha, you actually compare that Tang-san with me? Su Chen said with a smile and scratched his head. Of course I am more powerful, I beat him like a father beats his son, I can beat the shit out of him with one punch, right, Hinata? After saying this, Su Chen gently patted Hinata's shoulders. Hinata nodded naturally and said affirmatively. Of course, brother Su Chen is the most powerful, that Tang-san is despicable and shameless, I am enough to deal with him. In Hinata's opinion, Su Chen is certainly much stronger than Tang-san, especially the Su Chen who had become bald before. Su Chen's words made Duguyan a little confused, but although he didn't understand the latter sentence, he understood the former sentence. Father beats son, haha, Su Chen. If that's the case, why don't you and Hinata join our royal fighting team together? At that time, with the two of you, plus my control and our auxiliary Yelingling, I believe we can definitely defeat the Shrek team. Duguyan smiled and looked at Su Chen seriously. When she heard Su Chen say that beating Tang-san was like a father beating his son, her mood suddenly improved. Because Duguyan remembered the power of Su Chen's punch at the time, she knew that Su Chen was not bragging, and maybe he really had that strength. Join your royal fighting team. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and finally shook his head and said. Forget it, I like freedom and don't want to be bound, but I can guarantee that Hinata and I will definitely defeat the Shrek 7 Devils, and beat Tang-san to a bloody mess. Beat Tang-san to a bloody mess. Duguyan couldn't help staring, and then she quickly responded. Of course this is a good thing, but it's just you and your sister. It's too difficult to deal with the entire Shrek 7 Devils without joining forces with us. Don't worry, it won't happen. Su Chen shook his head confidently and said. Tomorrow, Hinata will participate in the team battle with the title of the Double Eyes combination. According to the rules of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, the team battle requires that each team member must not exceed 7 people, but any number of people below 7 is fine. Because Tang-san and I are still friends on the surface, I won't beat him too badly. I will let my sister Hinata help you get revenge, beat Tang-san's head and blood, and then step on him hard. What, really? Duguyan's eyes lit up all of a sudden. After all, thinking about beating Tang-san's head and blood, stepping on him hard, imagining that scene, just thinking about it makes me happy. Of course it's true, you can also ask my sister Hinata, when you get on the Fighting Spirit Arena, whether you want to beat Tang-san's head and blood. As he spoke, Su Chen smiled and looked at Hinata beside him again. Hinata nodded and said. Of course, I also think that Tang-san is despicable and shameless. That's great. Duguyan was not so angry at once, but she looked at Su Chen and Hinata again, still a little worried. But can you two really defeat the Shrek team? If you can do it, when you get to Tiandu City, I promise to let my grandfather help you do 3 things. Your grandfather? Who is your grandfather? Su Chen pretended not to understand and asked. Haha, you will know in the future. Anyway, the value of his action is absolutely beyond your imagination. Duguyan pretended to be mysterious and hid Dugubo's identity, then stretched out her jade hand, gently patted Su Chen on the shoulder, and then threw a coquettish eye to Su Chen and said. Then I wish you good luck, I will wait and see the show. Breathing in the scent of the green-scaled snake on Duguyan, Su Chen also felt in a good mood. He nodded and said directly. Okay, then you wait and see, Duguyan, watch how my sister Hinata and I beat Tang-san to a bloody pulp. After separating from Duguyan, Su Chen brought Hinata to the registration place. The sexy girl with a ponytail was still in charge of the team battle registration. Hearing that Su Chen and Hinata were going to sign up for the team battle, the girl at the front desk blinked in surprise and said. Are you sure? 2 people are going to participate in the team battle. 2 against 7, no matter what, it's a disadvantage, why don't you find a few more teammates? Su Chen scratched his head and said. Well, it's too troublesome to find teammates again, just Hinata and I, don't worry. Whether we win or lose, we have no complaints. Thinking of the strength Su Chen showed in that battle, the girl at the front desk thought about it and directly signed up for Su Chen and Hinata. Okay, the Shuangtong combination has signed up for the group fighting spirit. You can come to participate tomorrow. If you can win 5 games in a row, you will be qualified to challenge the strongest silver fighting spirit team at present, Shrek team. Okay, then thank you. Su Chen smiled and nodded, and left the Soto City fighting spirit arena with Hinata. The two rested in the hotel for a night. When they came back the next day, Su Chen saw Tang San from a distance. Tang San seemed very proud, holding Xiaowu's hand, and the two went to participate in the double fighting spirit together. Regarding the heavy blow to Yu Tianheng yesterday and the despicable means to defeat the royal fighting team, he seemed to have no regrets in his heart. After all, even the royal fighting team was defeated yesterday, and the Shrek team has become the veritable first star team in the grand fighting spirit arena, which is enough for him to be proud of. Arrogant. Now in the entire Dohun arena, there are not many teams that dare to challenge the Shrek team. So compared to before, Tang San and others are much more relaxed. Su Chen ignored the arrogant and pretentious Tang San, and took Hinata to participate in the team battle. According to the rules, as long as they can win 5 games in a row, the duo of Su Chen and Hinata can be upgraded to Silver Fighting Spirit in the team battle spirit, and then they will be qualified to challenge the Shrek team. Therefore, Su Chen and Hinata are ready to fight 5 games in a row and win 5 consecutive team battles. And it is a double team battle, 5 consecutive wins. This is not difficult for Su Chen and Hinata now. After all, the two have the 2 strongest pupil techniques in the ninja world, the Byakugan and the Sharingan. After stepping onto the Dohun arena, the first team battle of the two began. The opponent in the first game is a meatball combination. As the name suggests, just like their name, they are facing 7 meat soul masters with extremely strong defense. It can also be said to be a defensive soul master. Next, the battle has begun. Although the 7 flesh soul masters on the opposite side have strong defense, this battle is actually very simple. Hinata directly used her first soul skill, Colorful Dream, and instantly controlled all 7 opponents on the opposite side, making them completely unable to move. Then Su Chen took action. Because he had obtained the ability to break the limiter, his fist was very fierce now. He directly punched each person and knocked all 7 opponents unconscious. The first group battle ended easily. The second group battle was against an ordinary team. Although the opponents were all soul masters above level 30, their strength was unimaginably weak, and many of them only had white 10-year soul rings, and the 1000-year soul rings were pitifully few. Therefore, in this case, Su Chen and Hinata won the victory effortlessly. This is not surprising. Let alone Hinata, just talking about Su Chen's personal strength, the Great Fireball Technique, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, in the category of soul masters around level 30, how many people can withstand it? In addition, he also has multiple shadow clones, a fist that breaks the limiter, and a stronger serious punch. Under such circumstances, Su Chen and Hinata fought 5 consecutive team battles, and it only took 1 afternoon to finish them all. From the scene where 2 people participated in the team battle, 2 against 7 was not favored by anyone, and was ridiculed by many audiences in the audience. To the shock of the whole audience, it only took 1 afternoon. And all this happened in the main fighting spirit field, so Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also watched Su Chen's last few games. Wow, Su Chen and his sister are too powerful. If they were not 2 people, I am afraid that even our Shrek 7 monsters would not be opponents. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Zuqing also nodded and said, "That's right, but Zhu Zuqing remembered what the man who called himself One Punch Man Saitama said to her. After the 5th team battle, Su Chen was surprised that the host Dalu, who had a white pigeon martial spirit and was very pure and beautiful, also came to congratulate. Wow, I didn't expect that these two soul masters who call themselves the Double Eyes combination, who participated in the team battle with 2 against 7, could win 5 consecutive games. It's incredible. Let's congratulate them. At this time, Douluo was holding a microphone, waving his snow-white wings and flying over the great soul fighting arena. He looked like an angel with 2 snow-white beautiful legs. Su Chen couldn't help but look up, then retracted his gaze. He didn't care about this honor. What he cared about was to challenge the Shrek 7 monsters with Hinata next, and then beat Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others. At this time, in addition to Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, there were also 2 girls from the royal fighting team, Duguyan and Ye Lingling. After Su Chen and Hinata left the Soul Fighting Channel, Duguyan hurriedly greeted them excitedly. Hey, 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 you two are so awesome. I now believe that you have the strength to beat up the Shrek 7 monsters. You must remember what you said to me. You must beat Tang San to a bloody mess. Duguyan looked eager to try, as if she was looking forward to seeing Tang San being beaten to a bloody mess. Su Chen said with a faint smile. Don't worry, Duguyan, we will not only beat Tang San to a bloody mess, but also make him kneel down and call him daddy, so that he knows why the flowers are so red. Okay, okay. Duguyan said 3 good words in a row, then she secretly glanced at Hinata next to Su Chen, then put her plump body close to Su Chen, put a slender little hand on Su Chen's shoulder, and said. Your sister is here, she probably won't mind us talking about this, hee, little brother, no, little genius, if you can really do it, beat Tang San to a bloody pulp, or even make him kneel down and call me daddy, I can also meet one of your requests, no matter what it is. After saying that, Duguyan pursed her lips gently, and the meaning seemed very obvious. Then she might feel a little shy, and then turned around quickly and walked away. But after taking a few steps, Duguyan murmured in her heart. Although I have green phosphorus snake venom all over my body, you are so powerful, you should be able to withstand it. Duguyan still loves her boyfriend Yu Tianheng in her heart, but it is the nature of women. When she sees such a talented and powerful boy, she still has some special feelings in her heart. So, sometimes women cheat, they can't help themselves. Su Chen smiled faintly, remembering what Duguyan said just now. Then he took Hinata to the place where the girl at the front desk had signed up before. We have won 5 consecutive games, so we will challenge the Shrek team next. The time is, tomorrow. Su Chen said this to the girl at the front desk very straightforwardly. The girl at the front desk looked at Su Chen and the white-eyed girl Hinata as if she were looking at monsters. Although Hinata was still the weak white-eyed girl who looked a little delicate on the surface, if you look closely at her eyes, you will find that she is no longer timid, shy and timid as she was in Konoha. Hinata's eyes are now full of confidence and determination, with a different light. The girl at the front desk stared at Su Chen and Hinata seriously until they finished fighting. After a while, she took a deep breath and said. Okay, tomorrow you, the double pupil combination, will challenge the Shrek team. You have successfully signed up. A few hours later, Tang San, who was in the lounge, was shocked and said to the cowardly master Yu Xiaogang in front of him. What, tomorrow Su Chen and his sister are going to challenge our entire Shrek team? Chapter 98 Domineering Superman Su Chen and White-Eyed Goddess Hinata are going to beat Tang San together and make Tang San bleed. Yes. The coward Yu Xiaogang nodded affirmatively. This is the news just sent by the staff of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, it can't be wrong. But isn't the rule for group battles 7 people? Can the 2 of them also challenge our Shrek team? Tang San couldn't help asking. It can't be more than 7 people at most, but less than this number is of course possible. Generally speaking, in order not to suffer losses, both teams will not fight with fewer people against more people, but the 2 of them, especially the boy named Su Chen, even I can't see through him." The coward Yu Xiaogang frowned. "I haven't found any records of the martial spirit Sharingan he mentioned so far, but..." Yu Xiaogang raised his head again and looked at Tang San with affirmative and appreciative eyes. "But no matter what, his talent is definitely different from yours. You have twin martial spirits that are rarely seen in a century. Although you and Xiaowu lost to them last time, I believe you did not use your full strength in that battle. This time it is the entire Shrek 7 Devils. Of course, it is impossible to lose to that Su Chen and his sister. However, considering that they are companions, don't be too harsh. If they are willing to join our Shrek Academy in the future, we will also welcome them." Hearing that Yu Xiaogang trusted him so much, Tang San's expression suddenly became better. He couldn't help but stand up and said, "Yes, teacher, I did not use my full strength last time. After all, we are friends. This time, I will symbolically defeat them." However, despite this, Su Chen's strength is indeed very strong. In a one-on-one situation, even if I use my full strength, it should not be easy to beat him. Yu Xiaogang nodded and said with a wretched smile, "Although it may not be easy, you will still win. After all, Tang San, you are my Yu Xiaogang's direct disciple." After saying this, Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, Tang San, you have worked hard today. Tell everyone to prepare for tomorrow's game, and take a good rest for the rest of the time." In this way, after Tang San learned that Su Chen and Hinata challenged him, he also made simple preparations, but he did not take it too seriously. Because he did not believe that Su Chen and Hinata had the ability to challenge the entire Shrek team. He felt that Su Chen was the stronger of the two, and that sister Hinata was almost negligible. Unfortunately, Tang San did not know that the current Hinata was no longer the previous Hinata. She was going to be the next Kagaya in the future, and become the ninja of the White-Eyed Queen. The next day, the two came to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena again. Before entering, Su Chen whispered to Hinata, "Hinata, you know, I actually approached the people from Shrek Academy deliberately at the beginning. Now Tang San and I are friends on the surface, so even if we are on the Fighting Spirit Arena, I can't beat him too hard, so this task is handed over to you, including the task we promised Duguyan to beat Tang San to a bloody pulp, do you understand? Leave it to me." Hinata looked at Su Chen with her round and cute white eyes. Su Chen nodded and said, "Of course, although I can't beat that stupid Tang San hard, you can, you don't know him, and you have hardly said a word to him, so no matter how hard you beat Tang San, even if Tang San is angry, including his companions, they will not do anything to you, and they can't say anything to you, because you are just a girl, and being beaten by you, a girl, will only make them look incompetent, so Tang San will have no other way except to feel aggrieved." Hearing Su Chen's words, Hinata bit her lip and said, "I see, Su Chen, because you and that stupid Tang San are superficially friends, so you can't beat him too hard, or you'll be exposed, or the people from Shrek Academy will see our intentions, so I have to do this, right?" "That's right, Hinata, you're really smart." A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. "Do you think you can do it? Hinata, it's in the Fighting Spirit Arena we should beat that idiot Tang San severely, making his nose bleed and his head broken. This way, everyone will be happy. Not only will we be happy, but Duguyan will also be happy, and the royal fighting team will be happy. We will have avenged her." Seeing Su Chen's smile at this time, thinking of Tang San who was so arrogant on the ring that day, Hinata gritted her teeth, then nodded seriously and said, "No problem, leave it to me, brother Su Chen, now my Byakugan has evolved, and I also have 3 soul skills, plus I have been practicing soft fists during this period, and I have trained my body with you, I believe I can definitely beat that disgusting Tang San to a bloody head." Hearing Hinata's words, looking at her cute but indignant expression at this time, Su Chen felt that his previous training of her was not in vain. He couldn't help but happily touched Hinata's short hair and said, "This is the best, I believe you, Sister Hinata. After all, we are all from the ninja world, and we are all from Konoha. This is also our common task, but it is you who will carry it out in the end." Well. Hinata nodded seriously, and it was obvious that she had enough confidence in this match. What was the point of being confident? Of course, it was to beat the fool Tang San to a bloody pulp. In this way, the two finally walked into the big fighting spirit arena. Before arriving at the lounge, Su Chen met the royal fighting team who were waiting for them. At this time, not only Duguyan was there, but also the sexy nine-heart begonia assistant Ye Lingling who looked like a two-dimensional girl was there, and there was also another one who seemed to be the Black Panther Soul Master Oboro, and the teacher of the three Qin Ming. "Hey, Su Chen, wait!" Duguyan was the first to call Su Chen. Su Chen stopped and came to the royal fighting team with Hinata. At this time, Su Chen seemed a little confused, and he scratched his head and said, "Duguyan, don't worry, I remember the agreement between you, so I will go all out in this battle, and I will not lose." "I know, but..." Duguyan glanced at the teacher Qin Ming next to him and said, "It's a bit too dangerous for the two of you to fight against the entire Shrek team. The teacher thinks so too. If you are willing, why don't we let the three of us join you now? There is still time. We just need to go to the registration office to add the list of people." "Yes." Qin Ming, the teacher next to him, also nodded and said, "Yanzi mentioned you to me. It's not that I don't recognize your ability, but this way, the chances of winning will be greater." "Yes, Su Chen." Duguyan spoke again. "You also saw it that day. That Tang San was so cruel and his methods were despicable. If you get into a tough fight, it should not be as simple as losing the game. Tianheng is still seriously injured and unable to move." Seeing Duguyan's eyes at this time, as well as the eyes of Qin Ming and Ye Lingling next to him, Su Chen finally understood that these people were worried that he would lose the game and be seriously injured by Tang San. This is really a joke. So Su Chen was also very confident at this time and said very domineeringly, "Don't worry, it is precisely because of the despicable methods of that Tang San and you in that battle, so I, Su Chen, will beat him up severely in this game." After saying this, Su Chen directly raised his fist, squeezed it hard, and said to the people of the royal fighting team in front of him, "I have a special move, a serious punch. As long as I hit a serious punch, a normal punch, plus a serious punch, 2 punches, if I don't knock out that Tang San's shit, it will be considered that he has defecated cleanly." Chapter 99 Hinata slaps Tang San with the 8 diagrams 64 palms, making his face swollen. Hearing Su Chen's extremely arrogant words, several girls, including teacher Qin Ming, were shocked for a moment. After all, they had never seen such a confident, capable, and handsome genius. At this moment, not only Duguyan, but even Ye Lingling looked at Su Chen with a trace of admiration and worship. Because she personally experienced the battle with the Shrek 7 Devils, and witnessed Tang San's shamelessness with her own eyes, so when she heard such words, she did not think that Su Chen was uncultured, but felt extremely relieved. Of course, the most important thing is that Su Chen has a handsome face. Even if the dirty words come out of such a beautiful boy, it will not be annoying at all. "Oh, Su Chen, you are really domineering when you say this." At this time, Duguyan's eyes were already full of infatuation when she looked at Su Chen, and even a little bit of hearts in her eyes. She almost forgot that teacher Qin Ming was still there, and she walked up to him, touched Su Chen's face, and said, "That's great, little brother, since you are so confident, then go. What I said before still counts. If you can really avenge us, I will definitely be satisfied." At this point, Duguyan, who had short hair, blushed. It might be at this time that she remembered that teacher Qin Ming was still around, and she couldn't be too presumptuous. No, isn't it Tianheng that I like? Tianheng is still unconscious. Do I want to abandon him? Find this handsome brother. No, it must not be like this. How could I, Duguyan, be that kind of person? Thinking of this, Duguyan felt guilty and shy. She hurriedly lowered her head, bit her lips hard. Even though she was trying to hide her inner feelings, she couldn't help but look up after she found that Su Chen and Hinata had entered the fighting spirit channel. At this time, Duguyan suddenly had an idea in her mind. It's over. If Su Chen really beat Tang San up in the ring as he said, I'm afraid I will really like this powerful brother. I'm so sorry, Tianheng. Thinking of this, Duguyan went to the stands to watch this long-awaited game with teacher Qin Ming, Ye Lingling, and others without hesitation. After Su Chen and Hinata walked onto the ring of the main fighting spirit arena, they found that the popularity of this game was quite high. The audience seats of the entire main fighting spirit arena were full, and the stands on both sides and above were also crowded with soul masters and VIPs who came to watch. This is of course because the Shrek team is now the star team of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena, especially after defeating the Royal Fighting Team, the popularity is higher than before. There is no doubt that the popularity of the Shrek team is very high at the moment, but the double pupil combination of Su Chen and Hinata also gained a lot of fans after winning 5 consecutive games of 2-on-7 yesterday afternoon. Because in the same level of team battles, the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena has never seen a team that can win 5 consecutive games of 2-on-7. It is difficult for the same level of soul power to have a situation of strength crushing, so this can be called a miracle. Therefore, can the double pupil combination create a miracle again, and beat the famous Shrek 7 Devils with 2-on-7 and fewer against more? This question has caused heated discussions in the stands. However, although some female fans of the double pupil combination support and cheer, most soul masters and VIPs still believe that Su Chen and Hinata cannot win. Because these two are facing the Shrek team. This team has been creating miracles and breaking records since its establishment. Just like their name, these 7 little guys are monsters. If this newly rising double pupil combination can defeat the Shrek team composed of 7 monsters with 2 against 7, then these 2 people are monsters among monsters, geniuses among geniuses. However, as of now, this is an impossible thing. These words were said by a person in charge of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. This person in charge is now familiar with Flanders and the cowardly Jade Xiao Gang. It was he who asked the Shrek 7 Devils to deal with the Royal Fighting Team. This person sat next to Flanders and the cowardly Jade Xiao Gang, so what he said also made Flanders and the cowardly Jade Xiao Gang feel very useful. Flanders laughed and said self-promotionally. He's right. Although Su Chen and his sister Hinata have some strength, it's impossible for them to defeat the 7 monsters I selected with 2 against 7. I have to say that these 2 kids are a little ignorant. Tang San and Xiao Wu alone are enough to trouble them, not to mention Mu Bai. However, it would be best if Tang San and his men showed some mercy. If these 2 kids can also join Shrek Academy, we can create another team. Hearing Flanders' words, the cowardly Jade Xiao Gang said on the side. Don't worry, I've already told Xiaosan. Although I think the same as you, this Su Chen and his sister can never defeat Tang San's entire team, but for some reason, I always feel a little uneasy, and I remember the mysterious bald man who appeared in the hotel before. I wonder who that bald man is? How can he be so strong? Is it the bald man who calls himself One Punch Man Saitama? After looking at the cowardly Jade Xiao Gang, Flanders also fell into deep worry. Because he really couldn't figure out who that mysterious bald man could be. And that Uchiha Madara. When did such a person appear on the mainland? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out, so Flanders had to give up and comforted Yu Xiao Gang. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, this Su Chen and his sister can't be related to that One Punch Man Saitama. Let's just watch the game with peace of mind. After this game, the Shrek team should be more famous, and then I can also attract some expensive sponsorship. At this point, Flanders' mood suddenly improved, and a treacherous smile appeared on his old face. At this time, Su-chen, Hinata, and the Shrek 7 Devils have all been on the stage. The host Douluo quickly flew over the ring, shaking his 2 white legs and introducing them to the audience below. Hello everyone! I believe that everyone present is looking forward to this exciting duel like Douluo. I won't introduce the Shrek team on the left too much. I believe everyone knows them. They are the popular star team of our Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. But most people don't know the 2 soul masters of the Double Pupils team on the other side. But I'm telling you now that this Double Pupils team has created the only record in the history of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena, that is, in the same level of fighting spirits, it has won 5 consecutive games with 2 against 7, and all of them were won within 3 minutes. While the host Douluo introduced the 2 teams, Su-chen and Hinata also chatted with Tang-san and others. Brother Su-chen, I didn't expect that you and your sister could set such a great record, but I didn't expect you to challenge our Shrek 7 Devils today. Although Tang-san was very polite at this time, his face was full of surprise. He also had a smile on his face, but his meaning was indeed very clear, that is, Su-chen and Hinata were a little ignorant of the world, and they dared to challenge their strongest Shrek team just after they made their mark. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the One-Punch Man Saitama who beat him to his knees and called him daddy before, and punched Daimyobai out of his ass with one punch, was played by Su-chen. Although Su-chen has lost the power of One-Punch Man Saitama, he has inherited the ultimate move of the serious punch. Facing the sarcasm in Tang-san's words, Su-chen also said with a polite smile. There's nothing we can do about it, Tang-san. After all, you and Xiaowu have already lost to us last time. It's meaningless for us to challenge you again. We might as well challenge your entire team, which can be regarded as a competition. I know we don't have much chance of winning. Hearing Su-chen's words, Tang-san also took advantage of the donkey to go downhill and said pretentiously. It's okay. Don't worry, the others won't fight at first, it's still Xiaowu and I who will fight you. After saying that, Tang-san looked at Xiaowu and said pretentiously. No problem, Xiaowu and everyone else. Of course it's okay, brother San, we will definitely beat them this time. Xiaowu came to Tang-san with an excited look, and then made a fighting posture, looking at Su-chen and the white-eyed girl Hinata. This made Su-chen feel a little strange. Last time he played One-Punch Man Saitama, he beat Tang-san into that cowardly look, but he didn't expect Xiaowu to be so infatuated. This is a bit unwise. Look at Zhu Zuqing, who didn't even want to get close to Daimyobai after being punched out of shit. But it's okay, Su-chen has no interest in Xiaowu anyway. He plans to treat Tang-san directly like Daimyobai after transforming into One-Punch Man next time, and then see if Xiaowu will help Tang-san wash his dirty pants. If Xiaowu is willing to wash, it will be even better. Anyway, Tang-san will be beaten to a bloody nose and head today, and he will be beaten by a cute girl like Hinata Hyuga, which is enough to embarrass him. Thinking so in his heart, facing Tang-san who was still pretending, Su-chen was too lazy to talk too much, and just said 3 words lightly. You are free. Is that so? Since you have agreed, I will not use the spirit skills of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda for now. Ning Rongrong looked at Su-chen's handsome face with a serious look, and put away the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in her hand. She really didn't want to assist Tang-san, because last time Tang-san was beaten and knelt down to call him dad, and said that he was an unfilial son, which was really too embarrassing and ugly. Once a boy is embarrassed to this extent, basically no girl will like him at this time. Although Xiaowu is still infatuated with Tang-san, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are obviously a little disgusted with Tang-san. It is the kind of disgust that makes people sick just by looking at him. If there was no other way, they would not even want to listen to Tang San's stupid command. After all, how could a guy who kneeled down and called him daddy and called himself an unfilial son be qualified to be their captain? Zhu Zuqing looked at Su Chen with a complicated and puzzled look. She was still thinking about how to escape from Dai Muebai's clutches. Thinking of what Dai Muebai said that day and the stench on his body, he was really disgusted and wanted to vomit. Just when everyone was thinking about it, the host Dalu finally spoke. Now, please open your martial spirits. Before the game officially started, there was a time to open martial spirits. Hearing what the host Dalu said, Tang San and others also released their martial spirits and spirit rings. Now, except for Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Dai Muebai, the other three still have 2 spirit rings. This overall lineup is still relatively weak. Then, Su Chen and Hinata looked at each other, and their eyes also changed. Su Chen's eyes turned red, Hinata's eyes turned white, and colorful lines appeared around the corners of her eyes. Then, 3 spirit rings rose from under the feet of the two. Su Chen's spirit rings were relatively normal. His 3 spirit rings were the same as Tang San and Xiao Wu, 2 yellow and 1 purple. But Hinata, who was beside him, had a yellow spirit ring rising from her feet. The other 2 were purple, and the 3rd spirit ring was dark purple. A dark purple spirit ring meant that it was a spirit ring of more than 5,000 years. What? Sure enough, after seeing the 3 spirit rings on Hinata, Tang San, Xiao Wu and others were a little shocked. Her 2nd spirit ring is purple. How is this possible? Tang San's eyes widened. Doesn't this violate the theory of his teacher Yu Xiaogang? Could it be that his teacher Yu Xiaogang was wrong? No. It must not be. My teacher Yu Xiaogang is the most powerful master in the spirit master world. Just when Tang San fell into self-doubt, Dalu above the ring announced again. Now the game officially begins. Hearing this, Tang San didn't think about it anymore. He said directly to Xiao Wu beside him. Okay, go ahead, Xiao Wu. After saying that, Tang San released the blue-silver grass. As before, he tied the blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu's waist and let Xiao Wu take the lead. Under the traction of the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu's speed was faster than before. She attacked Su Chen and Hinata directly from the air, sweeping them down fiercely with her slender legs. Meteor Hammer. After Tang San called out the name of this move, he explained it in a pretentious manner. Through the inertia of the blue-silver grass and Xiao Wu's own strength, I advise you not to fight head-on, otherwise it's easy to get hurt. Tisk, are you kidding me? Su Chen smiled faintly, and directly used his arm to meet Xiao Wu's beautiful legs, then turned his head to look at Hinata and said. Go ahead, Hinata, go beat Tang San, you should know how to do it. Yes. Hinata nodded, then stepped on the ground, and saw that her 2nd soul ring lit up instantly, and colorful flame wings emerged from behind her, but her eyes seemed to be burning with colorful flames. No, this white-eyed girl, how did she suddenly become so powerful? After feeling the power of the flame, Tang San did not dare to be careless. He quickly released more than a dozen thick blue-silver grasses again, all of which were wrapped around Hinata. But is this useful? Of course not. Hinata stepped on the ground and flew directly into the air, and then rushed towards Tang San in a diving posture. At the same time, Tang San's blue-silver grass was ignited from Hinata's wings, and Tang San's blue-silver grass was directly burned black. What? Tang San was shocked. He was about to use the ghost shadow, but it was too late. The speed of flying in the air was far from the speed on the ground. At this moment, Hinata's pair of colorful flame wings had appeared in front of Tang San. Tang San was already facing Hinata's white eyes with colorful patterns. Chapter 100 Hyaga Hinata slapped Tang San's face. Brother San, aren't you very arrogant? Not good. Feeling that it was inevitable and Xiao Wu couldn't help him in time, he had to raise his right hand and tried to use the mysterious jade hand to resist the attack. Tang San's mysterious jade hand was still well practiced. If he really waved his hand, he could indeed resist Hinata's attack. Even if Hinata used the Guardian 8 diagram 64 palm, it might not hurt him. But just when Tang San raised his hand, suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards him from behind, held down his arm in a flash, and kicked his right leg at the same time. Who is this black shadow? Of course it is Su Chen's clone. When Su Chen dodged Xiao Wu's attack, he had already quickly formed a seal and performed the technique of multiple shadow clones. At this time, more than a dozen Su Chens had appeared on the fighting spirit arena, distributed in various directions. Xiao Wu couldn't tell which one was Su Chen's real body. For a moment, she was a little confused and forgot to attack. Ah, Xiao San, be careful. When Xiao Wu opened her mouth to remind Tang San had been attacked by Su Chen's clone, and he couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. What a hell! Tang San cursed, and just about to break free from Su Chen's clone and get up quickly, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a fierce burning on his face. It turned out that Hinata with a pair of flaming wings had rushed in front of him at this moment. Thinking of what Su Chen said to her and Tang San's despicable behavior in the ring, Hinata bit her lip, raised her fair little hand, and slapped Tang San in the face. Oh, no no no! Tang San hurriedly struggled to break free from Su Chen's clone, but the next second, a crisp slap sounded in the ring. Pa! The short-haired sexy Hinata slapped Tang San in the face, causing Tang San to tremble all over, and a red mark appeared on his face on the spot. After being slapped hard, Tang San was also furious, staring at Hinata with angry eyes. But Hinata is no longer the weak white-eyed girl before. After looking at Su Chen and getting Su Chen's affirmation, she raised her left hand again and slapped Tang San in the face again. Pa! You've gone too far. Tang San couldn't help it now, and then he exerted force with his arms, and the Su Chen clone that was restraining him from behind finally exploded into a ball of white mist. However, it was useless. Just when Tang San was about to stand up again, the 4 Su Chen clones who had been ready by his side rushed forward again, pressed hard on Tang San's back, and pressed Tang San to the ground again. Brother San, I'll help you. Xiao Wu's eyes changed, and she directly used her third soul skill, teleportation. Xiao Wu, who used teleportation, was next to Tang San in an instant. Just when she was about to help Tang San solve the clones behind him, she happened to meet Su Chen's real body. Su Chen's Mangekyo Sharingan instantly rotated. Although Xiao Wu's soft bone charming rabbit eyes can release charm, she cannot resist illusions, so at this moment, Xiao Wu was stunned in place, trapped in the illusion of mirror flowers and water moons. Now Tang San is in trouble. Su Chen's clone is still holding his hands tightly. He can't even use hidden weapons, and Xiao Wu can't help him. After stopping Xiao Wu, Su Chen cast an affirmative look at Hinata. Hinata of course instantly understood Su Chen's eyes. At this time, the meaning of Su Chen's eyes was, continue to beat hard, beat Tang San to kneel down and call daddy. After understanding Su Chen's eyes, Hinata did not hesitate anymore. While Tang San could not resist during this period, she directly opened her bows left and right, performing soft fists, and slapped Tang San's face one after another. For a while, the crisp sound of slaps continued to resound in the fighting spirit arena. This scene not only stunned the audience below the stage and around, but also Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking, Oscar, and others who remained on the stage were completely stunned. Xiao Wu was in a fantasy, so she didn't care about her third brother. Tang San could hold on at first, until later, he couldn't bear it anymore and started screaming in pain. Ah! Just like that, after just a few seconds, the audience and Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and others were surprised to find that Tang San's face was really swollen, and both the left and right sides of his face became swollen and full of swollen red. Wow, no, Tang San has been beaten into a pig's head. Ning Rongrong shouted in surprise, and then hurriedly asked Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuking, and others beside him. Should we help Tang San now? Hearing this, Dai Mubai, Ma Hung Jun, Oscar and others all felt moved. There was no way. Although Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hung Jun, and others, as companions, felt very sorry for Tang San at this time, they knew that Tang San couldn't get away and was very painful to be slapped, but they also knew that Tang San had a strong self-esteem. Bear it for a while, and when Tang San takes the initiative to ask us to help, we will take action. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said, at the same time, he was also a little scared at this time. He didn't see that this cute and sexy white-eyed girl would be so violent. Seeing that the four clones could no longer hold on, Su Chen's real body also stepped forward, pressed Tang San's shoulder hard, and said, Tang San, I'm so sorry, I forgot to remind you, my sister Hinata, she actually has a bad temper, and she is easily irritable when fighting, and even I can't persuade her, so you should quickly ask Dai Mubai and others to help. This battle is originally 2 against 7, you don't have to hold on alone. After saying that, Su Chen looked at Hinata with a playful look, and the two reached a consensus in an instant. Yes, Su Chen told Hinata in advance that he would pretend to tell Hinata to be gentle and let Tang San go. As long as Hinata heard it, she would be more fierce and slap Tang San's face harder than before. So at this moment, seeing that Tang San was still holding on to his arrogant self-esteem, Hinata gritted her teeth, used all her strength, raised her right hand, and slapped Tang San's nose hard. Pa! The slap made everyone on the ring tremble. Then, scarlet blood spurted out. It turned out that Tang San's nose had been bleeding.